There are many things that we can learn by merely considering the achievements of our forebears. It is not difficult to make a new and useful application of some known and appreciated principle. But it is not easy to discover a principle. It is not easy to build without recourse to that which has gone before. And therefore we have a peculiar admiration for these basic thinkers of the race, flourishing in different times, without the facilities and advantages which we take for granted. We have to ask ourselves, how did they achieve these basic principles upon which all later knowledge has come to be built? There seems to be only one possible answer, and that is that there is a source of knowledge within the self, a power of reason to achieve a scientific exactitude, a power of intuition to apprehend the truth of a matter, even though this truth cannot be immediately subjected to scientific verification. We do not know precisely how the philosophy of atomism came into existence. The first atomist is probably not remembered at all. But from the Greek records, it is believed that the theory was first promulgated, at least in Western culture, in Phoenicia, at possibly a period prior to the Trojan War. This would probably mean, by general checking, that the atomic concept came to Greece as early as the 16th to 18th millennium, 18th century BC. This means that it precedes the golden age of Greek philosophy. It contributed to this philosophy. But Greek philosophy was already dependent upon a much earlier tradition. We can therefore only say that what we call today the philosophy of atomism certainly existed at least 4,000 years ago. Also, we know that its original development was largely religious. It was one of the religious convictions that gradually moved into the area of philosophy. And from philosophy, in turn, was taken over by science in the 17th and 18th centuries of the Christian era. We know, of course, that these first thinkers did not have the full advantage of the long research and thought that man has since devoted to this subject. We are not certain that all of their opinions are true. We suspect, however, that the peculiar integrity which enabled them to establish these basic concepts and hypotheses may also have given them some unusual intuitive grasp of the larger meanings which perhaps we are now ignoring. Certainly, at an early date, atomism became a distinct philosophy, a philosophy of spiritual, intellectual, moral, and also physical significance. With our new developments in the field of atomics, we may therefore contemplate the possibility that here again a philosophical and religious structure may ultimately be built upon a scientific concept. Philosophy and religion made this concept possible. Philosophy and religion must perfect that which has more recently been achieved. In order that we can have some general perspective on this, I have attempted to set some kind of a starting point, to find some mind that in the past gathered up the still earlier fragments and presented them to us in a more consistent, organized pattern. This mind was nearer to the old foundations, and therefore may prove especially useful. The first and most important thinker that comes to mind in this relationship is Pythagoras of Samos. And I strongly suspect that he will ultimately be considered, if not the first, the greatest of the Greek atomists. Now, we are not inclined to consider Pythagoras in this light. We think of him more as a mystic, as a great contemplative thinker, strongly religious, and at the same time incorporating in his mentation many basic scientific disciplines and methods. From an earlier source, Pythagoras derived his concept of the atom. Now, our word atom, like our word psychology, has come gradually to mean the exact opposite of its original significance. The root tomos means cut or to divide. Atomos, or atom, therefore means that which cannot be divided. Now that is an interesting point, because we've made so much of this concept of smashing this minute particle, or creating a division within it by what we call fission. The indivisible concept, atom, became significant to other Greek thinkers. And during the period of the Ptolemies in Egypt, atom became a proper term for deity, because of the concept that deity is indivisible. Pythagoras, searching for his term, a term which was later to be taken over by Leibniz, hit upon the concept of the monad. Therefore, to Pythagoras, the monad was the atom. Now, the monad, according to the Pythagorean concept, was an indivisible unit, which should not be considered identical with one or any concept of numeration as such. The monad was the seed of number. The monad was number indivisible as absolute and ultimate unity. Therefore, in his thinking, the atom became the sovereign symbol of that which is essentially unchanging, inevitable, indivisible, infinite, and absolute. Pythagoras also pointed out that this term is peculiarly applicable not to great mass, but to an invisible and minute thing, so small that it cannot be seen by the ordinary eyes of man. In these terms also we realize that our older philosophers were functioning without benefit of any instrument or device by means of which minute forms could be examined. The monad of Pythagoras was a philosophic atom, which he regarded as being the indivisible, ultimate smallness, the least comprehensible or conceivable unit that could exist. Pythagoras also, however, gave us a philosophical point which may have bearing upon our modern thinking, namely that this unit, immeasurably small, became the peculiar symbol and emblem of totality itself. This was the thing minute, but also possessing the ultimate quality of power, unity. Therefore, the atom was not only the smallest of all things, but the most perfect. Being most perfect, it was most like the infinite itself. And the atom, therefore, became the symbol of the continuing seed of existence. A very minute seed from which all things must by their natures grow. Therefore, he termed this monad a seminal principle, a principle seed-like, capable of continually unfolding according to a principle. Now, Pythagoras was already well enough aware of the general principles to conceive that the unfoldment of the atom, or the primary seed, could only be attained because this seed was able to gather to itself other atoms like itself, and that growth was therefore an increasing aggregate of unchanging energy-substance units. By this we mean that the atom actually did not merely extend itself. It exercised a kind of influence or force by means of which it attracted and repelled, attracting according to one nature and repelling according to another. The continual attracting of atoms means the increase of mass. The division or breaking down, the repulsion of atoms, means the reduction of mass. The attraction and repulsion of atoms is due to another principle, this principle called energy. Therefore, the increase of energy activates atomic structure. The decrease of energy subtracts from atomic structure. The moment two or more atoms are brought together, a change takes place. For out of this union is produced the foundation or basis of mass. Mass is no longer composed primarily of parts. Intellectually, it is a continually developing unit. Therefore, mass represents a new kind of structure. But this structure is also, by its own nature, monadal or unified. It differs, however, from the basic atom or monad in one particular. This compound is dissolvable. For all things composed of parts, and it can be dissolved by the dissolution of the parts. when all dissolution takes place to its infinite degree, and nothing remains that is separable, that which does remain is atom, which is no longer susceptible of further division. The Pythagorean concept was taken over by Leucippus, a philosopher following Pythagoras and preceding the period of Plato and Aristotle. Leucippus had one or two further contributions to make. He was the first to point out that the universe itself could be divided into two essential qualities, conditions, or states. One of these he called ends, and the other he called non-ends. Ends is something. Non-ends is not something. That which is not something is nothing. That which is something must forever exist. And when every change has taken place in the condition of that which is something, it must be reduced to the basic symbol, something. And this basic symbol of something is atom. This was perhaps his most luminous contribution to our problem. He did not, however, proceed as far as another philosopher who preceded him. And this other philosopher gave us the theory which we now associate with the atomic philosophy of Democritus. This philosophy has to do with the final organization of the entire concept of ends and non-ends. So we will try to get a pretty fair survey of this, for it is in turn from him that the Platonic and Socratic concepts of atoms gradually integrated to reach the highest condition or state which they attained in the Greek classical world. From that time on, the next most important change was brought about by the Arabian schools, largely vitalized by the early Jewish research in atoms, something we know very little about, generally speaking. But the work was hard progressed in that area. So we come back to the original concept of Leucippus, the existence of ends and non-ends, which now take the simple term atom and vacuum. Now, vacuum, of course, is obviously the non-ends. So existence itself consists of two primary qualities, atom and the absence of atom. Atom, having an existence, has to exist somewhere. This somewhere must also be an environment that is negative to the atom. If the environment was positive, the atom would be overwhelmed. Its natural procedures would be frustrated, limited, or distorted. The only condition in which something can achieve its own consequences without inhibition or limitation of any kind is vacuum. Now, at the present moment, we are not considering vacuum to be a particularly congenial environment. But perhaps we must also bear in mind that our ancient friends conceived these terms with a somewhat different usage from that with which we are familiar. In the thinking of Democritus, atom and vacuum have one quality in common. Both are infinite. Atom is infinite in number. A vacuum is infinite in area. Beyond these qualities, nothing can be conceived. The Greeks were not prepared to say that vacuum came from anything, nor were they prepared to say that atom came from anything. They affirmed, somewhat in the psychology of Buddhism, that atom was eternal, and that the term infinite implied not only number and duration, not only number and extent or expanse, but also duration. So we have infinite number, infinite space, and infinite time. Now, time is not a thing, in the sense that vacuum is a negative environment or atom a positive factor. Time, therefore, is the measure of the motion of atom in vacuum. Now, we're not speaking in terms of modern physics now. We're speaking in the thinking of the Greeks, somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 centuries ago, as this theory was being well developed about 450 BC. What now, then, are we to consider to be the source of either vacuum or atom? Our philosopher tells us that there is no source, that these two are co-eternally existing, that there can never be a time, conceivable or inconceivable, when the infinite expanse, which we call vacuum, does not exist. Nor can there ever be a time in which atom, the primary inhabitant of vacuum, does not exist. Atoms do not come, according to the Greeks, from a previous condition of any kind, nor do they lead to a future condition of any kind. Under all circumstances, everywhere, always, they are themselves. This means that they have a peculiar spiritual significance. If there is a God, according to the atomists, this God must partake of the nature of atom, or atom must become the appropriate symbol of the power of that deity. For it is therefore necessary for us to parallel the Greek concept of atom and say that the atom was never created, and come immediately into one of the statutes of our Christian creed, God uncreated. In other words, without a source, a parent, or an origin. Now in theologies, in systems and philosophies, these concepts have been assailed. But, for our purposes, we can follow for a little while the Greek thinking to the effect that the atom is an infinite structure, and that it exists in an infinite place, suitable for the continual existence of itself. Well, you have now this infinite mass of minute units existing in an infinite area of potential. What now do we have to have in order to have something happen? Obviously, something has to happen, because we cannot simply leave these atoms forever themselves, and this space, or this vacuum, forever itself, without ending ultimately in a static condition. There is no impetus or factor present by means of which the motion of atoms is impelled. For the Greeks were very particular to point out that the atom itself does not possess the power to move itself. This brings in another dimension. And here is a point which perhaps someday will be useful to modern science. I believe there is some evidence that it is already being considered. The possibility of what we term atomic energy actually existing in the interval between atoms and not resident in the atom itself. This is a point in which more research will have to be carried on. It is possible that this thing we call atomic energy has been misnamed. In any event, the new factor, the new element which has to be introduced, presented a problem to these older people because in a strange way they were subtly materialistic. The Greeks produced many schools of materialistic philosophy, so did the Hindus. We cannot assume that all of these systems were pure idealism. They were not. There was in the Greek thinking a continual reaffirmation of scientific method. So they were confronted with what to call this agitating agent, by means of which something forever the same suddenly became different. Aristotle struggled with this, and finally, more or less concluded that this agent, by which all things are moved, was co-eternal with atom and vacuum. In other words, our duad becomes a triad. And we now have atom, motion, and vacuum. No good philosopher, however, could afford to leave motion just moving. He had to try to understand the significance of motion. So our old atomists came up with a very interesting concept. Namely, they called motion necessity. This is a rather interesting and startling point of view. You remember that Plato describes how the universe moves upon the spindle of necessity. Now, the word necessity simply implies that certain things have necessary and inevitable attributes. Necessity is, therefore, not only the mother of invention, but for our atomists, the mother of motion. Things must move. Now, why must they move? Because it is necessary. This helps a little, but still leaves us on the horns of the principal dilemma. Why is motion necessary at all? We've often asked that question on another level. Why do we have to work? When a certain kind of physical inertia seems to be a most highly desirable state. Under the heading of necessity, the Platonists and several other sects among the Greek philosophers use the idea of an immutable and inevitable law forever operating. Necessity then begins to take the form of law. Motion is necessary because it is lawful. That this compound of ends and non-ends, atom and vacuum, not only has an existence, but has an existence in necessary law. Therefore, certain processes are innate, not necessarily in the atom, not necessarily in the vacuum, but operating upon atom in vacuum. The necessity must be something needed by something. Therefore, necessity is not needed by vacuum, vacuum being nothing. Vacuum needs no modification or change because there is nothing to modify or to change. Therefore, law has a natural affinity for atom rather than for vacuum. For necessity can only accomplish if some means of accomplishment, some substance upon which accomplishment may take place, also has an existence. Here our Greeks began to cater a little to the popular thinking of their time and introduced a spiritual equation. We may say they did it reluctantly, even as modern science does it reluctantly. But there are certain problems that cannot be solved unless we make some kind of sense out of necessity. We cannot conceive of motion without a power called the mover. Things do not move of themselves, according to our atomists, therefore they must be moved. They cannot be moved by vacuum because nothing can move anything. They must be moved, therefore, by something. That something must also, because of the manifested result, be a motion of order. This movement is not a continuing accident. This movement is an intent. That which indicates intent must imply the existence of that which intends. So we have the gradual emergence of an intending power. This intending power cannot be said to be identical with atom. It must therefore be another force. The atomists took the attitude, therefore, that there was this intending power which they termed necessity or motion. That this motion moved always according to its own nature. Therefore, there was an inevitable, immutable, unchangeable motion termed oblique. And every atom existing in vacuum was subject to continual agitation by the presence of motion. Motion of itself, therefore, becomes a kind of providence. It also becomes a kind of providence, because it provides the solution to the continuing arrangement and rearrangement of atoms. So our next step in our thought, or in our problem, is to conceive of vacuum as a kind of a vast bottle in which atom is in constant agitation. This agitation being considered primary motion and also inevitable or necessary motion. Necessary not because it was ordained, but because it exists. And that which is so is necessary. This removed certain moral factors from the issue, but did not entirely close it, as we will point out a little later. Motion, moving atoms, resulted in a further condition for which classical philosophers had to invent an explanation. And they did it with extraordinary ingenuity. We are told, even as early as Leucippus, that atoms, though composed of one inevitable substance, differing in no way substantially, essentially, or in quality one from another, had certain difference. One of the reasons why difference has to exist is because that which is the same cannot be differentiated. Consequently, the fact that there can be more than one atom must imply that there is a certain antipathy in atoms. Otherwise, they would immediately coalesce into an indivisible mass and remain that way forever. This does not happen. Consequently, there has to be some kind of difference. And to these early people, there were two kinds of differences which they could accept in their atomic theory. One was difference in magnitude, and the other was difference in form. That which is alike in nature, essentially alike, may therefore differ in size, some being greater than others in mass or quantity. They might also, as Democritus points out, differ in shape, and a new infinity is bestowed upon our problem. Infinite formal differentiation. In other words, all atoms, in some mysterious way, differ from each other. These differences may be so slight that the invisible atom, not even to be seen, cannot be estimated in terms either of similarity or dissimilarity, but it can still exist. Now for the next point that we have to make, we can perhaps use the illustration of a pool table. The pool balls have been racked and have been formed into a triangle. The first player, using the cue ball, strikes the apex or near the apex of the triangle of racked balls, causing this triangle to splinter into many different directions, each of the separate balls moving to a different part of the table before they stop motion. This, according to the Greek theory, would explain how an atom, here represented by the cue ball, coming into violent contact with other atoms, results in this breaking or smashing of an arrangement of atoms. In this case, however, the breaking or smashing is due to an oblique falling motion in which the particular atom we are using as an example strikes other atoms, separates from them, deflects those smaller or lesser than itself, is deflected by those greater than itself, and before it gets through, makes some of the finest billiard shots that you could possibly imagine. These atoms, moving therefore, are said to move eccentrically, because their motion is impaired or conditioned or deflected by themselves in their interrelationship. Those atoms which by some nature are of a similar constitution, exercising a commonly cohesive principle, or, as Democritus said, by their shapes interlocking, begin the building up of mass. Mass results in the existence or manifestation of a new quality, and that is the attractive power of mass. And gradually mass, by its attractive power, gains momentum and causes more and more atoms to be drawn into the orbit of an increasing mass. The result of this, said our Greeks, is the creation of planets. Now we are not ready, perhaps, to assume that early this was contemplated, but actually it was. Now the Greeks, trying to explain the different kinds of things that come into existence from the same basic aggregate of units, also make use of a principle derived from the Pythagorean pattern. If you take 5 toothpicks and lay them side by side, you can contemplate this little arrangement in 2 ways. You can say of these toothpicks, here are 5 one toothpicks. 5 single toothpicks. Or you can simply say, this is 5. Now 5 is not identical with 5 ones. It is a new concept. It is a new existence because 5 ones are separate things. The 5 is a unity composed of 5 parts. So the tendency of the mind is forever to conceive number in terms of unity. And wherever we transform the concept of separate units into any type of compound figuration, we create archetypal patterns, which Pythagoras called the numbers. If with this 5, which we have thus created, we remove a toothpick, immediately 5 as a unit or unity ceases to exist. And in its place is generated a new unity called 4. 4 is not just 4 ones. If to these 5 original toothpicks we add another, then the unit 5 disappears, and in its place is a new archetypal concept, 6. Thus, in all things, as the Greeks pointed out, the shape of the number 6, when you draw it, is different from the shape of the number 5. Perhaps this is the difference between a rose bush and a sequoia tree. It is the difference in the overall unit concept. The Greeks did not affirm that there was any essential difference between the basic elements involved in the constructions of existing things. Existing things not only depended upon one basic substance, but for their differentiation depended very largely upon the differentiating, analyzing power of the human mind. The 5 ones are always there, but the numeral 5 is possible only to the creature man. This is a philosophical point. Therefore, man is the only creature interested in the fact that there is any difference between the tree and the horse. The horse is not interested. The tree is not interested. But man, because he possesses certain faculties, becomes keenly aware of apparent difference, and by apparent difference is impelled to assume essential difference, an impulse which is not, according to the Greeks, fully justified. So now we have not only the problem of explaining the accumulation of formal structure, but we come right down to something that we can't deny today, although we do not understand it perhaps very much better than the Greek did. Namely, that something, they call it the atom, is the common denominator of everything that has an existence. The only thing which is not included among those things over which the atom exercises this common denominative power is vacuum. Consequently, it makes no difference, as Leucippus himself pointed out, whether you are referring to water, or fire, or the human body, or the emotions of man, or the coloring of flowers. It makes no difference what you refer to. All of these things are composed of invisible, minute units that cause difference not from their substance but from their arrangement. And consequently, everything that exists is a structure built of single blocks, and these blocks are atoms. Now, it is rather interesting that a thoughtful person 25 centuries ago came to that conclusion and remained true to it. Because in those days there was certainly very little to build this upon. One early thinker has suggested that the whole thinking came as the result of allowing a handful of sand to run through your fingers. That perhaps this was the clue. And the gradual recognition that by mixing certain cements with this sand you could create permanent blocks that could be used for various purposes. So we have the sand, we have a foundation or a space waiting for the blocks, and we have a cement. And this cement, in this case, is essentially the principle of continuing motion. The Greeks also held that all of these structures were in continuous change, but that this change was so gradual that it was not noticeable, but that in time, every form or structure, even the most permanent things in nature, would be totally altered. Therefore, all things are in a continuous state of increasing atoms, or losing atoms. All growth, progress, enlargement, or expansion implies the increase. Where this fails, decrease is inevitable. Democritus tells us that man replenishes the body by inhaling atoms, and that the moment the respiratory process ceases and new atoms are not taken into the system, death is inevitable. That life is therefore the continual replenishment of the atomic units from which the structure of man is composed. Now, we probably don't agree in everything with this, but it was pretty good thinking for its time. And someday, our so-called very good thinking is going to look just as imperfect. Because we are a long way from the ultimate solution of even the common problems that we are working with on the level of physics today. particularly in the area of nuclear physics. This brings our Greek to the next situation. We have another factor in all things besides form, growth, diminishment. We have another principle which we call vitality, animation. All things that have forms are in some way also alive. Now, actually, the atom, as such, as visualized by the ancients, was neither alive nor dead. It was simply a minute, indivisible thing. Yet out of the aggregation of these atoms, there comes a structure which in turn begins to manifest peculiarities and characteristics. In some of these structures, as in the bird, we find the magnificence of flight. In others, as the plant, wonderful shapes and forms and patterns with magnificent color. We also find that these forms, composed of atoms, develop the power of propagating themselves. And this became quite a serious matter. For although the Greeks were perfectly willing to recognize the building of the new body as merely a repetition of the process of the integration of atoms, they were still up against many very difficult situations upon which to build solutions. So, Democritus tells us of another thing, that what we call mind is also an aggregate of atoms. Emotions are aggregates of atoms. Dreams, which we consider fantasies, are temporary aggregates of atomic patterns within the mind. That any form of any kind which can be conceived or imagined, visualized, or brought into existence upon any level of awareness, subjective or objective, if it has an appearance, if it can be differentiated from nothing, it must be something. And if it is something, it is atoms. The next concept that came to these people was an early realization that no matter how materialistic you might like to be, there is something different between bodies and souls. Now, this was a rather difficult one. Souls and bodies could have one common denominator: atoms. This was not too difficult because atoms being invisible anyway, they might aggregate in one way to form a visible structure, and they might aggregate in another way to form an invisible but equally real structure. So our Greeks tell us that a form, which is an aggregation of atoms, may be either visible or invisible. It does not have to be visible. To say that all forms must be visible is to deny the fact that the atom is a form, and that this form is invisible. Therefore, being invisible in itself, that which it produces may likewise be invisible. But what is invisible? Invisible is not something that has no form. Invisible is that which cannot be cognized by the faculty range of the human sensory perceptions. Consequently, we have arbitrarily created a concept. It is visible, it is so. It is invisible, it is not so. Depending entirely for this concept upon the limited range of our own visual faculty. The Greeks had outgrown that thought long before the beginning of the rise of modern thinking. They were perfectly aware that wind is invisible, except that it can be felt. That soul is invisible, but it also can be felt. And this feeling is an experiencing, a discovery through use, a discovery through the fact that we apprehend a power without being able to define the boundaries of the form of that power. The atomists would have gone far enough to say that even a sound spoken could not be heard did it not create an atomic pattern. That we hear because sound has become a form or has gathered atoms. But this type of form or gathering of atoms is not visible, but it can be heard. Therefore, different sensory perceptions may therefore be capable of becoming aware of different atomic compounds. We can't differ too much from this, or from their concept that the odor of a flower was due to atoms thrown off from that flower, which could be measured because they struck against the very subtle substances of the olfactory nerve, producing inevitable reflexes in the brain. So our atoms can form many different types of structures. And one of the structures that they formed was the soul. Now, it's not too difficult to create a soul. It is just another kind of body until you reach a certain point. And then you have to either step into new ground, or else you have to fall back upon this process of regressive evasion. We have to say that the soul is a certain structure possessing certain attributes, or that the soul is a structure receiving attributes, or emanating from a preceding structure. Now the Greeks say to us, we know that physically forms, particularly animal, human, plant, reproduce their kind. Therefore, that they are able to send forth a motion by means of which a new pattern, similar to the original pattern, is gradually built up, the phenomenon of growth being nothing but the rapid increase in the number of atoms. The other concept was that if the soul is a structure composed of atoms, that it is quite conceivable that these two structures can exist in the same place at the same time, and that they are also capable of separating and returning to each other. That whichever form, as Pythagoras says, is the more subtle, must permeate that which is less subtle. Socrates uses a rather common concept of this and has since been very popular. Namely, that you can fill a glass with sand, and when it is entirely full, you can then take a cup of water and pour that into the glass. The reason being that we are working with two different groups of atomic structures, one of which can penetrate the other only for one reason. As Democritus also pointed out, and that is that in the atomic structure, the atoms, though forming a mass, actually do not constitute a solid. In other words, if we could magnify this structure sufficiently, we would discover that no two atoms touch each other. They come into proximity. They meet. But they seem to meet by another quality. And this other quality is the fact that the atom itself is a kind of double nucleus, one which we know today, and which we have attempted in various ways to bombard. If this be conceived possible, as the Greeks held it, then the soul could permeate the body. It could enter and depart from it, moving between the atoms of the body. By the same means, the soul could move through a door that is closed, because the atoms in the wood are not in the same quantity-quality relationship as the atoms in the soul. But two doors striking each other will not so penetrate each other. Consequently, the soul has a power of approaching and moving into unity with substance. And when these two meet, something new is created, namely an increasing density. Because now we have the soul atoms filling in some of the spaces between the physical atoms. If we wish to go still further and assume with Pythagoras the existence of a spiritual substance, composed of a still more refined type of atom, then this in turn could permeate both of the others. And we would therefore be capable of having in one place three atomic structures united in one compound, the parts of which might be referred to as spirit, soul, and body. Out of this type of philosophizing also came the problem of immortality. Immortality, to the Greek atomists, was very difficult to explain in terms of a universe composed only of atoms and vacuum. They did go so far, however, as to be a little dogmatic, and after all, you must defend your principles if you believe them. And they decided that if there were such places as heaven, earth, and hell, they were obviously composed of atoms. That heaven was built up of some kind of an atomic aggregate, less visible, more subtle, but no less factual than the physical earth upon which we walk. And of course they had us all, and they always have had us, on one point. Namely, if this mystery could produce the earth, it can produce almost anything else. So it's only a degree of the incredible that we have to deal with. Also, if there were these regions in space, they were not essentially different from the elemental or elementary disbursements on the earth. There are vast regions we call ocean, most of which have never been explored. There are other regions which we call mountainous. Still others that we call level plains or valleys. There are elements of air, of water, of fire, and of earth. And these are all present in the mysterious compound of nature. Most of these elements are comparatively invisible. except in very large aggregations. But if there can be a world of water and a world of air, there can also be a world of ether, a world of mysterious regions extending around us or even permeating us. The Greeks went so far as to speculate that many universes, all composed of atoms, but all keyed to different vibratory core motions, could exist in the same place at the same time. That the distance from here to some other order of existence might not even be measurable in any interval whatsoever. As we move our hand through the air, we may be moving it through the palace of the king of an invisible world. We do not know, and we still don't. But if we must go on with this speculation, and the Greek felt he had to, it then came to his conclusion, or he came to the conclusion that the invisible universe of gods, of demons, of spirits, of any kind of religious being, that these could only be other forms of atomic compounds. Now what the Greeks called the gods, according to Democritus, were actually beings composed of atoms, as man is, but more subtle. Because more subtle, more refined by nature, for this reason also more erudite, more intuitive, more mystically aware, and because of having a finer nature, be capable of permeating or penetrating other things, but other things, being of a grosser nature, could not penetrate them. Therefore, the pattern of understanding itself an atomic process would make it possible for the superior to understand the lesser, but not permit the lesser to understand the superior. Therefore, the individual, lacking the refinement, which we might even measure in terms of brain cell structure, is limited in his possibility to comprehend, whereas another creature, with a more finely organized atomic structure, might comprehend him. This being the conceivable situation, what then is the power of the gods in the thinking of the atomists? The same kind of power that would be available to a most venerable and learned person who, having exceeded all worldly insight, all knowledge such as we may possess, was able, because of finer organic structure, meaning atomic structure, capable of a superior consciousness existence, and abiding in a region or place more subtle than our own, and therefore incomprehensible to us. This did not mean that the atomists assumed that this superior being created the earth. He could not so assume, because he believed the creative process to be eternal. Therefore, the deities become more in the concept of the Hermetic adepts. They become beings capable of exercising a greater directive power over structure, but were not responsible for the creation of that structure. That even these beings must abide by and obey the simple law of necessity upon which the entire creation moves. If a being then, by process of disintegration, departs from one atomic structure by focal awareness to another atomic structure, what then shall we say actually happens? The atomists would tell us that the psychic structure, the psychic field, or the psychic atomic entity could not possibly enter into the compound of matter, or the lower form of atomic instrument, and there become bound, held, or fettered. This psychic atomic being could comprehend matter, could choose to abide in it, could choose to depart from it, but could not be bound to it. Furthermore, in man, there are evidences of two processes of function going on continuously. The Greek atomists decided that man had two minds. One of these minds arising from the atomic structure of the body, the other arising from the more subtle atomic structure of the soul. But this is itself a bit of a problem, because we've suddenly introduced mind into something where we have as yet provided no place for mind. We have still only atoms, motion, and vacuum. So now we have to try to figure out what the mind factor really means. I think what they would want us to realize is that the atom itself, as we now know, while it is a unit, and while it is theoretically indestructible, although we attempt and have apparently been able to crack it. But the concept is that the atom itself, although it is a unit, is also a compound. Therefore, an atom being composed of a certain number of different parts within itself, the structures created by the aggregation of atoms are compound structures, not simple structures. In other words, from these various procedures, it means that when the atoms unite, more than one type of unity is established. There is a unity set up for each of the parts of the atom. Now, the Greeks appeared to assume that emotion and thought are actually aggregates of certain parts of atoms, not separated from the atom, but resulting from the uniting of many atoms. A compound is set up representing either emotional or mental processes. The mind itself, having apparently two natures, intrigued them a lot. Apparently the highest parts of the physical atom pattern became a sort of custodian of the rest. As certain laws, the necessity principle was released through the atomic compound. This necessity principle led to the primary intellection of man, namely survival. That the individual lived to gratify whatever seemed to bring pleasure to the body in which he lived, to gratify the appetites of the atomic unit. Now, we are not sure what these appetites are. And the Greeks, frankly, held with Buddha that these appetites are not real. It was supposed that most of the atomists were addicted to a cult of pleasure. This is not strictly true, because their idea of pleasure was normalcy, simply the process of living well, not the process of indulging the faculties or the sensory perceptions. But the kind of mentation that was obviously associated with the grosser atomic structure of body was assumed to perish with it. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. The soul of the body died with it. But the Greeks also recognized that there was another kind of soul, a being living in a region of its own, that by necessity, again, this soul came into a certain fraternity with body. But the purposes of this soul were not essentially body purposes, for this soul was capable of creativity, of imagination, of genius, of great idealism, of poetry, art, drama, music, morality, religion, and ethics. That this soul could ponder imponderables, that it could reach out as the only creature that we know that is truly concerned with its own destiny, and is conceivably willing and able to cooperate in the attainment of destiny. This soul, therefore, was believed to be simply another person, a person of better character and nobler purposes. This is not infallibly so, because it could be that the soul has been corrupted by circumstances, or has compromised its own existence, or has transformed its natural psychic aptitudes into destructive courses, and therefore has become a corrupted soul. But normally speaking, the soul was regarded as a friend of the body, therefore brought into communion with it, but not dependent upon it for either its insight or its inward life. The soul, naturally existing in its own condition, was therefore a contemplative body, which could survive without the support of body, physical body. But the physical body could not be purposeful without the cooperation of the soul. Yet the body could survive under certain conditions, separation from the soul. But if it did so, it became an idiot, or a thing without any inner psychic guidance. This also then brought into a new concept the Pythagorean theory of monad. Namely, that body, being composed of a mass of minute units, ultimately attempted to affirm its own archetypal unity over the total. Therefore, all things being composed of parts, all parts in turn are impelled to a state of unity. Thus the soul is not only made up of atoms, but by aggregate it is a compound atom. Body composed of atoms becomes also a compound atom. The moment the body or the soul or any unit becomes a complete atom, or is united to form a total unity or a monadal existence, this complete unity, or the new atom, the mass atom, now reasserts its original condition, namely, that it exists in vacuum, that it is atom, vacuum, and motion. This also means that this soul, as Socrates tells us, quantitatively begins to move. And according to its nature, it moves into proximity with other atoms compounded like itself. When this occurs in the course of the building of culture, we find savagery give place to civilization, isolation to community existence, and we find the gradual enrichment of comradeship in every part of life. Further than this more or less accidental or incidental relationship, however, is that this compound, moving obliquely, like the atoms of which it is composed, begins to move in an ascending arc. An ascending arc, in this case, has one essential difference from a descending arc. Things falling fall precipitously, and striking other things, shatter them or scatter them, as in the case of the pool balls. Things ascending, however, move slowly. Their motion is less rapid, and the confusion of the descending object and the probability of the ascending unit striking or disintegrating other units is lessened. Consequently, to the Greeks, this oblique ascent meant that gradually the ascending soul moved out of the area of the falling atoms and came to a state of comparative rest. The ascension of soul, therefore, was an infinite movement upward in an infinite vacuum, going on and on and on. If the motion is only in vacuum, then quality has to have some other explanation or some other interpretation. The only other possible interpretation is that this compound atom differs from the primary atom in one respect, namely that it is now composed of an infinite number of parts. These infinite parts, having resulted in a series of compounds, it is as though you took a compound chemical and united it with another compound chemical. In this case, you would increase the compound elements. Out of this increase by compound, in which a number of different patterns react upon each other within the structure itself, there arises what the atomists call friction. This friction, in turn, becomes the basis of a certain, not psychic consciousness now, but the releasing of the fire principle in the atom. They were quite definite as to what this all meant, and to them this began to explain what you might term the spirituality of the atom. That gradually the atom was brought, the compound of the atom was brought to a certain state. In this state, all of its elements were more and more complicated, until finally the individual existed in the midst of an almost incomprehensible complexity. To a certain measure, we're in this state now, of this incredible diversity. Not only diversity in life around us, but diversity in quality within us. To break from this diversity again, there has to be some kind of a process. And the ancients, to a measure, seem to have anticipated a direct procedure by means of which the compound was dissolved. I think that if we had tried to understand what they would have meant by the splitting of the atom, by this mysterious process of the release of a tremendous energy, that they would have expressed it in the idea that by a certain act of volition, a bombarding of the compound with certain concepts, consciousness, energies, methods, disciplines. That the compound could be brought to a point where it sundered, where the entire atomic structure fell apart. And in so doing, the entire mysterious, intangible quotient that had been built up by all of this compounding was suddenly reduced again to its most primary nature. I suspect that this is almost the basis of Buddhistic philosophy. The concept being that the illumination or the Mahaparinirvana of Buddha was the splitting of the atom. That it was the voluntary demolishment of the chain of atomic sequences which had been set up by the entire process of evolution and generation. Man, being bound by generation to evolutional process, continues to complicate his nature until finally he reaches what has been termed the stage of enlightenment. Now, in the description of the transfiguration of Jesus, or in the description of the crucifixion, or in the case of the illumination of Buddha, and again, the ultimate consuming of Buddha at the time of the great decease, or the end of life as represented and unfolded in the Dhammapada, we have always the same story. At the time of the death of Christ, the veil of the temple was rent from top to bottom. The earth opened. Tremendous cataclysms moved the deep. The sky was clouded, and a vast light was seen. In the case of Buddha, it is said at the moment of the Mahaparinirvana, the blaze of glory from the released consciousness extended beyond the duration of 10 universes. And as this builds up and piles up in fictional account, it seems as though what we are being told is the tremendous release of the universality of life energy. That this release, in a sense, is not the reduction of the atom or the destruction of it, but is the sudden and instantaneous reversal of the entire process of atomic structure and structural building. Now, if the Greeks had been confronted with the simple problem of what would have happened had the atom been split, conceiving that the indivisible could be divided, I rather think from the writings of Pythagoras and some of the Neoplatonic thinkers that their conclusion would then be that the dissolution or the breaking up of the unity of an atom would have to be the greatest consternation that could exist in the universe, for the reason that in this there would be the transition between ends and non-ends. If in an instant the energy of being, even of the most minute being, is suddenly and instantaneously released in vacuum, this would represent the most terrible combustion of which the human consciousness can conceive, because it would be the sudden annihilation of a thing. If this annihilation was voluntary, as in the Parinirvana, it meant the return of the being to the state of pure life. In the case of the atomic thinker, among the older people certainly, it would represent the sudden revelation of the total potential of this mysterious thing called the atom. Now, the atom, according to the Greek, had no peculiar qualities of its own. Vacuum had no peculiar qualities of its own. But when atom, as thing, moves into vacuum as not thing, it makes the longest and most terrific journey that is conceivable by the human mind. For the transformation of thing to not thing is as incredible as the transformation from not thing to thing. This would mean that atom potentially had one point in common with vacuum. Namely, that atom was capable of being diffused in vacuum. That atom released into vacuum expands indefinitely and infinitely. That this transformation, then, would conceivably be the greatest change that can exist or could occur anywhere in space. Now, if this atom suddenly is actually dissipated in vacuum, it might have somewhat the same relationship as a moving object passing through the sound barrier. This atom would have to pass through the quality, time, motion, energy barrier between being and not being. Atom would have to suddenly reverse its polarity and attain identity with vacuum. I believe that this would be interpreted in ancient thinking as total combustion. That this total combustion would not only have its physical significance, but its spiritual significance as well. And the atomists would probably go on to try to interpret the meaning of the possibility of an existing thing actually ceasing to exist. This would mean something entirely different from death, nothing of a parallel nature at all. It would mean the motion of a thing to the extinction of itself. The extinction of the atom can only be one procedure, one fact, and that is its total identity with vacuum. This would probably be the most incredible situation that could arise, because it would require a violation of every relationship existing in nature. Actually, probably also, when the thing is all summed down and we get through with the whole problem, we will probably discover we haven't done it. We will probably discover that what we have actually achieved is not the annihilation of an atom, or the actual destruction of its own unity, which means the total violation of its own archetype, the complete sundering of relationship with pattern. But that what actually has been accomplished, or so-called accomplished, in this procedure has simply been the release of certain areas of energy which are resident in atom. Now, the Greeks do not give us this concept of a total energy present in atom, but they tell it in another way. They point out that there is only atom and vacuum, and then they create the universe. This means only one thing, that the universe has to reside in atom, just as the oak tree resides in the acorn. By the gradual process of growth, the oak tree unfolds the potential of the acorn in a quiet, reasonable, orderly manner until it attains its growth. Then this tree in turn has its own acorns. These in turn become trees, And in the course of time, if you wish to diagram this, say in 1,000 years, your single acorn would have become a great forest of trees. This would go on and on and on. Supposing, however, at the moment of the sprouting of the first acorn, within which all of this archetypal expression is locked, the absolute release of this energy was instantaneous. Instead of producing generation after generation of trees, enlarging and multiplying their number, spreading over a great area of land, perhaps ultimately creating a forest for the whole earth, supposing this entire release had been made instantaneously, instead of an orderly development of forests, there would be a sudden and inconceivable blast of power, because it is actually the power in the first acorn that may 10,000 years later still produce further trees. This power is carried from tree to tree in generation, until perhaps we can imagine that one acorn became the basis of all the oak trees that we know. But suppose that one acorn had released all its power at once. There would have been no oak trees as we know them. There would have simply been a diagrammatic blaze, a tremendous release of force. And this release of force would not be under the guidance of necessity or under the relationship of law. It would have been actually what the atomic bomb is, an instantaneous explosion. Had man not tampered with this atom, to go back now again to our Greeks, if man had not tampered with this atom might have become ultimately, through aggregation, the core of a planet. This planet in turn might gradually, through the continual growth of itself, become a sun. This sun in turn might become the central center of a cosmic system, and so on and on and on. But suddenly, the power of this atom to grow, or to release energy, was released instantly. Therefore, we have this tremendous, instantaneous growth. But if we diagrammatically present this, what is the difference? The difference has been that the energy has been released too rapidly to permit the function of growth. Therefore, instead of expansion, we have explosion. Instead of life enriching itself, we have had it expending itself. Now, ultimately, all life must expend itself. But it expends itself in the maturity and in the final decline of its species. The arc of energy finally dies out in the extinction of forms of life. But in this case, this breaking of the patterns was a sudden release of energy. Now, it wasn't total, because I'm firmly convinced that the total release of the energy of a single atom would constitute not less than a complete solar disaster. In other words, take the solar system with it at least. This is only a relative degree, only a slight degree. And I am further convinced that beyond a certain degree, the processes used by man cannot operate. That it is quite impossible for man to explode or release the total potential of the atom. But that it is possible for him to do what he has done, we cannot deny. What follows? What is the result of the sudden release of the life of an atom into the field of vacuum? Is this the thing the Greek never really understood? is the ultimate end of all atomic compound to be a dissolution by which a kind of overcharge is poured into vacuum. Does all atomic activity ultimately result in the change of vacuum? Does vacuum gradually alter its own nature? All of the atoms return to their own existence, but by the process of gathering, accumulating, building, finally dividing, and disintegrating their compounds and returning back into themselves, is this motion producing something else in vacuum? The Platonists believed it did, for they believed that the world soul, the psychic nature of existence, was built up from the constant overcharge from the atomic action into the field of vacuum, and that there gradually rose in vacuum another dimension or another factor. And this factor was the total psychic energy of the universe. And out of this factor arose what Socrates called the good, the power by means of which the infinite repetition of atomic experience resulted in the shift from the concept of necessity to the concept of morality. That first the necessary required all things. Ultimately, the good provides all things. So that the energy cycle of the atom does not exhaust itself by infinite repetition, but in this process a plus factor is added through the cycle of growth. This plus factor continues to build a plus that is not another kind of atom primarily, but an energy or an essence. And that this essence is the secret of the ultimate release of life from the endless repetition of the atomic cycle sequence. So this is the basic thinking of the Greeks on the matter. And now that you thoroughly understand this, we will then prepare ourselves for an Asiatic evening a week from tonight. Thank you very much. This evening we have a rather involved situation, and therefore we had best explain as far as we can the difficulties in order that no false concepts develop as we proceed. The state of the study of atomism in ancient India is actually not clearly known. A number of factors have contributed to the dilemma. First, we are dealing with a language situation that is most complicated. And it is only possible for a few highly advanced Sanskrit scholars to really explore the depths of their own very complicated language. Up to now, this type of scholarship has been rare even in India. With the rise of the modern attitude toward knowledge, most Indian educators have definitely accepted or assumed the Western position. They are far more concerned with the advancement of modern scientific viewpoints than in digging into their own ancient literature. Perhaps it is the same as with many other things. Foreign beliefs have charm. Our own have become too familiar, and we pass over them lightly. The question arises then, is there any actual proof of the existence of an atomic theory in ancient India? By ancient we mean now the period, for instance, of the Veda or of the early Upanishads. Here again, it is doubtful if a half a dozen living Hindus have actually explored this literature thoroughly. It just rests waiting for better times. Up to 25 years ago, even the average Hindu scholar would have denied the probability of material relating to this field of inquiry in the very early Indian literature. But within the last 10 years, certain doubts have arisen. And some Hindu writers have actually advanced the theory that atomism was known in the Vedic period, and that certain symbols, allegories, fables, legends, strange terms, not easily translated, or not even easily comprehended after the lapse of ages, may well refer to this particular field of inquiry. In any event, I would say that now we have no true evidence that the atomic theory was not known in ancient India. We have very little evidence that it was. We do, however, note a rising group of Orientalists who believe that there was a fairly well integrated concept at a very early time. They base part of their opinion on early texts where certain passages could certainly be interpreted to suggest a knowledge of the atomic theory. And they base further positive thinking upon another fact, namely that about the beginning of the Christian era, atomism did appear in India. Now, where did it come from? The first thought might be that it reached Asia from Greece or North Africa, possibly through the campaigns of Alexander, which brought a great deal of Grecian culture to India, or even possibly as the result of isolated Greek philosophers who managed to reach India, probably shortly before the beginning of the Christian era or even earlier. When we study, however, the atomic theory as it develops in India, the idea that it was brought from Greece is rather inconvenient. In the first place, we might assume that if it did develop from certain traditions, philosophical or religious, which flourished among the Grecians, that it would follow in general the thinking of the Greek states. This is not true. It does not follow very closely the outline which we went over in the first talk of this series last week, in which we did summarize, at least as best we could, the basic thinking of the Greek philosophers of the 5th century B.C. The Indian thinking is essentially different. And if we are to assume that Indian philosophy did attain a comparatively high standing at an early date, it seems more probable that the atomic theory as it arose among the Hindus was a traditional descent from their own culture. That somewhere in early times, these foundations were laid. We know that there is a peculiar habit in the East Indian mind. It is a little like ours in this respect, perhaps, namely that there is very little recording of origination. The discoverers of things hardly get their names into permanent record. Some ancient Hindu who made a magnificent discovery is totally forgotten. His discoveries were not important to these people. That which was important was the gradual building up of tradition around a discovery. If a discovery stood for 500 years, and a positive school arose to disseminate that. Then the founder of the school and his followers received the publicity. The original author did not. This was a usual process. And as it generally required from 300 to 500 years for an idea to develop a strong adherence in the mind of the thinkers, the coming of the atomic theory into public recognition in around the first century might well indicate that it had a background of 300 or 400 years. One thing we do know in the early writings is that the Hindu was playing with what has been called the philosophy of infinitesimals. That's an awful thing to call a philosophy, because some never outgrew that state, apparently. But at the same time, it is a curious and intriguing thought. The problem of smallness. The mind of man has a tendency to take things apart. He finds out how they're made. And he also assumes that the smallest conceivable things suggest further inconceivable degrees of smallness. The old story we've all heard before of what is smaller than the flea's mouth. And the inevitable answer is that which goeth in at that mouth. There seems to be no possible answer except that. So whatever smallness we discover seems to suggest a continual smallness, a continuance of reduction to an infinitesimal state. So the Vedas had already come to the conclusion, for example, that Atman, which is the universal being, universal consciousness, should not be regarded alone as great. And it is referred to as the smallness of the small. That actually we can honor a thing in two ways. By considering it so vast that it fills all space, or else considering it so small that it becomes the common denominator of all other things. This is perhaps a strange way of looking at it, but the old Vedic thinkers certainly came to this conclusion. They therefore came to the natural belief that all things retire into continuing degrees of smallness until somewhere there is an utter or absolute smallness. Now, having gone this far, they are not too far from the concept of atoms, because they did recognize a unit of smallness, but they worked with it essentially from a religious point of view. So this unit of smallness became the spark of life. It became the infinitely small unit of eternity. And to meet the next question that naturally arose, our ancient Aryan forebears began to speculate with the concept of relativity. They were not without some rather serious thinking on this. They said to themselves, when we say smallness, what do we really mean? Do we mean something that is really small? Or do we merely mean something that is not so large as something else with which we compare it? Also, how shall we estimate the actual nature of smallness? How shall we determine whether we are small or large? How shall we try to determine in space the concatenations of magnitude? It is quite conceivable, for example, that the solar system we live in and all that inhabits it may be regarded as only a gnat in some cosmic sunbeam. We don't know how small is, or how large may be. Therefore, it is quite conceivable that infinite smallness is only a term, and that could we consciously experience it, it would seem as great as what we call largeness. The Hindu would, of course, gone on to insist that the experience of Atman would be infinite greatness, and yet the body of Atman might be infinite smallness. The next point that undoubtedly affected these old Aryans, because they were people of the earth, was the ever-present mystery of the seed. The seed growing in the ground. The mysterious productivity of the tiny seed, which might come forth from the earth and manifest itself 100,000 times its own size. Therefore, a seed certainly is not as large as a tree, but a seed can grow to become a tree. And all things seem to grow from a smaller state. The plant grows from its seed into a complete plant, so that everywhere in the universe the principle of the seed seemed to suggest itself to our primordial ancestors. To them the idea seemed to be that the universe grew from the seed. They constantly emphasized this point. Now, if the universe grew from a seed, this seed might be very tiny, and yet in the course of eternity it might grow into a vast organism. Certain of the early Hindu speculators, therefore, believed that space was filled with seed of all kinds, and that worlds were constantly growing up in this mystery of space. And the lotus was the peculiar symbol of this, because of the way in which it produces seed, drops them back into the water, they fall to the bottom, and then grow in their own right. Thus, the growth of a tiny seed into a great organism impressed them. And it came to their conviction that everything had a seed of some kind. They also began to contemplate what might happen if they assumed, for instance, that space was like Earth, and that in this Earth was an infinite number of seeds. Now, obviously and evidently, all these different seeds do not grow at once. Also, obviously, by some law, the seeds falling from plants and trees do not all grow. They fall into a soil that is capable of sustaining a certain number. Others are destroyed by the elements or by the birds of the air. Only a certain number of these seeds actually multiply and increase themselves. Others seem to die. We have the same thought in the New Testament of the seed that falls on sterile ground and the seed that falls on good soil. And this concept led the ancient people always in the direction of the idea that things had their roots somewhere, that these roots came from seeds of some kind. We are not too far from some of this thinking even at the present time. And these stratosphere balloon flights that were made some years ago seem to indicate that the outer atmosphere of the earth, far beyond that rarification in which men can live, that this outer atmosphere contained minute spores or kinds of seed cells floating in space, and that these, when drawn within the atmosphere of some world or planet, would then perhaps explain how these globes originally came to be fruitful or to have life appear upon their surfaces. Certainly, if they were in a previously molten state, it would not be likely that the seeds of life could exist in such a state. Therefore, they must be conveyed afterwards. And various concepts were developed to help to understand these various problems. For they were very distinct problems in the thinking of ancient man. In India, the atomic speculation became more or less associated with what might be called the non-religious descent of thought. The religious systems shied clear of it, particularly the early ones, because they were essentially mystical, they were essentially non-scientific in their essential attitude. To them, science was merely a phase of a more important subject, the phase of religion. But India also produced, as did Greece and many other early nations, philosopher-scientists who even approached a rather definite degree of materialism in their thinking. There were both mystical and materialistic schools of philosophy in India. The materialistic schools were the ones that began to play with the concept of atoms. And as a result of that, we do not find too much bearing upon it in the earlier religious literature. Now, India worked on the same problem the Greeks worked on, but they went about it just a little differently because they had a different basic theology to work with. In India, the universal process of creation came as a result of a primary motion or being which these scholars accepted. This being was one of the elder divinities of the Veda, or this motion was one of the great eternal impersonal principles of Yoga and Vedanta. In other words, the universe arose either from a deity or from a state of consciousness. And this state of consciousness, according to some schools, was later symbolized as a deity, but was essentially of itself a continuing state of creative consciousness. This consciousness actually existed in a continuing meditation. All things arose in this consciousness by yoga. All realities were inwardly envisioned by this consciousness itself. There were two views as to the locale of this consciousness. According to one view, it was complete or total, inhabiting all space, filling it with a tremendous meditational, flowing, internal awareness. According to the other group, this consciousness was a center, a point, an area of sunlight in the midst of space, radiating itself throughout space. These different scholars also concerned themselves with the possible relationship of this consciousness to space per se. In other words, was this consciousness space? Or was this consciousness a primary being inhabiting space? Did space have an existence apart from this consciousness? Most of the schools took the attitude that there was an eternal fact, and that fact was space. Space was the vast stage upon which the drama of existence unfolded. What was space in reference, for example, to consciousness? Obviously, to the Hindu mind, in spite of any effort to rationalize the situation, space seemed to be greater even than consciousness. That is, it exceeded it. For that which holds all things must be greater than anything that it can hold. And it must also be greater than the sum of all that it contains. Therefore, space becomes an absolute infinite. Consciousness becomes something a little different from that. So it led these early people to speculate concerning the relationship between space, we will say, and immortality. Consciousness could conceivably be immortal. Space could conceivably be eternal. Therefore, an immortal being inhabiting an eternal space seemed to sort of tie the package up rather neatly. But there were other questions, and even the ancient peoples were not afraid to ask them. They were more inquiring in many things than we are. So they naturally asked the question, if consciousness is immortal, then we are dealing with something that has an always existence. And if space is eternal, we are dealing with another factor, with an endless or timeless duration. And we come finally to the same essential point in this the Greeks came to, that it was necessary to postulate two almost equal eternal factors. The Greeks at one time referred to these as ether and chaos, declaring therefore that agent and patient, or the worker and the thing worked upon, both had to have an eternal existence, so that the job went on forever. This, to a measure, ended a lot of argument. And it's with a lot of argument that we have never been able to terminate ourselves in Western thinking, because we have been rather slow to accept the eternity of consciousness, and for that matter, the eternity of space. But if we finally differentiate between these two enduring things, we are differentiating between two abstract factors. We are dealing with an absolute consciousness which we cannot define, and an absolute space which we cannot define. We are also dealing with, again, this problem of previous existence. Was this eternal consciousness at any time different from the way it is now? Did it come somewhere, or did it come from somewhere? Has this consciousness always inhabited the same distribution of space? Has it always had the same space allotment? To the East Indian thinker, this type of question suggested another point, namely that consciousness itself, having an eternal subsistence, coeval with space itself, that consciousness passed through conditions, but that these conditions in no way basically affected its relationship with space. In other words, creation to the Hindu was a periodic phenomenon. Creation was an objectification of consciousness. The disintegration of worlds, the final resolving of creation into chaos, was simply a gradual retiring of consciousness from an objective to a subjective state. Thus, to the Hindu thinking, the principle of consciousness had within it a certain tidal rhythm, a principle of patterned motion. And this motion of consciousness was not from place to place, but from state to state. Therefore, it was a kind of a fourth-dimensional motion. Thus, consciousness did not grow up. Consciousness, however, did have a rhythm in its own eternity. And like the tides of a great ocean, consciousness ebbed and flowed, within the infinite area of space. And this ebbing and flowing resulted in the appearance and disappearance of creations. And this ebbing and flowing, which was the inhaling and exhaling of Brahma, corresponded in the meditation school to the internalization and externalization of consciousness. Thus the Supreme Being, meditating upon creation, caused this creation to exist as a thought within its own nature. This being, having exhausted the meditation upon creation, having carried creation from its infinite beginning to its infinite end, ceased its meditation upon creation, and immediately the illusion of the world ceased. Now the next natural problem that would arise from this is the nature of the consciousness which abides in space. How shall we understand its essential nature? Of what is it composed? How is it fashioned? Of what is it made? And to the ancients, particularly the scientific atomists, this consciousness was, in the early atomic schools of India, regarded as atomic. Therefore, deity is actually an atom. An atom of incredible and inconceivable power. When this atom retires into itself, it becomes the immeasurably small. When it emerges from itself, it becomes the inconceivably great. But the moment that it ceases to press itself outward into manifestation, it gradually retires again into itself. And in retiring into itself, it seems to retire into the infinitely small, becoming a seed less than a seed. Now the parallel to this will be found in certain of the Vedanta concepts, and therefore we can do something with them. Let us now think in terms of consciousness meditation itself. The individual entering into the state of meditation, or into the state of deeper insight, experiences the gradual enlargement of internal, until this internal consumes him. And in the state of samadhi, this internal has become infinite, and by means of it, the individual identifies the experience of infinites in his own nature. As a being, he has ceased. In samadhi, his objectivity has ceased, and he stands upon the very brink of the extinction of consciousness itself. Yet approaching even this brink, he experiences a kind of mystical unfolding of himself. As one mystic expressed it, he suddenly beholds the universe within him, instead of being within the universe. Thus, by means of the meditative discipline, the subjective or internal life expands until it becomes more vast than the world, and no boundaries of time or space as we know them can contain it. And it threatens momentarily to burst through into total universality. Then, if the mood is changed, and gradually the meditating devotee begins to reintegrate upon the objective plane, this vastness of the internal diminishes, until finally objectivity as we know it, with its illusional sensory types of perception, close over this internal experience, and this tremendous power in man retires again to become the infinitely small. For in the average person, his own spiritual equation is infinitely small. It is so small that he cannot even find it. Yet under certain moods it expands. Under certain other moods it contracts. But in the maximum of his objective awareness, the internal or subjective awareness becomes merely a seed again, a tiny unit capable of an infinite manifestation. Thus the thinker in India, conceiving of the atom, or conceiving of the eternal principle of all things as an atom, bestowed upon this atom an infinite vitality, an incredible absolute potential, and then conceived the unfolding of this potential into a potency or power. Let us try to understand this just a little bit by another type of analogy. Some of you have probably seen motion pictures of the blossoming of flowers, in which the speed of the camera was reduced, so that you could actually see the flower open slowly. The camera was so set that you saw in a few minutes processes that perhaps required several days. This slow unfolding will give you a concept of exactly the type of opening up that the ancient thinker assigned to the idea of his spark, his tiny flame, his minute point, which derived from the Hindu religion, was taken over by the scientific group to form the basis of the atomic concept. Now presume for a moment that a tiny spot of light, infinitely small, received into itself the quickening power of destiny. The time for it to awaken came. Now this awakening we think of as an awakening into objectivity alone. But in the Eastern mind, this awakening was merely the unfolding of the seed of meditation within the consciousness of this principle. The infinitely small, then, began to unfold, and wonder upon wonders released in great cycles or waves from within itself, like circles of petals, opening in groups or singly. It gradually unfolded its own potential. It brought forth from itself suns, moons, and stars. It brought forth from itself constellations and galaxies. It then further brought out from its own nature planets. And as these planets in turn, by this slow motion, began to unfold their own internal potentials, these planets began to bear life. Life in turn began to grow and unfold its own potential. And finally, every form of life, conceivable and inconceivable, manifested as a chain reaction, waking up out of this central sleep, and touched by this motion or by this awareness of internal consciousness of the atom itself, unfolded its own potential. And out of each of the creatures that was released in this way came forth more seeds, for the human body is a mass of these seeds, in each one of which is an infinite capacity to enlarge or increase or manifest, until finally from this one atom there burst forth the entire cosmos. And this cosmos was nothing more or less than the unfoldment of the immense potential of the atom. And having exhausted its unfoldment, the same thing happens that happens to the plant, which having brought forth its fruit, proceeds to wither and die. By degrees, all of these innumerable manifestations fall away into space. And in space they are broken down again into their various component units. And these units return to the infinite reservoir of space. But the consciousness, the life, the meditation of the meditating being is withdrawn from these forms one by one, until at last the flower seems to close again, and from its own closing to return into its stems and into its roots, and finally once more into its seed. And the walls of the seed seem to close around it, and where there was once an infinite manifestation, there is once again only a tiny germ floating in the mystery of space. Well, this is a pretty big thought, you know, when we get working on it. And it has some interesting possibilities. But it does point out, very largely, an analogy derived from the observation of the natural forms of growth. It, however, does give us something that perhaps is a little bit consistent with modern thinking. It suddenly reveals to us the incredible power that is locked within this minute seed-like thing. Now, this atom of the Hindu speculation is probably not just the atom which attracted the attention of Professor Einstein, but it still does carry this wonderful thinking, namely that from every unit of space may emerge a total creation, extending throughout time and space, being simply the release of the consciousness energy of the atom, and that this consciousness energy is released by a form of meditation, an inward enlargement of existence. That through this, therefore, creation is no longer regarded as a valid material world, but as a dream existing within the heart and mind of an eternal dreamer. The poetic phase of this was also quite natural to the Oriental mind. About this time, the sect of the Jains took over this particular field of speculation and began to work with a kind of atomic theory that is a little closer to the Greek schools, but also has its differences. To the Jains, for example, there were only two existing things: space and these units of life called atoms. These two, operating upon each other, produced existence. But in order to explain their problem in a little more reasonable way, the Jains had to establish somewhat different quality within the atom itself, and that recognized by the Greek. For example, in the Jain philosophy, there was no longer just one kind of atom. The Greeks had this basic concept that everything was built from the same material. The Jains, following the essential philosophy of Hinduism, recognized the possibility and the probability that atoms, or these infinitely small particles, were of four basic types. Your Hindu ancient, along with some other people, particularly the Greco-Egyptian culture group, held the reality of four elements. They said that the world was created out of the combinations of four elemental substances, which they called earth, water, fire, and air. Later, the medieval European philosophers sort of improved it a little bit. They declared that the universe was composed also of these four elements, but they called them carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. But they still had 4 elements. Now the Hindus had a 5th element. But the 5th element, Akasha, was a kind of permeating essence. The 5th element really was not a true element. It was a kind of spiritual mist that was associated with life processes. The Hindus had essentially 4 elements. So when the Jains began to speculate with their atomic theory, they came to the conclusion that there were 4 basic kinds of elements and 4 basic kinds of atoms. Therefore, there was the earth or physical substance atom, the water atom, the fire atom, and as they called it, the wind atom. For to them, air in motion had to be something in motion. It could not be nothing in motion. It had to have a structure, a substance. Out of the 4 kinds of atoms, therefore, all forms were built up. To these people, atoms also had more definite shape qualities than among the Greeks. The Jains recognized several shapes of atoms, and they recognized in the rudimentary power of atoms the rudiment of color, the rudiment of sound, which later goes into the ragas of Indian music, the rudiment of flavor, the rudiment of odor, and various rudimentary principles. Therefore, when a group of atoms built up a form, this form not only had a body, but an odor. It not only had an odor, but it had a sound, or a tone equivalent, a thinking much like that of Pythagoras. It also was true that these forms, built up out of atoms, had flavors, as an apple, which has a form, it has a color, you can taste it, and it has an odor that is peculiar to apples. To assure these propensities within things, the Jains held that the rudimentary substances from which these things were composed must also have these attributes. But these attributes were too minute in the atom itself to be discernible. Therefore, the atom contained the potential of certain characteristics and qualities, and they also laid down a principle that was later to be taken over by the Buddhistic atomists, who did their own peculiar little trick with it. But for the present moment, it is enough to simply say that each group of atoms had to create a response in the sensory areas or the skandhas in man, and that the only way in which a quality or attribute could be conveyed from the outer world through the sensory perceptions to the brain of man was that this form or this nature had to have an energy or a vital archetypal existence. In other words, it had to be something that could convey its own qualities to the individual. Now, in certain things, such as odor, we observe that this quality radiates from the object, so that it may be sensed at a considerable distance, whereas some of the other perceptions must approach it more immediately. So the Jains also went on to say that these minute units, which were atoms, were as units and atoms indivisible, but that any 2 atoms essentially dissimilar could unite, forming in space a vast number of pairs. that the natural tendency of atoms was to unite, but that this union was always according to opposing qualities. And it wasn't long, of course, before you could get into the concept of your sympathetic and antipathetical elements. For instance, a fire atom and a water atom would mingle because they were opposites. An earth atom and an air atom would mingle because they are opposites. Whereas certain other compounds would be indifferent of each other, therefore would not naturally mingle. But on the ground that we all notice, particularly in matrimony, that opposites attract each other, and sometimes never cease to be opposites, this particular attitude resulted atomically in the creation of dual atoms. Now the dual atom, like the single atom, remains invisible. The next act in the development of them is that these dual atoms form together into triads. A triad consisting of 3 pairs of atoms. The moment 3 pairs of atoms unite to form a triad, what is, to the giant thinking, a conceivable form emerges into existence. In other words, the most minute thing that the human being can see is a unit of these 6 atomic structures. Now, the ability to see these, however, was also rather carefully analyzed by these ancient ones, and they came to the conclusion that without a certain internal extrasensory power, this compound still remained invisible, but that it was conceivable that it could be seen. Now this meant that at a very early stage in their thinking, the giants began to conceive that from the combinations of compounds, various forms could be built, in themselves compound beings. Thus, in the giant philosophy, you some way sort of escape from one of the dilemmas of the Greeks, namely that all different things come entirely from the same thing, and the difference lies only in arrangement or number. The giants say no, that the arrangement also includes quality. That there are therefore these 4 kinds of atomic structures. And that as they proceed, after you, for instance, you get a group of 6 forming this triunity, which forms the next important unit. This unit also, by its chemistry, becomes a unit, a total unit again, a one, with a predominant or pervading nature. This unit, in turn, must attract its own unit opposite from the field of potential, and it draws to itself another group of 6, which have become a unit. And this process goes on. And in the course of building up this chemistry, the problem of similar and dissimilar is met by the fact that gradually the composition of the accumulating structure by the law of opposites ultimately becomes so complicated that it can draw all of the 4 elements into itself in some cases. In other cases it does not do so. For example, to the giant, for instance, the element of water, all of the oceans, rivers, seas, and rains of the earth, are the result of the gradually building up of only a small group of units, the fire-water combination alone infinitely multiplying itself. In the case of the element of fire, which seems to be the same general polarity, but represents the opposite group. Also, your fire-water groups have to form the element of fire. But in the course of time, or in the course of the infinite mingling and blending of these atomic structures, one has come to dominate the other. If humidity dominates, the element remains water. If heat begins to dominate, it dries up the water and you have fire. Now, all of the simple elements that we know are therefore composed of the most simple compounds. The most complex pattern we know is man himself. And in his nature, all of the elemental principles have become involved. And in the building up of his atomic structure, a whole group of atoms have been brought in to form various structures, organs, and various tissues. All of them, however, built gradually from the accumulating of these units of 6 until finally the whole compound is assembled. Now the Jains go a little further, and they take on the concept that when these atoms form these various patterns, that these atoms in a mysterious way seem to be ensouled by a connective or a power that radiates from themselves, or not necessarily radiates, it emerges from themselves. Now, for instance, if you have a set of 6 of these 3 pairs making a unit, you have not only an outer unit of the 6, but you have a kind of inner unit, because to this unity of the 6 atomic forms is added a series of subtle unities of qualities within these forms, with the result that the akasha, or 5th element, is released, because the 5th element is a principle which is a binder in all of them. And it is this binder which is always released whenever a set of 6 atoms unite. And from this binder emerges that part of man which is not body, but which has no tangible existence apart from body. For from the akasha principle is gradually unfolded the internal psychic life of the individual. The soul, therefore, has a certain existence in the more subtle phases of the atom. Now let's try and explain that a little more simply. The form of the atom, uniting, creates structure. But the atom also has a flavor. It has a color. It has a sound. It has a scent emanating from it. Therefore, these other qualities, which are not directly involved in the physical structure that is built up, result in the building up of the sensory structure which is capable of perceiving these attributes, because it is essentially composed of them. Thus the atom has within it what you might broadly term a psychic nature, which also combines to form a composite psychic entity at the same time that it forms a physical unit. This building up of continual psychic entity through all these compounds, in which perhaps ultimately billions of these atoms unite, all this time the psychic compound is also building up from this union, so that your form becomes an external body and an internal integration of qualities. At any given time, this internal integration of qualities bestows characteristic, bestows temperament, bestows emotional quality, anything that is not pertaining to the form itself. Now, this unit that is built up To the Hindus, for example, the primary units were not perhaps what we call molecules, but they might be a little like them. So we have another Jain concept, namely that the atom is to the molecule what the soul is to the body in man. That always the minute particles carry the overtone, or the upper part of things, or the upper qualities of things. And always the units which compose consciousness are finer or smaller than the units which compose matter. And a certain number of matter units, forming a pattern, release the smaller element units which are contained within the atomic structure. And this gives the Jain another definition, namely, that while an atom theoretically cannot be destroyed, the atom can and does have parts. Now this is what the Greeks were not so sure of. They didn't like to think that the atom had parts. They thought it was indivisible. The Jain said, yes, it is indivisible, but it does have parts. These parts exist within it, but cannot be divided from it. But these parts in the aggregations of atoms also exercise their own aggregate qualities. About the year 600 BC, Buddhism appeared in India. And we hear a great deal about Buddhism today. We hear a great deal about its contributions on various ethical, moral, cultural, and spiritual levels. But you do not hear very much about Buddhistic science. You do not hear very much about the patterns of basic theory which were developed in Buddhism as a rationalization. Remember, in Buddhism, you had doctors, and you had scientists, you had biologists and chemists, just as in every other religion of the world. And Buddhism, like other faiths, had to have a certain scientific pattern by means of which natural sciences could be reasonably advanced. It was especially true in Buddhism, for this philosophy religion never attempted to restrict or limit any form of scientific discovery. The scientist could not be a heretic in Buddhism. It was assumed that he was merely exploring one mystery, and that this mystery was both scientific and religious, and that nothing that the physician could discover could be in conflict with what the mystic had perceived in his inner experience. So there was no conflict of ideas at all. In Indian Buddhism, we do not have too much further information on the atomic theory. It will be probably found in time, however, that as Buddhism was essentially reformed Hinduism, that the basic ideas that were dominant in Indian thinking did affect Buddhism, just as the basic ideas of Jewish and North African thinking did affect Christianity. So that the principles remain comparatively the same. When Northern Buddhism broke away about the beginning of the Christian era and moved north, we find immediately in the great vehicle, or the Pure Land sect, the coming forth of a clear statement of atomic thought. But we do not have it until that time, which would place it about the 1st or 2nd century. Much of the opinion or doctrine bearing upon this subject was preserved, recorded, and taught in Tibet. And in the great monastery libraries at Lhasa and Tashilampu were important collections of early Buddhist works which included contemplations upon the nature and structure of atoms. This is no metaphysical hearsay. This is known to be so. This particular type of research must, of course, be made to fit into Buddhist philosophy, and here was a kind of a little rub. Because, as you remember, the Buddhists did not basically believe in the reality of matter. This kind of creates complication. To them, the universe is a sort of area of illusion. The universe exists only because of certain psychic experiences of man. That is, the universe as far as man is concerned in it. The universe, therefore, is not eternal. Let us put it that way. In Buddhism, the universe is the child of necessity. The universe exists with all its laws because creatures exist who try to be lawless. And if man keeps the law itself falls into mystery and is never seen again. Laws are for those who break them. Worlds are for those who have not learned to live without them. That is the essential principle. Therefore, it would not be conceivable to the Buddhist that the atom could be an absolute, abstract reality. The atom, therefore, had to be some kind of a structure partaking in and of the illusion of existence. The atom, therefore, also had to be something which exists for a time and then does not exist anymore. This idea that we have of the eternity of time and space and substance, these ideas were foreign to the Buddhist thinker. Buddha never denied that man had a body, but he denies the essential reality of that body. Buddha did not say we did not have a house to live in. He did not believe in the non-reality of matter in the sense that we look at something, see it, and it isn't there. That was not his concept at all. What he believed in was the non-essentialness of these things. They exist because man exists in a certain state. If man, for example, lived in a different dimension of consciousness, a house would be no good to him. If an individual lived on a different level of spiritual reality, his body would be no good to him. These things belong to him here and now because of what he is here and now. They have no actual, infinite existence. So what are we going to do with this particular subject? How are we going to handle it? The answer to the Buddhist thinking seemed to be that your atom was the basic unit of the power of cognition. In other words, the atom is the very substance out of which thought and idea originate. Therefore, atoms are thought-idea entities or units. They are units upon which almost any concept can come into existence. And thinking is drawing together mental atoms. Nirvana, or the ceasing of personal existence, is the scattering of these mental atoms back again into their cause. Here we have a new dimension. A world in which space becomes thought. And in this same universe, what we call motion becomes will. Therefore, the universe exists only of will and the object of will. And the object of will is a conjured up mental image of the thing willed. To Buddhism, the will is not the separate power in man by means of which he determines to bowl over a rock down the street. To Buddhism, will is the power in man which causes him to think about a rock and to create a series of circumstances by the operation of his own will thought factor. As Nietzsche points out, and also Schopenhauer, the universe of Buddhism consists of will and obstruction, will and obstacle. So what we have now is will in the form of an energy, a consciousness, obstruction being the Buddhist equivalent of matter. We have obstruction to will. We have resistance, energy resistance, constantly operating against each other. Energy is made up of one kind of atoms. Resistance is made up of the other kind of atoms. So, you have your will atom and your resistance atom. Now, what is essentially the difference between will and resistance? Essentially, the difference between will and thought. Because thought always is resistance. A new idea is resisted to the bitter end. We invited to outgrow a fault. We resist it to the bitter end. I don't mean the fault, I mean the invitation to overcome it. So in Buddhism, you have will as a motion. But this is a motion moving something that has an existence. It is moving against something else. And it is moving, therefore, against the opposite of itself. Now this brings another interesting phase of Buddhist atomism, as actually taught in Tibet. Namely, that there are, therefore, psychic mental atoms. These psychic mental atoms we call selves. And every self is a psychic mental atom. The self, by means of its various processes, builds up. The union of the atoms which have the self principle in them results in the gradual building up of a body which has a self in it. The compound body being always equaled by the internal compound of the self element. So form and self build up together. And the more the pattern of the body looks like a human being, the more the self in that body acts like a human being. Until we finally get the human aggregate, and it is then motivated by the human self-energy. Now the self is composed of atoms, of which the greatest of them are the 5 groups of the skandhas. The skandhas simply being the faculties, or attributes by means of which we function in various sensory levels of awareness. We are aware because the atom of awareness in us is aware of the atomic structure of other things. It's all a struggle in the level of atoms. Now, both the Hindus and later, particularly the Buddhists, worked in a nice moral principle into this thing, which I think is rather quaint and unique. Atoms now not only have color, taste, shape, but atoms now have the potentials of good and evil. In Buddhism, atoms are moral entities. The fact that we cannot conceive them as moral, the fact that their lives are so minute that we would hardly like to assume that they have mentality or anything of that nature, Buddhism tosses this aside with a gesture on the simple grounds that our natural tendency to think that nothing is intelligent but ourselves is a pure case of egotism. Actually, the atom has intelligence. If it did not, then no aggregate of atoms could be intelligent. The only way you can escape this is to assume an intelligence apart from the atom. The moment you do this, you're back in deism again, which your scientist doesn't like very well either. Either the atom has a soul, or the atom is an soul. And Buddhism prefers the fact that the atom is a creature with a psychic life, just as the Jains assumed that it was a creature with color and number and form and taste and flavor and these things. So now we have atoms that contain within themselves the potentials of good and evil. So that in all creatures that are composed out of atoms there is conflict. The conflict being the psychic conflict in the atoms themselves. And the reason why conflict is so difficult to overcome is because it is in itself inherent in the very structure of things. As a result, however, of the fact that atoms have this quality, they also have the power of attracting and repulsing other atoms with the same or opposing qualities. Now, according to Buddhism, all action, all conduct, all thought, and all emotion exercises a magnetic force. And everything that we think, everything that we do, every plot, scheme, and strategy that moves through us, every condition of consciousness draws atoms, draws them from space around us. And out of these atoms is created a vehicle which is called the karma body. Now this is a phase of the subject which probably hasn't been tossed around much lately in the West, but karma is also an atomic structure. These karmic atoms drawn into the complex of the human life therefore represent all types of condition drawn by attitude. An individual, for example, is by nature stubborn. By career, he improves it. And by the time he is 60 or 65 years old, he is a monument to stubbornness. Now, the fact that stubbornness has grown in him simply means that its atomic structure has built up. And while we do not think of stubbornness as a being, Buddhism thinks of it as a condition or a state. And Buddhism says, actually, no condition can be a non-existing thing. A thing either exists or it doesn't. If a condition exists, if an attitude exists, if an impulse exists, then it must be composed of material by which existence is possible. If your thought does not have some kind of an existence, it is not a thought. Perhaps we could explain some of these matters by our concept of vibration. But to these other people, vibration would be simply another term for atomic arrangement, or the vitalizing and activating of atomic structures. So hate is a mass of hate atoms. If you draw more of them, the hate structure grows by increased vitality. Love is a group of atoms. Now this solves something we've all been worrying about for a long, long time. Everyone has tried to find a good definition of love. It is an atomic structure. Now that solves everything. But actually, love either is or isn't. The mere fact we can't see it has nothing to do with its existence. If it exists, it is something. If it is something, it is atoms. That is your Buddhist statement strong. Because it must be something or nothing. It cannot be nothing because it exists. Therefore it must be atoms. All these different abstractions are atoms. Now we are fully aware that to a measure we can demonstrate part of this to be true even now. We know, for example, that when we place a little sack of lavender in a drawer and it scents the contents of the drawer, that this odor is an emanation. That this odor is not simply nothing because it is not physically attached to the little sachet bag from which it emanates. We know also that the motion picture, that the television is not nothing because there is no direct line between it and the studio. In other words, things can have an invisible existence as sound. This sound is an invisible existence, it is true, but according to the Northern Buddhists, it is also an atomic structure because it can be conveyed from one person to another. It can go over mountains and valleys and be heard. Therefore, it has to exist. And everything that has this kind of existence has to have an atomic structure. The next point that they make is that little moral point I was telling you about, namely, that according to Buddhism, the building up of the karma body by the attracting of atoms results in the gradual integration of what almost might be termed a not self, a negative polarization. A negative polarization that becomes a kind of asura or demon, a principle of darkness. The same elementaries described by Paracelsus von Hohenheim. That this sin body, so to say, this body of error, remains with the individual until the exhaustion of karma. And the exhaustion of karma is, of course, the gradual reduction of the magnetic attraction which draws the karmic atom, until finally the individual, by no longer drawing ill to himself as the result of his own magnetic processes, as soon as this begins to slow down, the atoms are less rapid in being drawn into this complex. If man ceases hating, the hate structure is no longer vitalized. Little by little it is devitalized, until finally it disintegrates for lack of energy. For actually these atoms are drawn and release certain energy. And until the power that draws them ceases, the energy available in them is released for the perpetuation of the negative characteristics. Now, Buddhism also, working on this principle, comes along with another very interesting angle. And that is that beyond man, there is a series of states. There is the state of the arhat, the individual who has entered upon the path of renunciation. There is the state of the bodhisattva in the northern school, the being that stands practically upon the brink of eternal realization. There is the Buddha, who has attained, not as a single person, but as an order of life. For the ancient Buddhists recognized the existence of many Buddhas. But these all consist of orders of the degrees of emancipation. Now, in the process of slowly breaking down illusion in this sense being false confidence in that which cannot endure, it is the fact that the ends we seek cannot be found in the material world that constitutes the true Buddhist concept of illusion. According to their doctrine, there is slowly built up or brought into manifestation something else, and that is that there exists another kind of atom. This other kind of atom, which is apart from the four, however, does not have an eternal existence in space. It is actually an atom that is built in the fifth element field, akasha, or the soul. And the fifth element is the thing that has a beginning but no end. And this kind of atom, to which Buddhism refers, is actually the Buddha atom. This gradually develops or manifests, and according to Buddhism, this becomes the secret of how atoms begin. Namely, that atoms all have their beginning in an infinite concatenation of time through infinite time and space. That all atoms begin by this process of the creating of the Buddha atom, by which, to make it as simple as we can, a new unit of cosmic energy is gradually created by the disciplines of self-direction. And as the time goes on, the impermanent or karma body composed of atoms slowly disintegrates. And at the final edge of nirvana, at the very end of things, a different kind of atom comes into existence, and this atom takes over. This atom is infinite life. This atom is something we cannot conceive of at the present time, but it is the one real type of atom that does exist, and it is not involved in creation at all. But it is the reason why everything lives. It's the reason why space and the atom can exist. And the attainment of the nirvana, as described in Buddhism, or the illumination of Buddha, is to a measure a representation of this. For it is the bursting of this great sun of light. It is the achievement of the mysterious eternal unit that constitutes the Buddha atom. Once this atom is created, as Gautama points out in a number of his dialogues, this atom comes into existence on that occasion when, with fullness of contrition of spirit and of mind, a being, no matter how humble, how uneducated, how uninformed, or what land he may live in, no matter what part of the earth or race that he may come from, whenever that human being inwardly resolves that his life shall be useful to another, in that moment the Buddha atom is born. In that moment the service of good takes over upon the personal selfishness of life. Therefore, in the Jataka tales, where these stories are unfolded, always the beginning, 10 kalpas ago, 20 kalpas ago, innumerable ages and eras of time, all of this, the beginning is that the humble man, whether he be prince or pauper, whatever be his state, when he comes to his knees and he humbly says within himself, I desire the good of all more than I desire the good of myself. In that moment, the Buddha atom is born. It is at that moment also, according to the Buddhist, that a seed drops from the lotus throne pond at the foot of the throne of Amitabha into the pool of life. At that moment, the Buddha seed is sown in the paradise of Amitabha. Now it may take millions of years, hundreds of ages and generations, before this little dedication, gradually flowering, gradually unfolding and expanding, comes finally to the fulfillment of its destiny. But this is the planting of the Buddha atom, the atom which will ultimately end in the magnificent burst of cosmic light in which the personal vanishes forever in the universal. This is the seed of salvation that is referred to in several of the ancient scriptural writings. Thus there is an atom, a kind of psychic atom, that is created by the discipline of evolution, the discipline of growth. And it is made possible because of the akasha, or fifth element, which is locked within the other four elements, the atoms of which constitute the body and its indwelling personality apart from its sleeping consciousness. So this moves along until finally we have the emergence of this great mystery, the mystery of the complete consciousness atom. The motion of Buddhism was, of course, carried not only into Tibet, but moved relentlessly on into China. In China, we know that at a comparatively early date, not later than the 4th or 5th century, the Buddhistic schools had taken so firm a hold in Chinese consciousness that already their instruction largely completed the older patterns set forth by Confucius and Lao Tzu. Thus, Buddhism, the northern school of Buddhism, having established itself firmly in China, and having spread throughout China and Korea, and later traveling into the island kingdom of Japan. In this pattern, atomism moved into China. What do we know of atomism prior to Buddhism in China? What we have said about India will very largely cover this point. If Indian language is difficult to translate, Chinese is worse. And even the best Chinese scholars today are unable to be certain of the translation of many classical works. There is nothing more difficult in the world than to translate a highly technical Chinese document. Even the Chinese cannot always do it. And even their best scholars cannot always do it. Therefore, we have only a certain popular margin with which to work at the present time in estimating the Chinese view on this. They followed the Buddhism principle with certain distinct Chinese innovations in the atomic theory. They divided the atoms again into 4 elements, but they had a rather funny way of doing it. For instead of dividing them as we do, they divided these elements into conditions of quality of character. Thus, for example, a human being was composed of a certain number of atoms of salvation, a certain number of atoms of perversion, a certain number of atoms of contention, and usually somewhere concealed within it one beautiful, radiant little Buddha atom. And they made little pictures out of these. They were very delightful. It looked like a little package of your favorite flower seeds from a local store. They were all different colors. But these atoms represented no longer just physical atoms, but quality atoms. They were the compound which make up the life and the heart and the works of men. In medicine, however, the Chinese were also aware of a certain amount of atomic fact. And of course, I suspect that we will not get much further with this than to the study of the I Ching, or the Classic of Changes. This mysterious book, which is said to me the most wonderful book in all the world, makes, of course, a series of diagrams called essentially trigrams. These trigrams, incidentally, are each ultimately composed of 6 individual units, apparently being partly derived from the Hindu system of atomics, where the 6 always constitute a unit. In the Classic of Changes, 2 marks stand out: the full line and the broken line. And upon this, the entire theory of Chinese ancient philosophy is built. These 2 lines simply represent positive-negative. They represent what we might term life form, spirit, matter, above, below, heaven, earth. They represent a vast number of opposing values and principles, and the symbolism by extension goes on to infinity. They also compose out of this situation a set of 8 compound patterns, each composed of 6 lines. This constitutes the full structure of the basic concept. And one of the early missionaries that went to China pointed out that to the Chinese, these lines represented a patriarch, the creator of things, the matriarch, the mother of all things, and the 3 positive branches and the 3 negative branches, their sons and daughters. Also that these 8, according to the Chinese story, were placed in a ship, and this ship floated upon the surface of the sea when the world was destroyed, and later when the dry land reappeared, this family of 8 came forth and populated the earth according to the sworn testimony of Fu He, the first heavenly emperor. Now this parallel to the story of Noah is rather too pointed to be overlooked. Here we have again Noah, his wife, the 3 sons and the 3 daughters, who must repopulate the earth. This structure of lines, broken and whole lines, goes right back to our original concept of the nature of space. Namely, that space represents a polarized area in which energy and space itself become the positive and negative attributes. But the Chinese, bless their souls, they always did it that way, always made the negative positive and the positive negative. Therefore, to them, the empty space is positive and the principle of activity is negative. Why? Because the Chinese mind says positiveness is duration. A man is important as he gets older. If he's 100 years old, he begins to take on real significance. In China, that which endures is always most important. Motion ceases, but space does not. Motion is restricted. Space is everywhere. Obviously, space is the more important. And the mere fact that it is empty doesn't make the slightest bit of difference. Whether it is full or empty, It is a totality, and a totality eternal, inevitable, and immutable has the first distinction. Now in China, as we say, there have been three great systems of philosophy operating. And as a result of that, we are bound to find in their various speculations a mixture of beliefs. So we have the broken and the whole line, representing the receptive principle and the objective principle. And these two continually producing patterns or compounds. This, in turn, requires to the Chinese, however, the preservation of the concept of heaven. And heaven in this case was not only superiority and space, but heaven was also a spiritual factor. So in your Chinese atomism, you have motion, you have space. You have atoms, you have vacuum. You have these two balanced polarities. But in China, you have heaven ordaining all of the motions of atom in space or in vacuum. Therefore, heaven becomes more than the positive atom. Heaven becomes the Lord of atoms. And China frankly acknowledges the existence of a power superior to the power of the atom. It does not, however, insist that this power is separate from the atom, but declares that the atom has two parts, its outer part corresponding to earth, and its inner part corresponding to heaven. Therefore, the atoms can have their own heaven and earth. The atom contains both God and nature. The atom contains both motion and silence, or stillness. The atom contains both power and space. For each atom also possesses its space allotment. These atoms are, as in India and among the Buddhists, seminal, or seed-like. But from the accumulation of these atoms, all structures are formed. But the Chinese, with their natural love of everything that is artistic, have created a concept that the universe is assembled by the sheer artistry of law. That universal law produces not only the world, but produces it in infinite beauty, infinite goodness, and infinite wisdom. It is all these things because it consists of heaven moving through form. And we find the same thought very largely contained in the Tao Te King of Lao Tzu. It is motion moving in space, an infinite rhythm. And that which moves is only motion because it moves something. Pure motion in a vacuum could not be known. But motion causing atoms to dance can be known. Motion moving these atoms, both internally and externally, causes each atom to be suspended between heaven and space. The heaven above moves the atom. The space below contains the atom. The heaven and earth in the atom result in its equilibrium, or its suspension, because it contains both principles. And heaven and earth in the atom are the promise of man, for man is the unfoldment of the atom. In Chinese philosophy, all forms of nature are unfolding, and all forms of nature are unfolding their heaven quality and their earth quality. And they are binding heaven and earth together by an equilibrium. And this equilibrium is man, being an embodiment of the principle of reason. And reason is a kind of spindle by means of which heaven and earth are united. For reason contains the will of heaven and the simple wisdom of the earth. So in Chinese philosophy, the Hindu and Buddhistic principles both come into play. But they also develop one unique principle of their own, and that is the recognition that not only is the atom dancing in the midst of infinity, but that infinity is also within the atom. That the atom is a kind of a door, and if you could step through that door from this world to the world within the atom, you would step out of a very little house into an inconceivable mansion. For that which is locked within the atom, because we are no longer worried with size, dimension, time, place, and these other boundaries which we have arbitrarily placed upon principles, that actually, if we could step through the atom, we would step from the darkness and insecurity and uncertainty of a very tiny world into a luminous world of energies, into an inconceivable region of powers and forces. And in this stepping through, we would therefore move into a new dimension of heaven and earth. And we would see an earth of infinite magnitude and a heaven of infinite power. And we would realize that the atom, suspended between the two and more or less partaking of both, is the most rudimentary compound, and that it is this compound that makes man possible. It is this compound that brings forth the birds, the bees, and the trees, and the flowers, but it also finally brings forth from its own potential its own equilibrium power. And that equilibrium power is man. For it is man who must reconcile heaven and earth. It is also man who must sometime learn to use and not abuse the deep, mysterious power that is locked within the mystery of the atom. As we proceed with this little study, we realize how many interesting points of view can develop on the level of hypotheses. Wherever the facts are not immediately attainable, we have this inevitable process of the creation of a factual concept. The individual is forever seeking answers. And to the degree that he is baffled, his own ingenuity increases, and he postulates that which he cannot perceive. Experience would indicate, over the periods of ages, that this process of postulation is intuitively, to a measure at least, correct. The individual, by means of a mysterious faculty which we call common sense, seems to have a certain sense in common with life itself. And as he looks around him and searches within him and seeks to explain that which is beyond his immediate apprehension, he usually arrives at some rather factual conclusions. These facts, however, are dependent in turn upon his observation of other, more or less understandable phenomena. If he makes a serious mistake anywhere along the way, then his final judgment about abstraction is impaired. This is why it is a very risky thing for the individual to move from one unknown to another. He must strive to move from a known to an unknown. And if he can do this reasonably, he is likely to be somewhat close to the truth when he finally forms his hypothesis. This evening we want to start by carrying the study of the atom into the Muslim world. We know that during what we call the Dark Ages, Islam became the protector of Western intellectualism. With Europe itself crumbling under the pressures of war and psychological disintegration, the rise of the Arabian area really became the bridge between the old and the new. Had it not been for the schools of philosophy at Basra and Baghdad, we would have had a very sorry time in Europe, and the Renaissance might have been indefinitely postponed. As it was, the Arabs, the great romanticists of knowledge, did a comparatively good job. They translated Plato and Aristotle and Euclid. And the court of Baghdad became a constellation of scholars. Yet the temperament of the Arab was not essentially the cold, quiet intellectualism of a modern scientist. He was a poet. He loved to involve even anatomy and physiology in high verse. He liked to write books on anatomy in meter. He liked to write books on mathematics in the flowery terms of the most abstract mysticism. Well, we could use some of his qualities probably today with advantage. But he certainly was, among the learned people of the earth, one of the warmest groups from the standpoint of his sheer appreciation of beauty and of life and of nature and of art. This led to an elaborate fabulism rising in his thinking. And this in turn was more or less curbed or restrained or bounded by the concept of the Koran. To the Arab, the Koran is not a book. It is all books. It does not have religious authority alone. It has all authority. And of course, there are many phases of life that were never touched upon in the Koran. And the study of atoms was one of them. Yet in some mysterious way, this study had to be made to agree with the broad spiritual philosophical concept underlying the writings of the prophet. The peculiar and unique position of deity in Islam therefore determined the development of the atomic theory. It was obvious that there had to be a God behind the atom. This deity was one, indivisible, omnipotent, ever-present. This one was not only scientific and actual and absolute, but Allah was the merciful and the compassionate. Consequently, the universe flowed out of great compassion, and every process of existence was full of mercy. Things were not cold and hard and set and fixed. Everywhere that Allah went, there was grace. There was charm. There was a mysterious velvet glove over the law. But the law was still there. Now, according to the concepts of Islam, God did not create atoms. God merely permitted them to move from a non-manifest to a manifested state. When God said, "Let there be atoms," He merely called forth an eternally existing factor in existence. He merely placed the authority of His own will upon minute particles that had always existed and laid sleeping until He called them forth. Therefore, God did not create atoms. He did not fashion them. He merely drew them forth out of the infinite supply of materials which had always existed. This was one of the earlier points of difference between Christian and Muslim thinking. For the Muslim would not accept the concept that deity created the universe out of nothing. To the Muslim, deity brought forth the universe out of its own eternal essences that had ever existed. Here perhaps the Muslim was indebted to contact with Far Asia and with the schools of atomism in India. But more directly, probably, his thinking was dominated by the concepts of Aristotle. And it was at this time, more or less, that Aristotle began to take over the management of the philosophical universe, which had previously rested largely in the keeping of Plato. The Muslim declared that the universal procedure consisted of two factors. One, the intention of deity, and the second, the accident of matter. Well, this is a kind of a curious combination of thinking. But the supreme intent was fulfilled when Allah said, "Let there be." And then out of this statement of the demand of being, or the statement of being, there flowed a series of forces, elements, and factors. These began a continuous procedure within the presence of deity. But deity did not say to one of these minute particles, "Go bump thy neighbor." These accidents, so-called, were the inevitable result of the very things that Allah had brought into being. And once they had been brought into being, they behaved according to their natures. And Allah was not primarily, therefore, concerned with the infinite fatalism of each move. These moves were so-called accidents. Accidents, therefore, are things which in the Muslim mind simply represented processes or procedures for which he could conceive of no reasonable explanation. And he therefore took the ground that they were actually unreasonable processes. He did not deny that any one of them might be demonstrated to be reasonable in some manner, but he insisted that this reasonableness was of a secondary order. It was not the reasonableness of God. And as this was the only true reason, all other things had to operate without this true reason, and consequently by accident. Now in this we come also to another interesting theory, because the Muslim atomists were divided into two rather definite schools. And these schools rose and flourished in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries of the Christian era, at about the time when Europe was struggling to reclaim itself from an incredible intellectual darkness. The school of Basra was largely directing this thinking about the accidents of matter, whereas the school of Baghdad, perhaps because it favored the glory and grandeur of the great courts of the caliphs, it had a more, say, an emotional or romantic approach to this rather dull subject. In this school, the Arabs pointed out one thing, namely that when God said, "Let there be," He caused to flow into manifestation a fraction, a fragment, a spark of his own divine nature. The moment this spark flowed from him, it died. For it had no life or existence apart from his own nature. Consequently, matter, composed of these indivisible units, called atoms, had no continuing existence. Every atom existed only for an inconceivable, flashing instant. The life of the atom was a mysterious now that had only the most fleeting actuality. If, therefore, it appeared that the atomic structures built up to create forms, and these forms to create bodies, these bodies might be caused to include among them such highly evolved forms as man, that these bodies were all of them of only the duration of an instant. Even while we describe the atom, that atom is already dead. While we describe the man, that man is already dead. While we describe the sun, the moon, and the stars, even as we speak of them, they are already dead. But it's obvious that this can't be applied literally or factually, or there would be no one left to describe them. Thus, there has to be another phase of this matter. This phase was to the Muslim thinking, therefore, that the perpetuation of all basic material substance results from the continual replacement of this unit or this primary material. That actually what we call life is a series of infinitesimally short instants of existence, following each other in a continuous motion, very much like the separate frames of a motion picture film, because each frame, passing rapidly before the lens of the camera, registers its own image and then another takes its place. We have the effect of a continuity of a picture. But actually, in the course of a second, many of these little separate frames move past the camera lens. But seeing the result, we behold only one continuous image. But this one continuous image is a continual replacement of small frames of film. And at any moment, if this film breaks at one of these frames, the picture ceases. So the motion picture, it becomes almost a perfect explanation of the Muslim attitude toward matter. It is this matter that is forever being restated, or continually being reproduced, or represented again, and each representation occupying the same place, and being of like matter, and moving one after the other in incredible rapidity, we have the concept that we see a solid or enduring object. Now, what is the peculiar advantage of such a theory? Why should they have attempted to develop it? I think the reason was theological, because they wanted to explain the continual presence of God in activity. Consequently, the base substances of nature exist merely because of the continuously repeating statement, let there be, moving continuously and forever from the divine consciousness. Every minute fragmentary part of an instant, Allah says, let there be. And this continuous procedure results in a continuous unfolding picture in which we are no longer aware that this picture could cease at any instant, and that the only thing that holds it together is this continual statement of the divine purpose. Thus, the material substances are really maintained or caused to reaffirm themselves by this rippling motion of life from being. And everywhere, at every instant, Allah says, let this instant be. let this exist. And even before we can blink an eye or think or state ourselves, Allah has reaffirmed, let this thing be. And this continual reaffirming is the reason for the continuance of the universe. Now, Deity or Allah, in thinking, let this thing be, can only have in its abstract consciousness two things that it can cause to be. One thing that it can cause to be is atom. The other thing it can cause to be is vacuum. And both of these are within the power of the divine principle to affirm. Therefore, if Allah affirms, let there be atom, and continues this affirmation, the atomic universe comes into existence. If, however, Allah shall say, let vacuum be, then instantly universe again falls into chaos. And forever and ever it is in the power of the universal consciousness to maintain or eliminate the universe by any will, purpose, or meaning which the Deity may wish to state or affirm. Now, we couldn't go too far, perhaps, scientifically on this premise, but there are some rather interesting byproducts that seem to be more than at first appears. It is probably this Islamic group, perhaps through their mystics, who were strangely enlightened inside of themselves and who were aware of a wonderful luminous energy, invisible to the ordinary perceptions, but apparently forever nourishing space itself. And they also were aware that this energy seemed to continually pulsate. And we know even in our modern researches that many forms of light that we now use continually pulsate, and that in a wonderful way this pulsation is a continuous statement of let there be. But we have now reduced it to a scientific level. And if this restatement by pulsation did not occur, the light would go out. But the Muslims seem to feel, therefore, that the universe was being continually nourished through its basic substances by an infinitely repeated causal process. And that this nourishment seemed to be like a magnificent flickering ripple, moving forever in space, like the pulsation of a great heart, sending its energies through a vast network of arteries and nourishing each of these separate entities. Thus, the circulation of Deity through the universe seems to have been one of the points that was lurking in the background of the minds of these Muslim scientist mystics. They saw light, they saw all these elements as pulsating atomic forms. And this pulsation to them was merely the evidence of the continual presence of Deity, forever reaffirming its own existence in the very substances of creation. Now, after the rise of Arabic and Muslim thinking, the atomic theory slowly drifted back again into Europe. It came in through Spain, and the Moorish universities there, and it found some habitation in the thinking of the early medieval Westerner, the European. But for a long time it did not make any general gain beyond the boundaries established by the traditional authorities, Plato and Aristotle. It is interesting and remarkable that at a time when religion as theology was practically dominating the entire thinking of the world, Plato and Aristotle were still encouraged and taught in the great university systems of Europe. So the European mind, awaking from the darkness of the Dark Ages, awoke with the basic concept that matter was an infinite number of minute particles, and that from these particles all form and structure were built. This was about what they had to build a philosophy upon as far as matter was concerned. These infinite minute particles were like a vast beach of fine sand, and you could run the sand through your fingers, or you could moisten it and build castles in the sand, or you could do all kinds of things with this sand. Matter, therefore, to all intent and purposes, was an invisible sand. This sand could be shaped into any form whatsoever. Now, less perhaps than the Muslim was the European attitude toward the presence of God in the compound. To Christendom, during that period at least, deity was always an extrinsic force. Deity was not in the sand, but ruled the sand. Deity was something that could command the sand. But deity's own existence was separate. Deity played to the sand as man would. He allowed it to run through his fingers. There was no clear understanding as to where the original sand came from. It sort of emerged from the unknown. And the Europeans followed, some of them, the atomic theories of the Greeks, and came to the conclusion that the atom and vacuum were eternally existing factors. Because of the very nature of European thinking and the very nature of the European thinker, there was a gradual modification of this point of view. Being rather inclined to observationalism, even though somewhat frustrated in their intellectual inquiry, the Europeans began to work over this theory. And even at the time of the Renaissance, a kind of materialism was arising in human life, which was sometime later to be clearly stated by humanism. The European was rebelling against this ever-present God in everything, or this ever-ruling God over everything. His own ego was coming to be stronger. And the individual began to think of himself as a creating power rather than constantly thinking of deity as an arbitrary despot. So even in the 14th and 15th centuries, at the time of Roger Bacon, for example, the theological boundaries set up around the study of matter began to break down in European thinking. It was true that Europe still had 4 kinds of atoms corresponding to the 4 elements, earth, fire, air, and water. Europe had not really gone too far beyond the thinking of Leucippus and the Greek atomists. But there was this continuous tendency to look upon matter as a fact in itself, a fact not dependent upon something spiritual or something divine. One way, of course, of doing this was to follow the earlier materialistic thinking of both the Greeks and the East Indians, and that is to assume that this matter had an eternal existence of itself, that it did not need to be created, that it did not need to have an explanation of a divine cause or a proximate divinity within it. This matter was a principle, a substance, and a nature. And over the surface of this matter, according to the ancient religious concepts, spirits moved. Divine powers were called upon. But in the explanation of the atomic processes, these divine powers were called upon less frequently with every passing century. So that actually matter began to take the form of a reality in contrast to deity. Deity being a kind of abstraction, something that it was difficult to demonstrate, something hard to delineate whereas matter offered certain definite inducements. One of the earliest procedures that came up in European thinking about atoms was the tendency to remove the Greek boundary of thinking and assume that an atom was a divisible unit. The European mind was naive, but it stated itself somewhat like this. We say, or you say, that the smallest possible form of existence is the atom. And because it is the smallest possible unit, it is indivisible. But if I conceive of the smallest possible unit, I can still conceive of half of it. There is no way of getting around the infinite fact that there is no unit so minute that I cannot conceive that it has parts. I can reduce it as small as I want it, or as small as I can. But I can still say, even when I can no longer think of it being any smaller, I can still say that it could be half that size. There is no boundary upon the possibility of the unit being divided. Therefore, the European began to develop his concept of the divisible atom. Now, when he thought of the divisible atom, he began to also think of what kind of parts these would be. But he gained a moment or a flash of the practical, for at that moment he was no way able to cope with this situation. So he simply affirmed that such parts, such as they might be, and they could be, could only be actually conceived of in relations to the atom. In other words, a half atom, a quarter atom, a sixth atom. You still couldn't go much smaller, because actually, as soon as the atom took any boundary, formed, and appeared to be comprehensible, it was no longer the atom. You had to go to something smaller. So the atom was then, however, for the first time, really, assumed to be subject to cleavage, subject to division, separation, or reduction of some kind. This led, of course, to a great deal of speculation, but I think the principal end attained by all this process was that it reduced the concept of matter to a condition in which, for the first time, matter and vacuum began to be terms for the same thing. If you reduced matter sufficiently, what you had left was what had been assumed to be vacuum. Consequently, matter and vacuum now came to be two terms for one fact, or one essential substance, namely that vacuum is not true vacuum, but vacuum is an inconceivable mass of the minute parts of the first conceivable substance. That therefore vacuum partook of the same essential nature as atom. An atom in vacuum merely represented particles of one size existing in particles of a lesser size. Now, vacuum, as being composed of particles, is still a little difficult for us to conceive of. But then, vacuum itself is probably a misnomer to begin with. While they were struggling with this problem, they were probably nearer to the fact than the terms permitted. For actually, we have no proof that complete and absolute vacuum exists. We know that certain relative degrees of vacuum do exist, but we have no way of knowing that vacuum itself is not composed of infinitely minute conditions, states, entities, or substances of some kind. We've never found this pure vacuum. And of course religion stepped in at this time in Europe and pointed out that as God is everywhere, there cannot be a vacuum. There cannot be pure vacuum. That which is left, or when all material substances cease, is spirit, not vacuum. Now, this was a fine theological point also, but it led to a new approach to the subject of atoms, namely that atoms existed in spirit, not in vacuum. The spirit was therefore a light, and gradually to the concept of spirit was further bestowed the concept of the continuum. Now, the concept of the continuum was in substance or reality that opposed to atoms an infinite number of minute granules or particles. There was another kind of something which was a homogeneous mass, indivisible. That this other something was not atomic in structure, but a truly pure, moving, fluidic energy. Now, it could be conceivable that this energy might be a chain of atoms, but it was also conceivable that these atoms formed the vehicle of energy. Therefore, that energy manifesting, we'll say, as electricity may still have an atomic structure, but the pure energy out of manifestation or in its subjective state may be non-structural, just as pure spirit separated from body, a condition which we cannot perceive, may not have any structural similarity to the body which it has inhabited. So for the purpose of their thinking, we have atoms as particles, now in relationship to a continuing substance or essence that is non-granular, but is rather a smooth and unchanging material, and that in this the atoms exist. Now, the thought of existence to medieval man was associated with one very simple thing, because it was a common experience of his own life, namely that to exist in Europe in the 13th century was to be hungry. Consequently, something had to be done about this. How is the atom maintained? Is the atom maintained by any conceivable form of nutrition? This problem of feeding the atom began to take on a little meaning. All larger composite bodies have to be nourished in some way. How is the atom nourished? Is the atom, by its very nature, a continuing, self-nourishing thing? Is the atom totally sufficient to itself? Is the atom the unit in which consciousness, intelligence, force, substance, energy, all these elements of survival are fully, eternally, and inevitably present? If the atom contains all of these to abundance or superabundance, then it becomes obvious that the atom looks more like God every moment. It is minute, but it suddenly becomes omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniactive. As against that theory, there was this other problem. Is the atom a little fish swimming in the continuum? And is the continuum the source of its nutrition? Is this atom, therefore, dependent upon this mysterious, indivisible essence for its own existence? Is it nourished? Is it this continuum or substance by which it is sustained for an inconceivable period of time, or perhaps into which it dies, disintegrates, and disappears? Just as the planet exists in space, is space, therefore, now something that has an essential nature? And is the atom, therefore, a progeny of space? Is it a mysterious, living thing that has oozed out of the continuum? The thinking on this undoubtedly perturbed our medievals for quite a time, but then they had not very much to think about anyway, so I guess they had time enough for the particular job they were doing. The next point that more or less became obvious, I think, was stimulated by the rise of chemical speculations and the gradual interpretation of biology and physics in terms of chemistry and alchemy. The alchemists came along in this, And they also had some contributions to make. They liked to think of the four elements still and of the fifth element, the mysterious azoth of Paracelsus. And they began to think now of atomic commixture in terms of chemical formula. They discovered that you could take chemicals and put them together and alter them in various ways. And out of all of their alchemical speculations, they came to one conclusion, namely that there was a basic element, a basic substance, into which all other elements and all other substances were reducible. That in this basic or inevitable substance, we had a common denominator of all elements and all compounds. If, therefore, you wish to change base metal into gold or gold into silver, you could not do this with the finished product. You had to first of all reduce the material you intended to transform until it reached the neutral core state. And then you had to repolarize it into the substance you wished to produce. You could not, therefore, make base metal into gold with a hammer. You couldn't demand or force this change. But you had to build upon the fact that there was gold in all metal. Therefore, you had to reduce your material until the gold seed could be isolated and caused to grow more rapidly than the other seeds, whereupon your substance would gradually change into gold. So that the alchemists suggested a compounding as being the basis of infinite differentiation. They also pointed out that in addition to building up these substances as compounds, it was perfectly possible to realize that entirely new substances could be discovered or could be noted if we had analyzed compounds, and that in turn two or more familiar elements, if brought together, could cause a totally unfamiliar compound. This had a very serious effect, gradually, upon the idea of four elements as being the four streams of atoms, as we mentioned before. Now it became obvious that the elements themselves were compounds, not primaries. And although in modern thinking we try to assume that elements represent irreducible patterns or compounds, the fact still exists that the ancients were laboring with four elements, all of which were later discredited. For instance, they believed that water was an element that existed in space in its own condition, and that the atoms composing water were a peculiar and inevitable kind of element or atom. Then somebody woke up one day and discovered that water is the result of the combining of hydrogen and oxygen, H2SO4, and that therefore your water was not a primary at all. Therefore you did not and could not maintain the theory that the idea that the element of water had any subsistence. It was simply the combination of hydrogen and oxygen. Therefore, you had a new basis now upon which to create your elements. Could you go now to hydrogen and oxygen and say that those were your basic principles and that a certain family of atoms produced these? Well, by this time, the thinking was a little bit, shall we say, disillusioned. One by one, very very long-held theories fell apart. And for quite a time, there was a general discouragement in atomic research. It was obvious that the individual did not have the necessary instruments within his own consciousness to advance this pattern beyond the state of speculation. but there always have been and always will be dynamic, speculative thinkers. And the next pattern came at it from an almost completely different position. After the chemists more or less gave it up, because of the conflict that arose in their own thinking, atomism in Europe passed to the keeping of the almost completely philosophic school. So that your great early modern atomists were mostly philosophers. The sciences were unable to cope with the situation at that time. Although, as we know, many of the philosophers of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries were also great pioneers in the level of science. They were scientist philosophers. They were realists. They were seeking for practical, physical explanations for the problems that existed. Now, in this situation, Lord Bacon made his little contribution to the problem of atoms. His contribution very largely was the introduction of the concept of motion, and that motion resulted from heat. Therefore, that in some mysterious way, all atomic action was dependent upon heat. In a state of coldness, atoms became quiescent. There was no atomic function in the total absence of heat. But the moment that heat was introduced into a pattern, the particles began to move, and that these motions were therefore the result of the effect of heat upon both the atom and the vacuum or space in which it existed. This led to a series of rather profound philosophical conclusions to the effect that heat and light become synonymous terms. That the thing that is warm is alive, the thing that is cold is dead. That coldness is associated with inertia, and that heat is associated with activity. Consequently, the entire universal procedure, the mystery of creation, the mystery of the formation of atomic patterns, the release of the energies of atoms, all these things must be associated with heat. That by means of heat, these particles are mysteriously set in motion. Now this heat may be beyond our comprehension in the minuteness of its warmth, in the same way that the atom is beyond our comprehension in the minuteness of its size. But there has to be, therefore, heat, and it is almost certainly in two conditions or states. One is the heat of life in the thing. The atom to be alive must have a core of warmth in it somewhere. And in order to be moved, it must also be placed in an atmosphere or a situation of warmth. So there is internal warmth and there is external warmth. The internal warmth animates the atom, the external warmth moves the atom. Now we say, why would not the internal warmth of itself be sufficient? The answer being that if this warmth is evenly distributed to a spherical body, it would not move it. Therefore, the warmth can animate the body, but a motion must be contributed to the body to cause it to move. Lacking this explanation, you would then have to attribute motion to an intelligent activity of that body, in which it moves in a direction according to volition of some nature. And Europe wasn't quite ready to cope with the problem of the intelligent atom. Therefore, it had to leave that for the moment. Probably one of the most interesting thinkers that we had in the field of atomism was von Leibniz. And I suspect that with his thinking, the golden age of atomism burst upon European thinking. Leibniz was an idealist. Leibniz was to a large measure a mystic. It has been suspected for many years that he was an alchemist and a Rosicrucian initiate. But in any event, Leibniz, in his theory of the monad, or that system now called the monadology of Leibniz, moves this entire pattern from the profane level of our common scientific thinking to the much more attenuated level of our mystical insight. The whole problem of atoms suddenly emerges in the consciousness of von Leibniz as a spiritual phenomenon. To him, therefore, the monad, or the infinitely minute particle of existence, is not matter, but life. Is not a substance, but a spirit. Leibniz then takes the ground that matter is nothing but a condition of spirit. And in this he comes very close to the mystical and metaphysical thinking of the 18th and 19th centuries. To him, therefore, this spirit is really God. And he uses his monadology very largely to rationalize his theology. He builds us a religion around the monad, or around the atom, and shows that it is quite possible and conceivable that an entire moral, ethical, spiritual code of existence could be built upon this mysterious intangible that we call the infinite matter particle. The monadology assumes something like this. First of all, that everything that exists is essentially a monad or an atom. That a monad is essentially itself a spiritual energy, a spiritual power, held together or united in the most subtle of all forms or bodies, and that this form or body is simply a very slight modification of the very life principle which animates it. The monad, therefore, is a fixed point inhabiting place and space as a spiritual germ. And the nearest thing that we can liken it to is not the grain of sand anymore, but a minute seed, bearing within itself not only the power to germinate as intrinsic within itself, but likewise containing within its own monadal existence the totality of its own nature. Leibniz's famous saying that there are no windows in monads is one of the points involved. He brings to the problem this complete thought, therefore. The monad is a total entity. It is self-directive. All existence that moves from it already exists in it. And in the monad, then, we have not only the concept of the seed, but we have within it now the concept of a sleeping archetypal force. Any monad has the possibility of releasing from itself everything that is necessary to the perfect objective manifestation of itself. Now, Leibniz does not say that essentially all monads have to be alike. Therefore, he does not insist that the potentials of all monads are identical. But he does bring out definitely that the monad does not require any assistance outside of itself. That the monad is forever alone and never alone. That the supreme monad may rightly and properly be called the absolute. That the absolute, therefore, is an infinite unit, the source of all other units, and provides archetypally the appearance justification of all other units, or stamps them with the likeness of itself. Consequently, all monads are in some measure and way symbols of the one absolute monad. This one absolute monad is consequently the cause not only of the universe, but of God as we know it. That God is a product existing or a being existing in the absolute monad. And that this absolute monad contains absolutely within itself consciousness, intelligence, and activity. All so-called external processes, therefore, belong to the Muslim concept of accidents. Out of this moralizing on the nature of the monad, Leibniz comes to an almost Buddhistic conclusion, that nothing happens to anyone except that which that person interprets from its own internal totality. In this sense of the word, we are surrounded by all kinds of things. But these things do not affect us. Our own attitude about these things affects us. And if we are indifferent to these things, they have no effect upon us whatever. Yet total indifference to all external things would not result in the impoverishment of the internal. Because all directive comes from within. And the monad now takes on the qualities and attributes of a source of insight, a source of energy, a source of character, and a throne or establishment of a deity within the individual. Monads, therefore, are complete in themselves. And all things which they form now participate of their own completeness. If a compound is composed of 3 monads, then that is a completeness. If of 3 million monads, that is still a completeness. For whatever compound of monads is produced, this compound is a completeness in itself. Monads are of more than one order. Monads are both material and spiritual. Spiritual monads are of several qualities. Some of them essentially mental, and some of them essentially psychic. But all of these different monads, regardless of their composition and the degrees of attenuation in which they exist, are total units, total entities. And these total entities are forever restating themselves. Therefore, all compounds of monads become monads. And any time you reduce a monad, you reduce it to another monad. There can be nothing else. If, therefore, you take away monads, you still have a monad, but it has been deprived. If you add to a group of monads, you still have a monad, but it has been augmented. The effect of the monad as a unity is never altered. All things, by inevitable, inflexible, and immutable laws, form unity. And these unities become new compounds. And in each of these new compounds, there is a primary monad, by means of which this compound is, so to say, ensouled. And the structure is forever a series of interrelated independencies. But its destiny is not the destiny of the psychic monad, which may be regarded as the governor of that body. Consequently, the body is composed always of self-sufficient units that are not truly dependent upon each other, but which are held in a relationship by a superior psychic monad, which we call the soul. The soul, by so uniting these monads, attains a new unity for itself. But in so doing, it does not injure or in any way detract from the totality of the parts which are used to make up its structure. If, therefore, this structure should cease, or die, then these various monadal lives or atomic lives are simply released again into their own natural existence. Now comes a good question. Supposing a monad or atom is incorporated into the big toe of some human being. That human being dies. The disintegration that follows means the liberation of this atom or monad, which then returns to another state and awaits reincorporation into some other structure. Does the atom know that it has ever been in anybody's toe? This is a very vital question if you're an atom. This suddenly takes on grave importance. It might be the same way as asking, assume that man is an atom or a compound monad, and that man himself is in some way involved in the structure of a being so immense that man cannot comprehend the nature of that being. That perhaps man is also an atom in the toe of some infinite cosmic form. Man, because no being is capable of comprehending that which is essentially its superior. Man, therefore, has no way of knowing the nature of that which is superior to himself. He only has a way of knowing his own kind and that which is inferior to himself and over which he has gained the victory of comprehension. Therefore, man can know other men. He can also gradually master the mysteries of lower forms of life around him. But he is not able to ascend to a quality state superior to himself. Therefore, he can explore the universe only on a level or on a plane. He can go as far as matter will take him. But if he loses contact with the kind of matter with which he is familiar, he loses orientation and consciousness. So the great doubt remains as to where man fits into this vast monadal structure. But for practical purposes, it is next assumed, perhaps borrowing a little from the Muslim again, that these various atoms or monads, by laws innate within themselves, are drawn together to form various arrangements and designs, and that in this process they become ensouled by superior monadic principles, and that in this sense also we see how a certain number of atoms uniting together to form molecules thereby come under the psychic unity of a molecule. This psychic unity exists only so long as the atoms remain in this relationship, and with their separation, the molecule itself ceases. This brought not only Leibniz, but also the great French philosopher René Descartes, and the Baconian theory into a new focus, because something has gradually been added to the picture. And the next problem that confronted these intellectuals was to solve certain inevitable doubts that all of this thinking generated. One of these doubts lay in a certain phenomena which was observed, and that was a phenomena which we may call contraction and expansion. Or we may also perhaps refer to it in another way, as evaporation or condensation. In other words, in the actual experimenting in the laboratory and in the compounding of chemical substances, it had been observed that certain changes take place, and the methods by which these changes can be estimated were not adequate. So there's something had to be done about it. This type of situation then caused a well-known simile which has extended down through the centuries. Namely, that your atoms can be likened to a group of persons. In other words, you have 100 atoms gathering in the public park for a picnic. These atoms have now gathered around the luncheon table, and we might say are in a state of congestion. Later perhaps indigestion, but now only congestion. This group of 100 has gradually come together as tightly as it could, forming an ever smaller group. As soon as lunch is over, an expansive process goes into action. These people begin to separate and to perhaps take on various activities. They decide they'll play games, or they will take walks along the countryside, and your unit enlarges, becoming less dense as it enlarges. Somewhere along the line also, 2 or 3 families composing this unit decide to go home. So they walk right out of the compound entirely, and we even now use the same slang phrase that was used 300 years ago for the atom. We say these people evaporate. They disappear. Now after they had been gone for a while, 2 or 3 other families that were late in getting an invitation to the picnic, or got lost trying to find it, move in, producing what we may call the opposite of evaporation, and that is precipitation. Someone new comes into the compound, and this compound is in a constant state, therefore, of motion. Now we know in the study of the problem that this motion exists, that in motion and in nature these expansive and contractive processes do go on. And the medieval and early modern atomists decided that it was easier to assume that these atoms could separate and come together than it was to assume that some kind of a glutinous mass, which had no separate unit parts, could expand and contract. This meant that the selection for the expansion and contraction theory was the atom rather than the continuum, because the continuum represented a substance which would have to expand and contract within the continually interfering boundaries of itself, whereas the atom could expand and contract in a vacuum or in space, or in any substance less gross or less precipitated than itself. This then caused also a very pleasant and interesting by-thought to come in, and that was that the expansion and contraction of these atoms, like the story of the picnickers, also implied another element present, namely air. If the picnicker left his group, he was, so to say, displaced. Something took his place. When one person left the group, he did not leave vacuum behind him. Not even the vacuum is left by his own body. His own displacement was immediately filled. The next thing that was regarded as interesting and vital was that there was no proof that although these atoms got nearer and nearer together, or became more and more separated, there was no actual, factual proof that they ever actually touched. Now, the ancients thought that they did. The ancients thought that they hooked into each other in some cases, or that by certain kinds of gravitational pull they were drawn together, or that by a peculiar qualitative likeness they had a psychic attraction for each other and moved together. But then came the later question, is this necessary? Are we dealing with any substance sufficiently dense that we can demonstrate beyond doubt that there is no space between its atoms? And the 17th century philosopher-scientists, still working entirely by their own inductive procedures, came to the conclusion that although substances appeared to be solid, that there was no proof that every substance was not largely space, just as the human body is largely water, and that the atoms, so-called, making solid substances, really are only relatively nearer or further from each other. That if they are relatively a little nearer, the invisible becomes visible. If they are relatively a little further apart, the visible becomes invisible. The boundary line in this pattern of coordination is so abstract that we can only say that a certain degree of pattern we can see, and a certain degree of pattern we cannot see. Also, the question then naturally comes up as to the relationship between the space occupied by atom and the actual displacement by atom. And it is assumed that the atoms in a pattern occupy a space much greater than their displacement, and therefore that they exist within an area or an environment which permeates between them, extends around them, and so to say forms their most immediate and intimate relationship. Now if you have a group of such atoms, and each atom is, as Leibniz insists, alive, that there is a root core of spirit energy in every atom. You bring these atoms into compounds. You bring them nearer and nearer together. You form out of them, for instance, a hollow sphere, or something similar to that, or perhaps a solid sphere. But this solid sphere is only relatively solid. It is solid in the sense that it has become visible, tangible, cognizable by us, but actually no two of its atomic particles actually touch. But if they are near enough to give the impression of a solid, then comes the question, what is the effect of the life principle in each of these monads upon this solid? Does this life principle result in a kind of induction? Is there an energy field set up by magnetic chemistry involving this new unit of atomic organization? Does this fact that these forms are alive, even though they are infinitely minute, cause the compound to experience some kind of animation also? Is it possible that as the physical elements reach a certain design, that the core energies of these elements are then also brought into a relationship, and that by this relationship certain psychic factors or psychic energies can also be released into manifestation? Leibniz thought they could. Most of the philosophers of that period more or less suspected that what we call the soul is really this interplay of psychic polarities of atoms. This was accepted rather early by the materialists, and it is still more or less accepted on the level of materialistic sciences. The soul is still a byproduct. It is still something which originates in the chemistry of the body, yet is superior to this chemistry in rational and emotional potential, but cannot survive the dissolution of this chemistry by death. So that the soul does represent a kind of higher energy released from matter. Leibniz took the form, rather, of the reverse, namely that the monad, or the atom, in its physical sense, was released from its own spiritual root, or spiritual source. Going back again for a few moments then to Leibniz, because we want to clear two or three other points in connection with his thinking, we have a mystical atomism gradually developing. We have now the concept that deity is atomic. that there is a sovereign archetypal atomic entity which is called the Absolute. That this Absolute is the perfect, all-powerful atom. That this might also be regarded as the ancestral atom, the atom from which atoms come. There is some question as to how Leibniz attempted to solve this point. He rather assumed, I think, the existence of an absolute, and that this absolute, by its own absoluteness, could not be subjected to any further investigation or analysis. That it represented an existing, totally continuing, always enduring totality, and that it was the compound or universal atom, the monad, the great monad. That this monad was essentially a spiritual being, or a spiritual thing, but that in its totality, it was inwardly spiritual, outwardly physical, and between these polarities, psychical. So that this monad contained a center, a radius, and a circumference. And for practical purposes, the center was spiritual, the radius was psychic, and the circumference was physical. Thus all things that would exist in plane or condition exist in the monad. This monad, being absolute, might be considered the universal structure, or it may be considered the pattern for all lesser structures. Leibniz has this one other borrowing from antiquity, namely, to him, all these monads were microcosms of this greater monad. And all monads, therefore, are microcosmic facsimiles of their superiors, or those larger powers from which they are suspended. In this sense, perhaps the suggestion of Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, who describes the gods as effulgent blossoms from which the worlds are suspended. These effulgent blossoms, like the chakras of India, might be regarded as monadal. They may be regarded as living units of force and existence. Each of these, therefore, having its own psychic life, we come finally to man. Now, man is a creature with an internal nature. This we appreciate. He is also a creature with an external nature, and we are inclined to assume that this external nature is the greater reality of man. We see it, we clothe it, we feed it, therefore it is. Actually, according to Leibniz, this material form is simply the wall of a monad. The body is a kind of wall, dividing the monad from space. And each monad exists as a self in space. Now, it has no bearing upon whether there are 50,000 of these monads assembled at the Colosseum to watch a very strenuous baseball game or something of that kind. This has no bearing upon it. For each being, existence consists of self and space. That's all there really is. The rest of the relationship of existence is an emotionalization of these facts. The individual can create within himself explanations of relationships. But these relationships have no existence except in the explanations that he gives them. Thus a man may say, by way of association, referring to a neighboring monad, "This is my friend." The other monad may agree with him on this particular point and say, "Well, I think that's pretty nice. I'll also be your friend." Now we have two friendly monads. These two friendly monads seemingly have come to some way by which the space interval between them has been reduced. But actually, although it may be reduced, it can never be eliminated. And according to Leibniz, these two monads that have physically shaken hands and are going to be pals from now on actually can never meet. It is utterly impossible. They can have certain physical symptoms or symbolisms of meeting, but they cannot actually meet. For neither of these monads can experience the other in the least degree. Neither of these monads can live the life of the other in the slightest degree. They can never coalesce. They can never become one being. They can never share together the intimate experiences of any form of psychic consciousness. All they can do is try to understand each other from the outside. All they can say is, more or less to themselves, if he is as I am, this is the way he will act. This is the basis of the great disappointment of life, because the other fellow is not ourselves. Therefore he does not act according to our expectancy. Therefore we do not like him anymore. But we bestow upon him an explanation of himself, which is nothing but an interpretation of ourselves. We can do nothing with it. He may live in the same house. He may eat at the same table. He may be married to him for 40 years, but the space interval cannot be eliminated, because the monad has no windows and no doors. It is a completely psychologically introverted existence. Its so-called extroversion is merely a function of its own imagination. Extroversion has really very little to do with the world on the outside. It has only to do with our reaction to that world. So the monad, never being able to be anything but itself, never being able to escape from itself, can never actually satisfy its own needs in any way outside of itself. Now here we get to a philosophy situation that is quite reminiscent of Buddhism. Because in Buddhism, the last words of the teacher before the nirvana were simply these: work out your salvation with diligence. It was an essential principle of Buddhism that no individual could be saved by another. And as far as that goes, no individual could come to any permanent measure of contentment, or of good, or of security, or of insight as a result of the intercession of another being. Later this was modified in Buddhism, but in the primitive form, this was essentially the concept. So now we have Leibniz working with the isolated, bottled monad, capsulated within its own existence. But, says Leibniz, there is nothing necessary to the perfection of this life that is not already within it. Therefore, perfection is a power inevitably resident in the monad itself. There is nothing that the being requires that the monad itself cannot provide, and that the entire situation is, therefore, one of immediately recognizing the true source of security and moving toward it. The individual, without calling upon the resources of his own intelligence, may ask the advice of others and later regret it. Whereas, had he realized that he possessed the basic intelligence, he would have known that he could develop the quality by which he could solve his own problem. The lonely monad, reaching out to find companionship, finds actually the only possible enduring companionship within its own existence, and that is its association with the divine or absolute monad at the root of itself. Thus all exterior things are but symbols, and according to Leibniz, have values only because of our own interpretation. If the interpretive mind of man suddenly lost all of its glamorizing processes and simply faced fact, the world would turn into a pale gray haze. Nothing would continue to have any significance or importance whatsoever. But this is not the way man functions. Therefore, under the condition of his existing consciousness, he has to divide. He therefore has to have a world in being and a world in seeming. And this then goes back to your very early philosophical doctrines of Parmenides. The world of being is the world of the monad. The world of seeming is the world by means of which, by his conduct, man denies the totality of his own being and seeks outside of himself for the fulfillment of life. Thus you can understand how the concept of the atom or the concept of the monad began to affect the philosophical thinking of man. How it began to affect his belief in immortality. How it affected his moral and ethical life. And we can go back to Leibniz because Leibniz now also has for our consideration the moral atom. Actually, good is one of the natural attributes of the atom. The atom is by nature good, by nature dedicated to the fulfillment of the divine pattern which is locked within itself. The monad unfolds as the human body unfolds. As the original covering of the primordial cell expands through cell fission in the human body, it finally becomes the epidermis. And the skin with which we observe the body to be covered is nothing more or less than the gradual enlarging, increasing, and expanding of the original wall of the first cell from which this being was created. So that the monad, though it may expand, the walls of it never break. Division takes place within it, as Pythagoras says, but itself it is not divided. So the monad is always a symbol of unity, which is not broken up or lost by the multiplication of parts, leading in their turn to the increase of size, body, or volume. This suggests a good many different points, but we are getting now gradually to one that has to have the greatest primary interest to us because of the situations that have developed. We began way back with the Greeks by thinking only of monad and vacuum, or atom and vacuum. We gradually came down through various levels of thinking in which the atom is merely a speck of this or a speck of that, or is the unit stone from which compounds are fashioned, regarded as stone, as sand, as matter, as substance, as material. And it came to be assumed that all physical things were composed of physical substances. But now Leibniz gives us the next interesting clue. And while he did not possess the formulas, he did possess a measure of the insight, which was to affect the study of atomism in more recent times. He suddenly recognized that the atom was essentially not matter, that the atom was life, that the unit was not a material or a substance, but an energy. This was the beginning, really, of something that was to take form later. That actually this monad, to which he referred so frequently, was a spiritual being embodied, even though this being was very tiny and the body was infinitesimal. We can't even see it. Still, this unit monad was primarily life. And in this life, it was primarily linked to absolute life. Now, this requires only one more step to continue this process of chain reaction. In the Leibniz theory, following in this case certain of the earlier Greeks, each degree or level of monad was suspended from a superior by which it was also ensouled. And the life of a superior flowed into the inferior. But because the life of the superior was X, and the life of the inferior was less than X, the larger or superior monad had to create a number of lesser monads, the total of this lesser group being able to accept and be ensouled by the X. In other words, if the lesser monad was only 1/10 the power of the greater, then it would be necessary to have 10 of these lesser ones to diffuse the power of the greater one through them. But the power so diffused by emanation, and we can go to the Gnostics for this theory, the power so diffused was not lost to the older or higher monad. So this monad simply experienced a division but was not divided, and its energy was diffused through 10 interior divisions of itself. In turn, these 10, each would require a certain number, perhaps another 10, on the next lower level, or the next level of reduction in volume and energy, and so on down. But through all of these different size groups, all these different emanation groups, from the lowest to the highest, went one thread, as is described in the Gita, the single thread binding together all the beads of the rosary. This means that if you touch energy anywhere, you touch at the same time energy everywhere. Because anywhere is merely a hypothetical monadal unit in everywhere. And everywhere is an infinite number of anywheres. Each of these separate parts being and vitalized by one common energy. Leibniz, by transforming the atom from a particle of matter to a point of energy in space, prepared the way for the more complicated thinking of modern times. He prepared the way for the concept of chain reaction. He prepared the way for the realization of the universalization of the sick atom, or the universalization of the injury to the atom. He prepared the way for a very elaborate theory and philosophy of the interdependence of light. For he pointed out in this simple manner that anything is a door to everything, and that all this process moves inward, not outward. That therefore, to touch the energy core of any living thing is actually to touch the energy core of the Absolute itself. The Absolute is not one place and the finite in another place. Actually, the finite is merely the extension of the Absolute. And that any point anywhere in space is equally near to the absolute center of energy. Because this energy is no longer in terms of place. It is truly in terms of being. It is azonic. Its center is everywhere. Its circumference is nowhere. If, therefore, we dabbled with the atom or the monad. We are therefore dabbling with universal energy, of which the monad is the symbolic unit. Now, I think Leibniz had a point here that was perhaps theologically not acceptable to the people of his time, but which was a clue to his own insight in recognizing the identity of spirit, energy, and activity and force. That these are names for the conditions of one thing. Also, Leibniz postulated the concept that all of these atomic substances are immortal, for the reason that they contain within themselves the potentials of the only immortal thing that exists, and that is the Absolute. Consequently, all atoms can change. All atoms can be reduced or augmented in various ways, but no atom can be actually destroyed. Consequently, the only possible implication from this, in terms of our own theories concerning the splitting of the atom and the apparent complete disintegration of the atom, we are forced to assume, if Leibniz is right, that what we call this disintegrative process is merely the abrupt motion of the pattern of an atom from one level to another. That the atom is not actually destroyed. That the atom is not split, truly. But that in order to achieve the effect, it is necessary for the atom to move through an energy barrier, just as a plane going through the sound barrier causes an abrupt explosion. So an atom, by being transformed so that it is forced to abruptly move through a barrier between two kinds of atoms, apparently in this process has to go through a quality barrier. And in passing through this quality barrier, there is a tremendous and instantaneous change in its own construction. And this change in its own construction is accompanied by a violent physical symptom. Now, this violent physical symptom, having occurred to an atom, and having resulted in a certain vibratory change, it is quite conceivable that this change now affects all other atomic substances keyed to the same level of polarity. Therefore, that in a mysterious way, all of the atoms of a certain kind are moved, agitated, or disturbed because they have one core. And if, for example, you take a reservoir from which a city secures its water, if you infect this reservoir, all of the people become sick. If you disturb the atomic balance or the monadal balance of a certain kind of atom or monad, then this disturbance is carried immediately by chain reaction through a vast area of this particular or peculiar type of monadal structure. Now, there's more than one type of monad. But according to Leibniz, after the effect of the disturbance is exhausted on its own level, the disturbance may continue upon other levels and continue onward until the disturbance is finally absorbed in the absolute monad, because the absolute monad must also possess within itself both calmness and disturbance. And no change can occur in the monad unless this change is archetypally present in the absolute atom. But now Leibniz is giving us a concept which could very easily lead into the realization that the atom is the key to infinite energy resource. But that this key is an extremely dangerous one, and a very subtle one, and a difficult one to control and direct. The question as to what actually occurs in the so-called fission of the atom is still not too well understood. A certain process seems to produce this phenomenon, but the entire reason is still obscure and is in a highly hypothetical state, subject to further revision. But the fact does remain that we know that something happens. We know that one of the most terrible combustions that we can conceive of occurs when this atom is bombarded, that it results in a tremendous change in structure. This proves also that every atom has an incredible energy potential. Now, this energy potential locked in the atom, according to Leibniz, is actually, in a sense, the future assurance of this atom. This energy is not supposed to be exploded any more than a great forest of trees is supposed to be burned by vandalism. If these things happen, the results and consequences must be coped with. But the purpose of this enormous energy that is locked within the atom is that this energy shall gradually move into manifestation through the ultimate development of the atomic resource of this atom. If we are, for instance, to assume that every atom is a potential sun, and as Leibniz pointed out, there is no end to the growth of this atomic body or being, the little atoms that we know today, so small that we cannot see them, may unfold into solar systems, may unfold into cosmic chains or galaxies, may finally unfold beyond anything that we can conceive. Why can they do this? And how do they do it? Simply because infinite resource is locked in each one of them. If, therefore, this explosion which we see, and which can certainly mean only a small part of the actual energy of that atom, that this explosion might explode into growth if it was normally handled. Just as this great exploding cloud might for a moment appear to be a great tree, so this tree would represent the explosion of the acorn. The acorn gradually, quietly, and peaceably explodes into a great tree. This tree may in turn explode into a forest of trees. But each of those little acorns contains part of that energy. This energy goes on infinitely and indefinitely because this energy partakes of the unit of the absolute. There is no limit to it. But if it unfolds naturally in the course of 1 billion years, this energy may unfold into a magnificent structure. Or this atom may rest for 1 billion years before it does anything. But it is still potentially capable, under certain conditions and provocations, of beginning this incredible unfoldment, in which it bursts forth into a universe. The only reason it can do this is because of the energy in it. Consequently, every atom, being the seed of a universal life process, has almost inexhaustible energy resources. Certainly we have only released a very small fragment of such energy resource. But now, instead of a particle that was just a little bit of sand in the hands of a fashioner of things, we have the gradual dawning of the modern concept that the atom is actually a tremendous, vibrant polarity of infinite potential life, and that therefore matter, men, stars, and the universe are all forms of life rather than forms of matter, and that what we call matter is only our name for a kind of life, the activity of which is not sufficient for us to recognize it as life. That there is no such thing as matter. That all matter finally disappears in the monadal unit, and that this unit is primarily cosmic life, therefore susceptible of releasing cosmic life in various ways constructively or destructively under the various provocations by which this energy is moved. So we now get down pretty well to the point where we can start to think about a modern philosophy of atomism. And I guess our time is up, so we thank you very much.
We do not need to say very much about the events that culminated in the dropping of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This incredible, terrifying circumstance touched the whole world and resulted in the worst psychological panic we have ever known. Something happened that wasn't fallout. Something happened inside of nearly every human being. And the more thoughtful and conscientious the person was, the more desperately he was affected by this tragedy. In the years immediately following the conclusion of World War II, many prominent citizens, leaders in every walk of life, spoke their minds and their hearts on the subject of atomic warfare. They warned us with deepest sincerity that we were on the verge or brink of a condition so serious that only the ages could reveal the full import. Of course, one point was obvious even in 1946 and 7, and that was that the average citizen had very few resources within himself to meet the challenge of this transition from an age of relative security to an age of more than relative insecurity. It suddenly became obvious that this world would have to grow up and mature very rapidly if it was to survive its own scientific progress. Now the years have passed, and on the surface of things, we have become more or less adjusted. We have come to accept this peculiar kind of insecurity. Perhaps it was not very much greater in fact than the way we had previously lived. But the soul of man was hurt. His conscience was hurt. His sense of right and wrong was offended. Actually, we have always lived very close to the shadow of death. And on our streets and factories, death strikes every day. Yet this was something a little different. It was something that was almost too big for us. Something that seemed to reach out and make useless and worthless all of the common efforts that we could make to grow and be better people. As this situation gradually settled into our subconsciousness, we began to find that that which goes in must come out. We began to realize that in many ways our conduct was different. Something had been established within our own psyches that made it impossible for us to again be what we were before those fatal days. And as we watch what has come out of man in the succeeding years, we realize perhaps more really and more completely the degree of damage from which we suffered. One thing is obvious to nearly every thoughtful person, that from the time of the atomic fission, Western culture, Western civilization, more than that, world culture, has slowly seemed to decline as from some kind of sickness in itself. We have lost anchorage in values. We have lost sincerities of purpose in leadership, in industry, in science, even in religion and art. We see as surely from scars of this occasion as we can observe the motion of the stars in the rings of trees. All of these changes man has had to face. And as a result of this tremendous upheaval in our own life, we do observe an increase in problems and a decrease in answers. We see the individual less conscientious, less honest, less honorable. We see young people with less hope for the future. There gradually comes that kind of reaction which might always accompany such an emergency. The desperate effort to cling to life while we have it. The lack of long-range planning. The insecurity of home, the rebellion of children. Everywhere this disillusionment has struck home. And it is perhaps especially difficult for us because this whole situation is so very close to our own country, to our own way of life, and to the ideals and dreams which we held of American leadership in world affairs, a benevolent, kindly, constructive leadership that was to bring men everywhere into a fuller opportunity for freedom and security and happiness. Some way we took this very seriously, probably because it was the result of the ingenuity of our own people. Yet, what has been done cannot be undone. And we have to try to understand in some way the reasons for what happened, and how these reasons must be valid, and how there has to be a great purpose in the things that happen to us. If the atomic bomb worked a terrible hardship upon our egos and our souls, it should also have brought to our immediate attention something that we have already at least begun to forget. And that is that there is no security in this mortal world. All that which is born to die. And whether this transition occurs in the fullness of years or in the prime of life, it is inevitable. Therefore, actually, the atomic bomb did not invent death. And since those blasts, we have killed many more people on the highways of our nation than died at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But these deaths on the highways seem to be sort of natural deaths, if we may dare to say that any death is more or less natural. Thus, in our psychic stress and shock, we were confronted by facts that we have always known. But these facts came upon us so cruelly,
so intensely, so dramatically, that we were not able to cope with them immediately. Some of these facts we must review now, because they are essential to a real understanding of the world in which we live and in which we have always lived. It is true that we have never lived under quite such a strange kind of pressure as we now know, but we have never lived as such peculiar beings as we now are. It all fits together to make a picture if we can assemble the fragments. As soon as the atomic fact was known to us, we had a more or less desperate impulse to find something that was safe and sane and sound. And we looked around and we didn't find it. We didn't find it in society and we didn't find it in ourselves. Perhaps no phase of this experience has been more humiliating than the realization that it has brought of how unequipped we are to face major decisions. We have drifted along, becoming ever more dependent upon commodities and conveniences and securities provided by public means or by private purse. Suddenly we come upon something that can only be solved if we think it through with every faculty and power which we possess. And we suddenly discovered that we did not know how to think. We had not even realized for generations what thinking means. We had confused thought with opinion. We had assumed the tongue was tied to the brain, and whatever way it wagged, it was telling eternal truth. This we now know is a delusion. We also realized that for years the philosophy departments of our universities were poorly attended. Philosophy, at best, could only result in a more or less second-class professorship in some school, where the professor would wander about the campus, accumulating years, until he closely resembled dear old Dr. Chick. There was no real philosophic basis under our people. In the times of our great physical pioneering in the settling of this continent, and for that matter, pioneering in Europe or Asia before we got here, man had great spiritual convictions to sustain him. He had a kind of native courage that came from the earth. He was close to the earth. He was used to hard work. He was required to be inventive and ingenious in his own right. He had to use his mind to survive. And he gained a certain practical insight, which brought with it numerous moral and ethical consolations. This is no longer the way of our life. And today, we are frankly afraid. We have very little resource to cope with fear. Faith is not strong. Reason does not support us. The future does not look optimistic, and leadership does not appear solutional. What have we then? We have what we have had for a long time and didn't know it, and that is a kind of mental bankruptcy. In our desperate search for profits, in our belief that this world was a place in which we could keep on piling up cities, and that these cities would result in jobs, and these jobs would increase trade, and this trade would strengthen resources. All this line of thinking had taken over. And then suddenly
There was a tremendous shaking of the earth, and we were shaken off of our intellectual footing, such as it was, and left more or less in a chaos of confusions. In this emergency, we have taken various attitudes. For the most part, we have simply been satisfied either to be afraid or to try to ignore the whole subject. We have taken the ground that there is reasonable hope that we may live our lifespan and that the deluge will come to the future. Each year, however, it appears that hazard multiplies. And as long as there are strong, ambitious persons without very much ethics and very little regard for human life, power is a danger, an ever-present, immediate danger. And every so often, these persons rattle their sabers or begin to pile up stockpiles of atomic bombs, and the world goes again into a kind of nervous breakdown. So the answer has to be found, and the answer is always the same answer, that we meet these problems according to the resources within our own natures. Now we have been provided with these resources. They are not things we have to invent. They are there. They always have been there. But we have turned our attention to things we felt to be less laborious than self-culture. We have found that self-control is least pleasing to ourselves, whereas to continue to do as much as we can in the way we want to do it holds the larger promise. These facts have been reversed by the situation that has occurred. Philosophy has always existed as a help to us in these hours of need. Philosophy has never been of the greatest interest in those successful, sure generations in which persons were confident that they could control their own affairs. Philosophy has always been most vital when peoples were under stress and the need for serious thoughtfulness increased rapidly. Philosophy was once a noble and beautiful institution. It had none of this dull, dusty, moldy quality with which we associate it today. It has none of that vicariousness, this impotent intellectualism, which we rather regard as ridiculous. Philosophy was the result of man's first solemn and serious effort to understand himself, his world, and the laws that govern it. In ancient times, philosophy was not separated from science, or really from religion. They were one body of knowledge. But philosophy was that wonderful power in the mind of man by which all things could be made reasonable, could be made understandable, and if need arise, could be made endurable. This type of philosophy we have great need for today. But when we neglect an area of learning for 1,000 years, it is not going to be in excellent condition to serve us in need. We are told that if we have equipment, we must keep it up. Philosophy is the most neglected part of man's equipment. It has been allowed to fall into the hands of professional thinkers, much like the sophists of old, whose primary concern is merely to perpetuate their own intellectual contemplations. They have made a life of intellect. They have resolved that to them the most interesting of all worlds is the world of thought. And in this world they live and move and have their being. And in this world very often they also drown. Because the world itself has narrowed down to the intellectual contemplation of imponderables, is of very little utility the way we have nursed it in recent centuries. But now, the word philosophy must have a new meaning. It must mean the ability of the individual to think through the emergencies of his own life. It must represent a kind of equipment within us by which we can actually solve problems, by which we can re-indoctrinate ourselves with those principles that we need in order to be adequate human beings. So when the bomb went off and all these things happened, and the dazed world tried to understand, a well-established policy was first followed. Everyone more or less, at least symbolically, raised their eyes or their hands to heaven and said, what have we done to deserve this? Why are our miseries so multiplied? Is it that, like Job, we are to be tested again? Why were such things permitted to happen? How was it that a kind, well-intentioned, good-natured, honest, honorable world found itself in such a mess? The answer was very simple. It had never been a kindly, good-natured, honorable, well-intentioned world. It had that same kind of innocence that spreads across the face of the small boy who has just been in the jam jar. He was in the jam again, but not the jar in this case. Actually, the atomic bomb was one of the inevitable consequences of man's instinct to competition. War is the most destructive form of competition. We have had war for thousands of years. In fact, some of our leading German military experts in their writings have said that we will always have war. For some reason hard to determine or hard to describe, war appears to be the most popular occupation of man. Now, why does this have to so appear? I think it is partly due to the fact that the average individual craves a certain kind of excitement in his own nature. And in the daily plodding of life, he finds little opportunity for that moment of glory, even though it may lead only to the grave. Thus war seems to arise in a certain combative instinct in nature. We find war in nature. But we also find that man is equipped very wonderfully to transcend the more barbarous processes present in the lower kingdoms of life. If man cannot be more peaceful than insects, he has achieved very little in the development of his own culture. But we do know that philosophy has not yet been able to stop war. We know that religion has not been able to stop war. And we observe that wars have a tendency to start among peoples who have had many advantages and opportunities of learning and insight. It requires, therefore, a rather highly complex and highly intelligent people to be able, at this time, to engage in war, which is largely now a scientific procedure. Yet we have had these wars and rumors of wars for a long time. And the moral life of man has never been strong enough to cope with this type of emergency. It is a little humiliating, perhaps, to realize that the two most deadly wars of all time have been fought in our century. Not back somewhere in the Middle Ages, when men were illiterate and bigoted and fanatical, but in the comparatively cultured and opportunity-strengthened environment of modern man, who is most of all in reasons to live, has been quickest to devise means to die. Thus we cannot assume that the processes of civilization, continuing as they are, will inevitably cure war. Nor have we any reason to believe that attitudes that we hold, attitudes conditioned by traditional attitudes of the past, will be more productive of peace now than they were long ago. So philosophy has got to go deeper than this. The philosophy cannot solve the problem by saying there should not be war. Philosophy has to find out, if possible, why there is war and how it can be corrected by taking natural advantage of the aptitudes of the human being himself. In this emergency, philosophy becomes far more important to us, perhaps, than psychotherapy. The psychic shock of the bombs resulted in a distinct abnormal psychological situation. It gave us the greatest neurosis we have known. It also set us in one of the worst phobias that man has ever entertained. The psychological consequences, therefore, only can be met in one of two ways. Psychology says by adjustment. Philosophy says by understanding. Adjustment means primarily that the individual must learn to live as comfortably, as normally, as reasonably as he can while sitting on a bomb. He is supposed to go about business as usual. He is supposed, if necessary, to put a little cotton in his ears so that he will not hear the ticking of some incendiary mechanism concealed within some instrument of war. To continue to be as we always have been, to live as we have lived and love as we have loved and hate as we have hated, to get sick and get well again, to make fortunes and spend them, these were the common interests of man. These, according to psychological integration, must be restored. Or else the individual will become more and more introverted upon his problem and will become increasingly ill. Well, there is something to be said for this, and I suppose that it applies to a considerable measure of human life. There are a great many people who apparently just have neither the inclination nor the inducements to try to think. For these people probably make an effort to bluff it through, to put on a good front, to continue their small activities with as much courage as they can muster. Perhaps this is the only way. But it certainly is not really solutional of anything. Philosophy offers the most important of all considerations, and that is that philosophy makes it possible for us to understand through a situation of this kind and to orient ourselves in a large pattern of values which we have failed to consider, and perhaps to move forward a little sadly but resolutely to the needs that must arise. So philosophy goes after the problem something in this way. There are two primary philosophical attitudes toward life. One is that life has meaning, and the other is that life has no meaning. Now, if you belong to the group that believes that life has no meaning, then actually, perhaps, you are in a somewhat better condition
immediately, if not ultimately. If you do not believe in the meaning of life, then you cannot believe in the meaning of your own life. Consequently, how long you live has very little to do with any valid fact. If you have no meaning, no purpose, no reason, no ultimate beyond the day, then if you are snuffed out this week or next week, is not too serious. The sooner you go, the sooner you no longer have to pay taxes. And I actually know individuals who have committed suicide so they would not have to pay taxes. Now this is one way, of course, of getting even with the government. But it's not, we will say, the most popular way. Evasion is more popular. Now if you believe that there is no reason in this, and if you pass this concept on as a heritage to your children, so that they will live without reason, then life becomes a small pattern of profit and loss. Life becomes a very insignificant thing. And the life of the individual is not more meaningful than the life of a blade of grass that we trample underfoot. The universe doesn't care whether we exist or not, for according to this viewpoint, the universe itself is a vast expanse of mechanistic unknowing. It goes on like a machine, age after age, millennia after millennia, era, age, epoch, following each other, but it isn't going anywhere, and it didn't come from anywhere, and it has no particularly valuable reason for having existed in the first place. Somebody started it, nobody knows when, and nobody cares. Now this, of course, has a certain simplicity about it. It is so simple that it is obnoxious. But a lot of people try to live by it. These people should never be in a panic over things like bombs. Because after all, the bomb is only important because it seems to interfere with something. If there's nothing to interfere with, it isn't important. It isn't important to a man on his deathbed that a bomb will fall 6 months after he's gone. And if the individual is going nowhere and will never have any memory of how he died or what the conditions are in the world that he left behind, and he will not even have a memory or a thought concerning his own descendants, having descended himself into this quiet oblivion, what difference does it make? Now this type of thinking has gained a certain amount of strength, and we have some existentialists who feel quite keenly about it. The only difficulty with these people is that they are a bit unreasonable or inconsistent in their own attitudes. If life isn't going anywhere and isn't going to amount to anything, why is it that these people are so desperately anxious to live while they are alive? Why does this clinging to the moment mean so much to the individual if the moment itself is nothing? How are we able to get so tremendously worked up over spreading the gospel of unbelief when it makes no difference whether we believe or do not believe, we will all forget and be forgotten? So we go out very much to champion the cause of our own non-existence, a rather, shall we say, profitless undertaking. If, on the other hand, we are internally convinced, and I think that most persons who are not sick in some way have a conviction in themselves that there is a reason for this life we live, that materialism is itself a byproduct of psychological sickness, that the individual who psychologically is so poorly adjusted with life that life is only hurting him continuously, is the individual who also is attempting to commit a kind of psychic suicide by destroying his own vision of his own purpose and continuity. He is hoping for oblivion, because he is unable to cope with meaning. If, however, he has a tendency to cope with meaning, then he is very likely to gradually line himself with the idealists, the individuals who are convinced that life has a meaning. Now, between these two poles, or opposites, so to say, a number of bridges have been thrown at different times during the course of human experience. We have tried to, so to say, sit between two chairs and have only succeeded in falling between them. We have tried to take a little of materialism and a little of idealism and stir them up and make some kind of an acceptable brew that had some flavor in it. This particular type of mulligan, however, philosophically speaking, has never been very much good when it was called upon in an emergency. The idealist stands on certain principles, and these principles are sustained by an archaic, archetypal conviction inside of man. As a result of this conviction, being innate, being essentially part of our own humanity, as essential to our existence as the power to think or to feel. Because we have this conviction, we are naturally inclined to accept the significance of purpose. And this acceptance has been universal among peoples. No civilization has ever risen to any height or sustained itself on a cultural level for any length of time without this sense of interior life purpose. And very few individuals have ever succeeded in this world who did not sense purpose in themselves or realize a certain dedication to a concept, a conviction, an ideal, a principle, a belief, or a policy which was important. Now, if we finally line ourselves with the vitalists rather than the mechanists, with those who believe in value rather than those who believe in nothing, then we are in a bit of a dilemma regarding our own weaknesses of character. So we try to rationalize this in the terms of what the modern world has in the form of its philosophical heritage with which to meet this tremendous imponderable that is becoming a little more ponderable all the time. If the universe has a purpose, how is this purpose established? Is there at the root of existence a plan? Does this plan exist in the mind of a planner? Is there some will operating in space by which all things, by willing itself, are moved into the patterns and relationships that are essential? Religion naturally insists that this is true. The religious phase of the problem will be discussed in another evening. Tonight we are primarily concerned with the philosophical implications. Now, philosophy is not only a process of reasoning, it is a process by which reason causes us to recognize what we really believe. Reason makes available to us our own convictions. For there is an instinctive tendency in the mind of the individual to accept the reasonable and to reject the unreasonable. He likes that which is reasonable and proper. So we have to decide in a sort of general way whether this universe is a conscious, intelligent, or reasonable creation. If it is any of these things, we are then confronted with a still more interesting speculation. If we wish to assume that the influence or power of things is to a measure dependent upon their relationship to other things, then we must assume that the universe, cosmos, universal systems, cosmic chains, this vast mass of worlds forming the inhabitants of space, this is pretty big. It is larger than we are. It is infinitely more powerful. And as far as we can conceive, it would be impossible for man to thwart the purpose by which the entire motion of existence is maintained. He might be able to blow our planet out of its orbit or some minor little thing like that, but as far as being able to alter the complexion of purpose, even the most optimistic of us, even the most egotistic, have certain reservations as to their own capacities in this matter. It becomes pretty obvious that this universe is run by an efficient process of law, that these laws are unchangeable and not to be corrupted by man, that these laws are infinite and eternal, that these laws are adequate to cope with any situation that can arise within the infinite processes of existence. Science is even suggesting a little now that probably the atomic fission which we have achieved is not the first example of this in space. Even assuming that men or creatures with intellect on other planets had never done anything like this, or that nowhere in the cosmos is a group of scientists with the same degree of enthusiastic audacity, the fact remains the very processes of creation, the dissolution of solar systems, the absorption and re-emergence of cosmic chains, these very processes involve great chemical, electrical, physical phenomena, infinitely beyond even our conception. Consequently, nature must be large enough to take care of the sundering of 1,000,000 cosmic chains and still be unperturbed. Because something is happening somewhere in space every second. And most of these happenings are bigger than anything we can even visualize or conceive of. If, therefore, there is a plan and a purpose, it appears to be large enough to take care of itself. In this it differs from man, who has never been large enough to take care of himself. If the universe, therefore, has in it some natural policy, we are then in ethics compelled to assume that whatever this pattern is, we must call good. Because it is impossible for us to conceive of something that is all-powerful and not good. Even if to the inhabitants of some other cosmic chain far, far away, the policies of this one might not be acceptable, still, for us, the way of the existence of which we are a part has to be good. There's no use arguing with it. If we want to call it bad, we can. But even beyond good and bad, it simply is. And about this fact, there's nothing we can do. Perhaps then we may say that our personal interpretation of good is that we come into harmony with this plan and follow its rules and dictates and gain certain security through obedience to that which we cannot disobey and survive. Thus good sets itself as one of the natural attributes of the creating power in which we have our hope. This power, philosophically considered, takes on the aspects of mind. It is infinite mind, universal mind, cosmic mind. And by extension, we may assume that it is also cosmic consciousness. For consciousness as we experience it is never entirely separate from mental phenomena. So at the root of existence there has to be a mind or a mindfulness in which this plan exists. and by which power this plan is perpetuated and continued through the infinite durations that we can barely seek to define. We cannot really experience them at all. So the philosopher moves on to the ground that the universe is real, that its laws are real, that its principles are essentially just, and that everything that happens in nature happens for a reason, and that it happens because it is necessary for it to happen, or in some way that which occurs is acceptable to the plan, even though it may not be acceptable to man. Man, having somewhat an overestimated sense of his own ability to interpret the universe, cannot always justify nature, but he still has to abide by its edicts, whether he likes them or not. If then a thing like evil arises in our experience of the universe, it is like the ills that arise in our personal experience. They represent our own inabilities to accept or adjust or obey, but they do not constitute weaknesses or failings in the cosmic plan itself. Philosophy, therefore, actually more or less assumes that the creator of things is the real or only true philosopher, and that therefore everything that this creator does is wise, thoroughly thought through with a wisdom that transcends human comprehension, and that consequently our problem is not to shake our fist and say why, in the sense of why does it happen. Our problem is to thoughtfully attempt to discover those reasons by which the happening has become inevitable. Now, if we think a little bit, we can do this pretty well with the problem of the bomb. We know that the bomb is a perfectly natural evolutionary progress in military armament. We know that day by day, century by century, we move from a rough stone hurled by hand to a slingshot, to a hatchet, to a bow and arrow, to a spear, a lance, a javelin, finally to the beginning of machines of war, to the invention of gunpowder, round shot, shrapnel, many things of this nature, finally the comparatively primitive bombs of the last century, and at last to the present situation. This has been the natural growth of man's means of destroying. This growth would not have been possible had man not continually excited it, made it happen, in the causes which he regarded to be righteous warfare. He used these means either for defense or offense, and he was perfectly willing to keep on doing these things and creating new instruments until he suddenly reached the point where the instrument turned on him, and he discovered something so powerful that he became afraid of his own ingenuity. This is a perfectly natural procedure, just as natural as the growing of a child or the unfolding of a business policy. This was nothing exceptional, remarkable, or incredible. It was simply the fact that man had his eye on destruction, and he kept it there. And he became ever more proficient in the perfection of the means for destroying. Thus it is not something that fell out of heaven, or something which the devil whispered in his ear. It is something by which, gradually through the ages, he has sought more and more means for enforcing his demands and exploiting his fellow men. This situation, therefore, is little more or less than poetic justice, that it should come back upon him as he himself sent it forth. These facts, however, are not a great deal of consolation as we ponder the newspaper at the moment. But there are certain consoling principles that we have to bear in mind. First of all, philosophy teaches us that everything in the universe that is real is indestructible. Even science takes much the same attitude. If man wishes to regard himself merely as an animated body, and chooses to decide that if this body is blown up, that is the end of him, this is his choice. This is his interpretation. This is his learned and unreasonable answer to very definite problems. But the fact that he takes this attitude does not make it true, nor does it make it inevitable or factual in any sense of the word. One of our problems is, very frankly, that the average individual does not have any clear internal conviction on the subject of immortality. He has a hope that he may survive to a better place, but he is by no means convinced of it as far as his own daily living is concerned. He is not certain in his own nature that he is immortal. This uncertainty is racking his life desperately at this time. Furthermore, he has lived so long within the narrow environment of his present physical existence that this has become tremendously real to him. The things he is doing have become tremendously real. The attachments have become tremendously real. And it is not unreasonable or wrong that they should be very vivid in his consciousness. But as Buddha pointed out 2,600 years ago, as long as we make this world the sovereign reality and the conditions that exist here the most important things in our lives, we are going to live forever on the brink of ruin. There is no escape from it. If peace would produce, for example, physical immortality, so that we might continue in these various associations that we now like, and of course have to be bothered with some we do not like, there might make a little more sense in this. But even this is not true. As somewhere in each life, we must discard all of it. We must discard every association and every acquaintance that we have. Some feel that it is better to pass out of this life peacefully in bed, surrounded by our weeping relatives. This, however, is a little dramatic and nostalgic, but some of the individuals near transition have, with their last feeble voice, requested the relatives to leave so that they could die in peace. So there is a great question as to whether there is the happy way or the happiest way to depart from this world. But one thing is certain, regardless of how much money we have or how little, regardless of the status which we attain or do not attain, we are ultimately to depart into that quiet and peaceful area which Gray describes in his elegy to its country churchyard. This is the end for physical life as we know it for the person. If this then becomes a fact, and we all finally accept it when we write our insurance policies, then why do we build such a tremendous psychological pressure over this situation? Why not admit that we are here, that we came from a previous state of existence, and that we will go to a subsequent state of existence? While we are here, we pass through certain experiences. It might possibly be a bad marriage, or it might be an atomic bomb, but they're both unpleasant while they endure. We may have grateful or ungrateful children. We may rise to station or continue in obscurity. But we came, we are here, and we will depart. Our real philosophic interest, therefore, is concerned with this power, this thing, this being that comes, abides, and departs, and not with the carcass that is going to be laid away in one of our better mausoleums. This division, therefore, between the person and the body, this recognition that man is a being, that man as a being has had an eternal existence and will have, that man as a being has gotten himself into trouble since the beginning of the great cycles of existence, and will probably get himself into trouble for a number of cycles into the future. But that by some wonderful machinery of the infinite, man has never been able to destroy himself. And in spite of all his noblest efforts in that direction, he never will. If we can begin to get this philosophical concept so magnificently expounded by Plato and Socrates, and also so clearly enunciated by Buddha, we are in a much better condition to face the simple fact of life. And that is that we must all face transition, regardless of how it comes or where it comes from. And that therefore our primary purpose in being here is to live and to learn and to do and to grow and to help, with the full understanding that when our allotted time comes, that will be it. If we accept this as we accept other evident facts of nature, we will not be in a pandemonium over a particular incident that may arise. It was a tragic circumstance that two little boys were buried in the collapse of a little cave or tunnel they had built, or others had built for them, a few days ago. We know what this meant to the suffering parents. We know what this meant to the little ones themselves, to be thus suddenly rejected out of our mortal way of life. But was anything killed, anything actually destroyed? Is this a tragedy in nature? Or is it simply an incident in a life that is so magnificently surrounded by protective machinery that true tragedy and real tragedy is impossible? If there is a tragedy at all in this universe, if there is a tragedy for man in this world, the real tragedy is that he shall leave here no better than he arrived. Hence is in turn offering certain choices. And the principal choices in each case are the choice of acceptance and the choice of rejection. And when experience is accepted, we move forward. When it is rejected, we start over again, because we will continue until it is accepted. If we accept, therefore, a universal principle and recognize that this universe, with its infinite magnificence, in which minute forms of life indescribable are perfectly ordered, vast orbits of universal motion without exception fulfilling their destinies, that everywhere the marvel of universal architecture in the form of the cell and the structure of minute sea creatures, the tremendous architecture of mountains and valleys, the blazing radiance of suns, the tremendous marching symphony of galaxies, all of these things are either ordered or they are not ordered. And we cannot look upon the universe. We cannot watch the calendar. We cannot observe the orderly sequences of the days and nights and months and years and centuries. We cannot measure the precessions of the equinoxes or contemplate the phenomenon of the tides without being instinctively aware that we are in a universe ruled by facts, ruled by common sense, and ruled by principles that are not only enduring, but by their very nature have to be meaningful. And this meaning for man can only be one possible meaning. There is only one excuse for suffering, for living, for existing, for passing through the infinite concatenations of youth and maturity and age. There can only be one reason, and that is man is supposed to grow. That he is to mature something, that he is to achieve some greater knowledge or consciousness in himself than he might otherwise possess. that this consciousness or knowledge cannot be conferred vicariously even by God, but must be experienced by the living thing so that it becomes his own. And that this experience has as its ultimate, as indicated by the truly great whom we have known in life and in history, has its ultimate in the production of the individual who is enlightened, who accepts, who is patient, who is wise, and who is in all things as good as human nature can be. So nature is producing better human beings out of insight, out of experience. And through experience, man has his magnificent opportunity to grow and become a truly perfect creature in this world of which he is a part. So philosophy insists upon this basic realization. And also that there is in nature a law relating to causes and their effects. That everything in nature has to be exhausted in its causes before its effects can cease. And that each effect may lead to further causes by a process called in Buddhism the nidanas. In this process, each of us, in solving a problem, creates a new one. In attaining a certain level of insight, becomes immediately responsible for the attainment of a further level. Thus, nature is everywhere operating with justice. And justice means always that good must be rewarded, and that the works of evil must be corrected, and that the individual who through ignorance or through perversion betrays the laws of the universe of which he is a part, or violates them in his own action, this individual must be corrected. And correction must be impersonal, universal, and inevitable. And to achieve this, the universe has set into every pattern of existence its own consequences, so that a thing done inevitably produces a result like itself, for this result comes from itself. It is not bestowed upon it arbitrarily by some judge in space. All things have their own consequences within them. And when we set these actions in motion, their reactions are similarly vitalized and become immediately and inevitably associated with their corresponding actions. Consequently, the history of man is the history of man's motion from one problem to another, and the times in which he has evaded solution or has corrupted solution. These times have in turn been followed by periods of affliction and adversity, in which the very things he did produced their harvest in their own likeness, and the man who enjoyed the deed did not enjoy the reaction that resulted therefrom. Philosophy, therefore, invites us to investigate the nature of action, in order that we may not at any time set in motion actions the consequences of which are difficult or impossible for us to sustain. Thus we have this pattern moving us and moving with us through the mystery of space. There was never a time in which we needed to have an intimate and rather friendly and loving relationship with space, as we now need it today. For actually these mysterious laws operating beyond us, but also within us, are the only hope we have. They are the justice which we seek in vain among the works of men. They are the eternal principles of honor, which cannot fail, even though the conduct of men may be dishonorable. And we must sometime make a choice, a very simple but direct one, as to whether we are willing to accept the universe and abide by its principles, or whether we shall go on rebelling and resenting and denying, and criticizing and condemning. This decision is up to us. Now, if we decide to accept and take therefrom a certain natural strength, we observe that our psychic integration immediately improves. we are healthier and happier when we accept the best that we understand than we are when we resent the bad which we assume to exist. Now, we can say, for all practical purposes, that there are some pretty bad things that do seem to exist, and pretty hard to deny them. And we don't advocate shutting our eyes to these problems. But we do advocate the thinking through of them to the degree that the badness goes out of them. And we see in them rather challenge and opportunity, or are reminded of some basic error in our own judgment or conduct, so that we are grateful for an adversity rather than resentful of it. If we get the thinking straight, we can begin to recognize that we live in a universe that is amply able to take care of us. And that also, in taking care of us, it will do that which we need, not that which we want. And in taking care of us, it may sometimes use extreme methods, rather than to follow into the common, simple, happy ways that we would like to assume would represent parental indulgence. But actually, we are best taken care of when we permit the universe to do it, and accept this care as we would the care of a loving parent, even though at a moment of punishment we may resent the parent. In the long run, we realize the wisdom of its actions, if these actions are wise. And in the case of this universal parent, an intelligent, wise enough, and great enough to create this mystery is wise enough and great enough to administer it in a reasonable way. With this kind of thinking, then, we can gradually learn to live with the bomb. We can learn to live with it, perhaps, only because we have to. But this necessity does not necessarily mean that we will live with it well. It will not necessarily mean that we can give a good example to our children. So to this necessity must be added this internal enlightenment. To the necessity must also be brought the understanding, so that we are able to adjust ourselves to a slightly different degree of impermanence than we have ever known before, but a degree which is not unique in space, in no way different from any other kind of impermanence. In the fall of 1923, a great earthquake hit the Japanese islands. In this earthquake, if the truth were known, and I suppose the truth will never be known because of the conditions and the situation, I would suspect strongly that 250,000 died. We became duly and properly perturbed over this, and we rushed help to them, and we did all that we could to ease this situation. But this emergency was just as great as an emergency caused by a bomb. The Lisbon disaster, about 150 years ago or something like that, between 70 and 80,000 persons died in a few hours. There have been earthquakes in Asia, for example, that have shaken and torn to pieces areas larger than the United States in one quake. These things we call natural phenomena. And if villages and cities and towns are swallowed up, rivers are turned from their courses and inundate cities, or in another way, if cholera moves across Asia, as it frequently does, there have been years when cholera alone has taken 8 million lives. These things do not seem to frighten us so much. We don't want to be there when it happens. But it's a line or two in the newspaper underneath the football score. These things we take for granted. So that actually life to us, subconsciously, is not viewed as we consciously view it. Life to us is a perishable commodity. We know this, and we adapt to it in any way that we can.
But the bomb is different. The reason why the bomb is different is because man is responsible for it. And he has the guilt of it on his own soul. He has no guilt for earthquakes. But with the bomb, he suddenly feels that he himself is destroying his own kind. That this whole thing is a sort of dishonorable suicide. This hurts him. It hurts him because man has always wanted to be regarded as the noblest of creatures. He likes to think he is far above the animal, far more advanced than primitive peoples, that he has a marvelous record of progress, and then crash, this thing explodes in his face, wiping away all his progress as far as its own psychic overtone is concerned. Perhaps we have to help man in this dilemma. Help him to realize that although he has done this thing, all he has really done is built another kind of a castle in a sandbox and knocked it down. That actually, just as surely as he has overestimated his attainments, now he overestimates his own destructiveness. Well, what can he destroy? Nothing that worms would not ultimately take away. Someone said not too long ago that there was a killer loose in the world that was more terrible than anything that we could command or imagine. And that this strange, insidious thing would in the course of the next 100 years take 3 billion lives. This killer is the death rate. We don't think about that too much. But we didn't create the death rate. It is this moral thing that has come down to hurt us. It is this thing within ourselves in which we suddenly stand face to face with a kind of savagery and become aware of the atavistic tendency of our own conscience and our own consciousness in its lowest and least unfolded condition. So now we have to live with these facts also. We have to live with a philosophy. And the philosophy tells us very simply that the reason why man could create the bomb is because man forgot the most important part of his heritage, and that was the heritage of beauty and truth and love. That with all his haste and development, he considered canons to be practical and love a vanity of women. He considered good armament necessary, good ethics not necessary. And so by degrees he bound himself to the causes of death, feeling that if he could control life and death, he could control man. That the one threat he could hold over the head of any man is the threat of death. And that for most people that threat would bring them to their knees. In the desperate effort to live, men would sell out everything that is real and valuable in life and simply cling with their fingers dug into the earth, cling for a little longer to this right to be physically alive. This was the power of death. This is the power of death that Jesus sought to tell us had no longer any authority. But we didn't understand. We didn't know the meaning of these words. We did not realize that death would be swallowed up in life. We were unable to orient these facts. Now we've gone along and we've had a fairly successful century. We have made a lot of money. Look like stocks are picking up a little. But the rise in stocks isn't as cheerful as it used to be. I heard a man say yesterday, they're going up, but why? They're going up because it looks as though men would die. We're learning. And we have to learn a lot more. We have to learn the lesson that we refuse to learn in love. We have to learn this inevitable tragedy of the individual ignoring those values in his own consciousness which alone make him human. So if we can't do it, and if we won't do it, and we insist upon playing chess with human life, then we are breaking the rules. And it is necessary for us to discover the meaning of this in universal terms. But the fact that we may be seriously chastised for a very serious fault, because the universe has been more than patient with man. He has been a nuisance from the beginning, and many have regarded him as the most vicious parasite that was ever produced by nature. He has plundered everything and restored very little. He has given little of himself to the advancement of life, but has taken from life everything he could get. Nature says, this isn't cricket. This is not the way it's done, my friend. You had all kinds of wars, massacres. You have seen tragedy, sickness, crime, and death, but you've done nothing about it. You've gone merrily on your way, saying to yourself, I can make a profit off of this war, and it'll be fought somewhere else. Nature says this won't work. And so now we find a more severe evidence of our own mistake. Now, everyone is not involved in this mistake. Most people, as individuals, do not want to go to war. On the other hand, most people also in their various ways have been affected by this situation. War, in a little way, can be simply called selfishness, self-centeredness, unreasonable ambition, cutthroat competition in business, the desperate effort at status. All of these things are of the same essential substance of war. They're all wrong. They're all false, and they're all dangerous to the common good of man. So we are all to a measure tarred a little with the same brush, although in many ways we do not wish to believe that we are. If by any chance, and there will be a good many, we are not really in this classification, if to the very best of our own knowledge and understanding we have lived as good a life as we know how to live, how then shall we explain that we too may be within the dangerous area of fallout? How are we going to say that nature is going to be able to divide between the just and the unjust? How are we to assume that when one of these blasts go off, the worst will be near to the center? We don't, because that may not be the place where the best or the worst can be found. There are those who, in case of atomic war, would die. There are those who would live. Which one would be in the more fortunate condition? How do we know? And there might be some who would save what they are and lose what they have and would wish they were dead. But they will still live. There are others who may be snuffed out so instantaneously that they will be spared from 10 years of arteriosclerosis. Which of them is suffering the worst? How do we know? We know that one thing is true, that out of every 10 persons who might instantly be destroyed by a bomb, 3 would otherwise die of long, painful, lingering illnesses by natural causes. Who is being punished? How do we know? Might we not possibly suspect that the nature of the punishment involves very deeply and immediately the nature of the person upon whom the so-called punishment falls? The same destruction that will destroy the hope of one will release another from a tragic situation in which there is no hope. How do we know
The answer has to lie in the consciousness and the adjustment of the individual. And although many might perish in a single place, each will perish as an individual. Each as a consummation of a situation in life. Each according to the dictates of a pattern which they themselves have carried to some degree of maturity. There has to be some way in which this type of common disaster, like a natural disaster of equal magnitude, cannot be unjust. The only answer to this is that pain and pleasure, life and death, hope and fear, faith and doubt, all of these are as they are to the person himself. The individual who has attained insight, who is firm in his convictions, enlightened in his principles, like Socrates, faces death as the least important of all circumstances. It is not important to him. It is not important to him because he, first of all, has experienced beyond it. And to Socrates, it was more important to maintain the truth of a matter than it was to compromise that truth and walk free by the payment of a small sum of money. Socrates did not need to have died. But death was so unimportant to him that the fear of it, which controlled most of the men of Athens, did not touch him at all. Socrates could not have been injured by an atomic bomb. He could have been killed, but he could not have been injured. Nor could this thing have caused in him any unreasonable anticipatory apprehensions. He would not live in daily fear of what might happen, and by this very circumstance live so miserably that if it did not happen, he then had no reason for life at all. He would continue to do these things which he knew to be right. And the length of life was simply of no unusual concern to him. He might take what precautions he could. He might do everything reasonable. But he certainly would not have wasted 1 hour in fear of something which he did not believe, and which in his heart he knew was not true. That is, that he was destructible. If then the individual, under the pressure of this tension, begins to look around, he may find these very answers, which in due time will be the end of war. Because war is valuable only because it destroys. It destroys your enemy. If gradually we realize that this is not true, if gradually we come to know that the conqueror must live on and remember, that the individual who destroys must live with his own act into the futures beyond time, we might very well have peace in this world. But as long as we believe materialistically that we shall go quietly to sleep no matter how many we have murdered, we have no true moral pattern. We have no reason for either goodness or evil. But we do see considerable reason to do as we please. Thus our philosophy has to come to our help here. And our philosophy, which can be a little bit of Zen and a little bit of mysticism, a little bit of Greek thought, maybe a tiny touch of Taoism from China, we can slowly build up a tranquility within ourselves that enables us to live without being scarred, without having something of a sickness creep into our hearts, by which all our values become pessimistic, In order really to live a critical, dissatisfied, antagonistic, disillusioned life, we have to be pretty poor in understanding of principles. We have to waste a lot of energy, and the chances are, the way we're functioning now, we will, most of us, die of acidosis before any bomb ever gets us. We are breaking down and breaking up. We are continually anticipating the worst, and we are living under nervous tension and stress, which is so acute that we become obnoxious to ourselves, our families, our friends, and even downright strangers. This is noise. It is all part of this insecurity pressure that we have within ourselves. We call it anything we want to. We call it mature concern over serious matters. But there's nothing mature about it, and it is far more jitters than concern. It does not mean anything. It simply means that we have not the courage or the immediate insight necessary to go out and think the thing through straight. Now, there is always a very good possibility that there won't be any bombs fall. There's always the very good possibility that man's subconscious has already learned a little bit, and that nobody really wants to be the one to drop the first one. There might be also rather physical advantages in being cautious, because as these stockpiles rise, it becomes obvious that the destroyer must himself accept a tremendous attack of destruction from his adversary. The thing is sometimes regarded as a bit of a stalemate, and perhaps it will never happen, that there will be an atomic war. This again points out that the greatest preventive power would be the gradual waking up of man to the magnitude of his own selfishness, his own stupidity. If he can awaken to what's wrong with him in time, he may save himself this entire terrible sequence. We sincerely and devoutly hope that he will be able to do so. But if he does so, it has to be because he makes some improvement in himself. He must understand more deeply. He must accept principles more honorably. And he must also stand by truth more firmly. He cannot achieve peace by selling out to the enemy, nor by compromise. His greatest hope of peace, the greatest chance that he has to live, is the fact that he is not afraid to die. This is his hope of life. This is the hope of an honorable peace. Because if fear comes in, then compromise goes with it. And on compromise we can never have any security in this world. But our great hope is that by not being afraid, we can prevent that which we fear. There is much to support the possibility of such a reaction. And certainly it is the best reaction that the individual himself can cultivate. We have to live with this. Now we've got to learn to live with it in a very beautiful manner. There was a case that a little bit on this order. It was a private problem, but it's not so far from it. Years ago, there was a very distinguished and cultured Japanese gentleman who had given his life very largely to beauty and to art, and to literature and to culture. And one day he learned that he only had a few days more to live. He was an elderly man. A serious illness had invaded his body, and it was only a matter of days. So the last day of his life, he was assisted partly from his bed. He went down into another part of his house with the assistance of his family. And there, seated quietly on one of the mats of the floor, he gathered up the flowers for a flower arrangement. To him, this was
the best way to go. That his last work here would be a labor of beauty. That he would find in the gentle peace of bringing beauty according to his concept of beauty, that he had the answer. And shortly after he finished the arrangement, he passed on. But his last expression in life was not fear, nor hate, nor anxiety, nor doubt, but the simple continuance of an act of beauty. This was the way he wanted to go. If our world would live more like that, it would not go. Because it is where the important values are that our security rests. And if each person in his own life held beauty more sacred than life, love to be greater and deeper and stronger than pain, quietly we would fulfill our various works and in our due time quietly depart. This is the way nature intended. That man, by false values, by constantly creating artificial things and becoming the slave of them, has lost these simple dignities that are important. So if we can strengthen our culture, if we can strengthen our lives, if we can find new resources, if we can say very honestly that how long we live is not very important, but how well we live is of the utmost importance, and begin to think on this level, we probably will have life given to us. There are many stories told of very sick people who have had a great driving purpose in life, something that needed desperately to be done. And in a wonderful way, most of these people were given the energy, the strength, and the time to accomplish this necessary thing before they went. And they went when the work was done. This power to endure until the work is done is also shared by races and by nations. Races and nations grow old and die also, or are absorbed into the currents of new peoples. But everything survives, it seems, as long as there is a work it must do, a purpose that is bigger than self. In this type of an emergency, therefore, when it is rather dangerous and painful to think about self, we have added inducements to live for larger purposes. We have more inducement than ever before to enrich this being in the body, so that if it goes and when it goes forth best prepared and equipped for an existence in space. For surely it will leave behind these things with which it is familiar, but the principles of life which it has absorbed and contemplated and built in as character, these are a heritage that will not fail. So what our atomic age is telling us in terms of philosophy is rather simple. It is simply telling us what we have always known, that everything here is transitory. This is just a little more obvious statement of it. Also, that each individual must gain a philosophy of life that is stronger than death. That death cannot be regarded as any longer either a nuisance or an interference. It must be regarded with some of the same concept of understanding that Walt Whitman had when he wrote a beautiful poem to death. Death is a friend because in many ways it consummates the various activities of life. It breaks up patterns that could not otherwise be broken. It releases individuals from cycles from which they can no longer release themselves. It moves the individual out of situations back into universal opportunity so that he may redirect his courses according to his insight.
These changes are not disasters. They are part of the eternal life of things, of which transition is merely an appearance. Suns, moons, planets die. Everything passes from an active to a passive state. Everything is objective and then subjective. These tides are forever turning in the universe. Our main concern is that when men interfere with this tidal rhythm, suddenly death becomes a terrible thing, because it is apparently caused by so terrible and horrible an instrument. But regardless of what causes it, it is the same. Regardless of what it is, each person must rise above it by an experience of his own consciousness. One of the Greeks said that all men in this world live for one reason, and that reason is that they shall learn how to die. There's a lot of wisdom in that, because death is one of the most honorable, the most magnificent experiences of life. It consummates life even more than does birth. And there is no episode between the birth and death that more gallantly calls upon all that we are, or more perfectly reveals both our strength and our weakness. So that in this issue we can move with a certain contentment, even in an atomic age, fully aware that nothing can happen to us that is not right. And that if it is right that this should happen, then it is because there is an end beyond far greater. That this is only an appearance, but that the substance behind this appearance is eternal good and eternal love, ever moving. It is always easy to see love in those who do things to please us, but we must also learn to see love in the wisdom of heaven that does that which is best. This is our understanding. This is what philosophy does for us. And this is how we can take philosophy and apply it to the problem of this time. And if we can apply it well, we shall achieve more than one end. We shall not only attain a quietude, a gracious acceptance of inevitables, which is the most important conservation of energy possible to us, but we will set a good example to a world that is shaken and rather sick about it all. For in these times, it is important that philosophy shall enable us to walk upon the surface of the ocean and say unto the waves, be still. This walking upon the ocean is man's ability to walk quietly across the surface of eternal change, unaffected by it. That the individual has the power to say to the tempest, be still. He also has the power to say to his own heart, be still and know. These are important discoveries, and we probably would have been 500 years slower in attaining them had not our scientific skill suddenly brought this crisis upon our world. We were headed that direction for a long time, but suddenly it happened. And like all emergencies, we are not always prepared when they happen, even though we know they will come. But this emergency is also our great opportunity, for it suddenly brings home to us the importance of all the neglected areas of knowledge, the wonders of religion, the beauties and truths of philosophy. It also causes us to come into great and clear insight into the true wonders of science, and how this particular thing is also the shadow of the good that man could do if he could turn his ingenuity to the service of his neighbor rather than to the destruction of an enemy. We have learned that now that science can explore far into the mystery of life, and that can also make great and good discoveries if its conscience and its heart will lead it in the right direction. We are recognizing that we live in a world of powers that we never knew before, and we now must adjust to the right action of these powers.
Part of the Bushido, or great code of the Japanese gentleman, used to be that a samurai carried a sword. And as Prince Toko said, the sword is a weapon, and it is a test of character. The gentleman will draw his sword to protect his honor, or to protect the honor of others. But the strong man is the one who wears the sword, but is too wise to draw it. He is stronger if he wears the sword, because then the temptation to draw it is more real. But his great virtue lies that holding it in his hand, he will not use it. Long ago, perhaps, Shotoku Kaishi sensed something. Today, we hold in our hand a weapon far more keen than the sharp, curved blade of the samurai. If we are a gentleman, if we are wise, if we are honorable, we will use it to protect the good and to protect honor. But if we are still wiser, we will use this weapon as a symbol that we can hold it and not use it. And this is the symbol of our own self-control. And today we need that self-control. Never before have we had as great an opportunity to be good. Or never before have we had such a ready means of being evil. So if we can hold this tremendous discovery in our hands, but be too wise to ever use it, we may gain a lesson that thousands of previous years have never been able to teach us. So we have to face these lessons, and we have to face the life that they bring. And in this time, realize that we were not left alone in our extremity like poor old Cardinal Wolsey. We are not left alone. We have been provided with all the means of insight that we have ever needed. We have available to us all instruction, all insight, all inspiration of beauty, truth, love, art, literature, ethics, and culture. These things are all available to us. The solutions are available and are at hand. We only need to reach out and take them. And the thing that must cause us to reach out is this something within ourselves that, waking to the seriousness of the occasion, chooses at this time to make the simple decision of right action. If this is accomplished, tragedy may well be averted. But if it cannot be averted, it will be a tragedy only to those who do not understand. The rest will accept it, face it, move through it to the eternal victory that is the inevitable birthright of the human soul. Well, time is up, I think, for this evening.
For the last 300 years, we have gradually intensified what might be termed our scientific program. With the rise of humanism in the 16th and 17th centuries in Europe, human attention focused almost directly upon the material advancement of society. There is good reason why this should have happened. For a long time, the average, even so-called cultured person, had given practically no consideration to the pressing problems of social change. There was no consistent recognition of the rights of man, his rights of decent living, his rights of education, religious freedom, his rights to improve his techniques and skills, broaden his knowledge and understanding. By degrees, however, this emphasis, well justified at the time, became excessive. Slowly the universe of values disappeared, and in its place came the universe of utilities. Progress came to be measured entirely in the physical advancements in the arts and sciences. It was inevitable that this unbalanced condition should ultimately lead to some kind of a crisis. Whenever we develop a lopsided and unbalanced and unreasonable perspective, we must pay for it. And in the 19th century, we made the dramatic shift from a religious cultural to an economic industrial basis. Then the era of invention became dominant, and one discovery after another increased our conveniences and also complicated our problems. So today we have the atomic bomb, which might be regarded as the inevitable end of an attitude. It might have been delayed a little longer, but man being what he is, with the pressures and intensities peculiar to his kind, living under a psychological situation such as now prevails, was moved by forces beyond his control, step by step, relentlessly, to the present state of affairs. The only way we can understand it is to recognize that it demonstrates the immutable processes of cause and effect. We have sowed the whirlwind. Now we must reap the whirlwind. Had we been more careful, more thoughtful, we would have had a better state of affairs. But being creatures of extremes, of intensities, of great pressures, we never have been able to advance any program with dignity and moderation. The spiritual situation therefore comes home to each and every one of us. Probably this is what nature has intended. Man has always learned the hard way, and he seldom accepts facts until they slap him in the face or bring to bear upon him some condition which halts him in consternation. The gradual decline of religious intensity has lowered our ethical levels, has weakened our internal resistance to stress, and has left us, much like Cardinal Wolsey, naked to our enemies. These enemies, in this case, being our own intellectual productions. But we must live with what we have. The knowledge is not going to be taken away. It may be possible that we might have a bad setback in the development of an atomic program. But we cannot again forget the strange, dangerous instrument we have devised. So now we must learn to live with it. We must also recognize that its danger lies not in itself, but in ourselves. The atomic bomb is comparatively harmless unless man, through his own psychic tensions, releases it upon himself and upon society. So the bomb is not the danger. The man is the danger. the individual who has not yet matured his own consciousness, has not yet reached a state of self-discipline, has been handed this terrible instrument. And we are hoping against hope that he will not use it. Religion has to meet this problem in two ways. First, it has to build as rapidly as possible within man the kind of spiritual integrity which will prevent him from the destructive use of atomic power. This means that from the standpoint of the religious life of mankind, there has to be an immediate and rapid shift from religion as a theory, as a policy, as a sectarianism, to religion as a dynamic experience within our own lives. To live at all, man must live by a better religious code. This is difficult, and perhaps this difficulty can be summarized in the fact I received in the mail 2 or 3 days ago quite an elaborate brochure which should have been and could have been written about 1850. It's a full 110 years behind its time. It is the type of thing that we might have expected a fervent missionary to write in a desperate effort to protect his own creed, not only from assault by other Christians, but particularly from the assault of non-Christian worshippers. In this time, the brochure is most untimely. It again attempts to emphasize the inevitable rights of one Christian sect, not only to differ from all other religions of the world, but to declare without hesitation that all these others are wrong. Not only wrong, but so very wrong that it becomes the duty of the true believer to remain completely intolerant of them, or become that way for the good of his own immortal soul. This is very unfortunate, because if the world today has one defense against the chaos of materialism, it is the vast body of religious peoples everywhere in the world. Materialism is a two-pronged adversary. First, it is represented by materialistic political structures, and we think in terms of world communism. It is also represented by materialistic intellectual levels. And in this group, we have a great many educators, scientists, persons in our own communities who have developed this intense materialism. Against these dangers, and they are real dangers, we have only the goodwill of people of strong faith. Now, it makes very little difference at the moment which one of the 5 great religions of the world these people belong to. Because they believe in God, because they believe in the brotherhood of man, because they believe in peace rather than war, because they believe that there is a spiritual destiny which man must face, spiritual laws which he must obey, a spiritual power at the source of life. Because they have these beliefs, they are our friends, and are very necessary friends at this time. Yet in a day when the survival of all faiths is hazarded. We have denominations picking at each other. Not only picking at each other in a rather nasty, nice way, but actually pointing out to the devout members of their own groups that it is a mortal sin to unite with these other people. Now this is just about as dangerous to us as the bomb, because it is destroying the instrument with which we must attempt to hold the world together. The world is not only in danger of falling apart because of atomic fission, it is in danger of falling apart because there seems to be no real desire to keep it together. If our civilization goes, it will not go because of the bomb. It will go because man has cultivated and protected for hundreds of years attitudes which had in them the very substance of disintegration. So we are concerned now in thinking through how we are going to meet on a spiritual level the challenge of this tremendous scientific discovery. We know politically and socially that we must be one world or perish. We now also begin to suspect that we must be one religion or have none, and that the weakness in our own spiritual unity is almost certainly going to leave us the victim of the animosities and prejudices, ill feelings, and resentments of persons whom we have hurt spiritually as well as materially. So we have to think very much along these lines. We are faced by one enemy, essentially, the enemy of scientific skill. This adversary is highly organized, also has its dedications to progress, to the advancement of knowledge, is served by persons with a strange devotion to the ideas of science, and held in a kind of hypnotic trance by the fantasy of the scientific approach to life. These people, however, are well integrated as a group. They are going on their way. They know what they are doing. Day by day they are expanding their knowledge and their skill, not all in a destructive direction, but too much of it in that direction. Against this highly organized program rises the voice of popular indignation, a strong dissent, but a dissent of peoples that have never actually formed one structure, but have spoken as individuals without even a general sense of common sympathy. They are not a solid pattern of conviction. They are merely fragments of fear, rising up in all parts of the world and asking some kind of peace in this time of trouble. This situation will not fit the times, and I think we are as never before in our spiritual emergency faced with something that has always been one of our greatest difficulties, and that is that we have outgrown the sectarian concept of religion. We are in a condition now where we must begin to think in terms of one world religion. This does not mean that we must demand religious conformities, But we must divide between religious essentials and religious non-essentials. We must recognize the importance of a common unity on those levels in which our survival is involved. Perhaps what we need is something not patterned unlike the great political movements that are attempting world peace or attempting to maintain an uneasy armistice at this time. Just as it is necessary for the nations of the world to sit down together and try by every possible means to arbitrate their differences, so it is necessary for the religions of the world, with far greater justification than policy can ever have, to sit down together and recognize the spiritual emergency that is affecting the entire world, and that unless religion unites in this emergency, it will not only fail to contribute to the common good, but may very well destroy itself utterly. It is no longer a matter in which we have the luxury of our prejudices. It is now a matter of unite for survival. Not only for the survival of religious conviction, but for the survival of man under a way of life that can give him spiritual security, without which he cannot function. Man is a religious creature, and if he does not have the strength of his religion, his entire ethical structure loses tone, loses value. Now we know these problems exist. We would like to do something about them. But most persons today are a little hesitant in daring to hope that anything on a world level will actually be done. If the conditions arising today, and which certainly will become more and more intense in the next year or two, if these conditions do not point the way to what is necessary, we can have very little hope that the human being is capable of spiritual brotherhood. We must continue to assume that his religion is on his lips but not in his life. This does not mean that everyone is lacking in these qualities, but that the great formal structures upon which religious motion depends either lack the courage or the insight to sacrifice their own peculiar prejudices for the preservation of the essential principle of religion. It looks as though we were again going to be confronted with the problem of working out our own salvation. The individual, recognizing his own needs, must build his own religion, perhaps deriving it from the faiths familiar to him, perhaps not actually departing from the broad structure of prevailing religious teaching, but making certain powerful applications within his life, and achieving in himself the tolerance which the world does not seem to be able to attain. So we may feel at the moment that as the crisis spreads, as the problem deepens, that the average person must begin to consider his own place in this world emergency. We read various accounts of what might happen and the tremendous potential destruction that could follow the use of atomic missiles. We also realize that the Holocaust proclaimed in these reports will have a tremendous effect upon our moral structure. Even the fear of it has already proved most disintegrating. But as the emergencies come closer, if they do, and we hope they do not, there must be ever more strength within the person to keep his own vision clear in the presence of situations over which he cannot personally exercise any general control. Here we have the second prong of our religious problem, and that is that among the great works of religion, perhaps the greatest, is to carry man through adversity. This is the final test of religion. For most people, religious integrity is measured by the ability of the believer to retain his own inner center of integration under the stress of circumstances. Thus, the religions we know must either be used to prevent trouble or to carry us in time of trouble. And both of these uses are valid. I think we must also generally realize that the atomic bomb, while it changes the pattern of our society, does not essentially change its hazards. Life becomes a little more dangerous. But this danger has always existed in some degree, to some measure. The life of the individual has always been in danger. Therefore, this is not the major consideration. The major consideration is that we have now the opportunity for a long and careful period of waiting in which our nervous systems become exhausted with anticipatory dreads. Instead of being able to rise to an emergency, we must face a long psychological depression of attitude and of resource. These things are harder to bear than the actual danger itself. Thus we need to integrate as far as we can our spiritual integration, or in our spiritual consciousness in this emergency. How are we going to go about it? What will be the problem of religion for us, perhaps for the next several hundred years, as we move more and more into this situation in which our skill can hazard every value which we possess? I think the simple answer for all these things is a series of deeply held, firmly believed acceptances. Man saves most of his energies by acceptance. By acceptance we do not mean compromise. This is not the point at all. But we must face most of the problems that we cannot solve with the thought that is expressed in the Bible. Suffer it to be so now. This too shall pass away. Therefore, what arises, what rises over the horizon of our experience must have a measure of acceptance. Today, we live in a world in which we will either spend most of our time worrying, being afraid, wondering, doubting, criticizing, or condemning, or else we must develop a consciousness of acceptance. Now, every negative attitude that we hold, every fear, doubt, and anxiety that we nourish is essentially bad for us. It is the same concept as that expressed in the Shakespearean play. The brave men die but once, and cowards die many deaths. The individual with an acceptance simply faces the fact. He brings to bear upon that fact all that he knows and all that he is, but he declines to dramatize it. He takes out of his entire concept of life the emotional superlatives with which he exhausts his own energies. Instead of saying that a thing is good or a thing is bad, the average person takes the attitude that it is awful, awful, awful good, or awful, awful, awful bad. Now, all these awfuls are a loss of time, a loss of energy, and a method of indoctrinating ourselves with a negative hypnotic technique. Now, I know that many people are so emotionally constructed that something has to be awful, awful, awful all the time, or they do not know how to live. But we're reaching the point where the world around us is producing so many intense situations that we can no longer afford to react to them with continually mounting tension, or we will disintegrate ourselves before the bomb has a chance. To meet this particular situation, we have to call upon some of the insight that has sustained others who have been good and wise and right down through the history of human endeavor. It has long been held that actually the human being is a kind of visitor in this world. Man is in this world but not of it by his very nature and constitution. His body extends into the sphere of matter, but his heart and his mind and his soul ascend into the mysterious worlds of creativity and idealism and spiritual value. Thus, while man lives here, his life can never be complete in the terms of the things that exist here. It makes not much difference how long he lives. For some it is not long enough, and for others it is too long, and for very few is it ever just right. Whatever we achieve, we must lay down the instruments of achievement in due time and pass them on to other generations. We are really almost strangers in the planet which we inhabit. We come for a time and we depart again. Materialists take the attitude that this is all of us. Well, if this is all of us, then there is very little of moment that merits much consideration. But to the religious person, this is not all of us. There is, in addition to this mortal existence, a life within us. A life which is the source of our strength, the source of our hope, and the very substance of our faith. If this life is real, if this inner self has an actual existence, this is the part that is important. These other things are comparatively unimportant. To hope in terms of important things is far better than to fear in terms of unimportant things. So if we are spiritually oriented in this life, we are capable of a series of acceptances. For underneath the surface of our various belligerencies, we are creatures of continual acceptance. We may rebel, but we must finally accept the dictates of nature and the laws of heaven. We have no choice. Unfortunately, however, we are never sure the full measure of this problem of acceptance. We may find that the things we fear never do come about. All the more reason why we cannot wreck and destroy our own lives with unreasonable fears. If we can smooth down and simplify the attitudes of our own consciousness, we will be a long way ahead in the preservation of our essential religious convictions. Let's try to think of it this way then. Let us say that if we want to belong to the religion of the atomic age, that we will realize the immediacy of everything we believe and everything that we think. Under this process, in which our time allotments become uncertain, now is the time for the attainment of all that is good. Now is the time of the practice of all that is virtuous. Now is the time for the kindness which we can no longer afford to delay. Therefore, in our religious life, now is always the moment for the practice of our faith. Now is the proper instant for the kind word, the good thought, and the helpful deed. Now is the time to share strength with those who need. Now is the time to know our children, to take a deeper interest in our friends. Now is the time to read the good book. Now is the time to develop the latent talents. Now is the time to do anything that needs to be done. We used to say when we retire we will begin to think. Now is the time when we must begin to think. We used to say, tomorrow I will phone my neighbor and wish her well. Now is the time to make that call. Things must move from the concept of infinite procrastination to immediate action. We can live a very long time in a short time if we live fully. The average person in the next 6 weeks could do most of the good deeds that he will ordinarily get around to in the next 25 years. Because he will space them out. This year he will make some little improvement in something. Next year he will mow the lawn. But in the next 6 weeks, we can pile together more value by real intent of purpose than we might ever have gotten around to among the continuing distractions of our careers. Therefore, religion, philosophy, art, music, culture, these things suddenly become things of now rather than things of sometime. Thoughtfulness is now. Sincerity is now. Honor is now. We are not going to live a little better when we get a little richer. The time to live better must be now. If we can move, therefore, from this long pattern of things to this immediate recognition of urgency, we can achieve that which is the purpose of our lives. Nature is not really particularly interested in how long we live. Nature may beam a kindly smile upon the centenarian, but it also afflicts him with numerous ills. The purpose of life is growth. Up to very recently, the whole concept of growth has gotten lost. In its place has come the idea that life is an adventure in the fulfillment of ambitions. Life is a kind of race in which the important thing is to reach the end as quickly as possible. We don't realize it, but that is the way we live. Instead of that, we have the possibility of experiencing all of the values of life in a comparatively short time. In this way, life is not shortened, because life really has nothing to do with counting birthdays. Life is actually the record of significant events which have enriched character. If in the normal occurrence of life, as we see it, the average person has a dozen of these significant events scattered over 70 or 80 years, and the rest of the time has been largely devoted to selfishness, thoughtlessness, and indifference, actually life to this person consists of 12 events. The rest is meaningless. Now these events could have been brought much more closely together had we a realization of the importance of getting into life all the growth that we can. From a religious and spiritual standpoint, there's been considerable discussion, for example, about war, and the young men who went out and in a very short time perhaps lost their lives in the service of their country. We wonder whether or not their lives were really shortened, or whether the wasted time was simply squeezed out of them, and the significant things were all that was left. And one who came back after coming very near to death held this concept very close to himself. He said, in a few weeks, I lived a complete lifetime. And nothing that can happen over a long span of years can possibly equal what happened in a few weeks. So under our new concept of things, we can have this immediacy of achievement. Now this is of twofold advantage. First, we have no way of knowing that this bomb was ever going to drop. Maybe the world will be wise enough not to let it. But if we do begin to build immediate accomplishment into consciousness, consider how much more we will have in real growth if we follow this pattern through a period of a normal lifetime. Supposing that the process of becoming better is recognized as so real and urgent that we begin the immediate practice of the principles that we hold to be true. And then we have a nice long life. Think how much we can get done. We might almost take the attitude that we can live the next 5 lives now, and perhaps get a 2 weeks vacation somewhere along the line. We can outgrow our own weaknesses so much more rapidly if we take this attitude of immediacy. But if in 2, 5, 10 years bombs do fall, we don't know, we shall then know that regardless of what has happened, we have lived well. We have lived a full life. We have accomplished the purpose we came here to accomplish, and that was to grow. Beyond this, we need have no fear. For if anything survives, it is this accomplishment. And if we have kept faith with realities, realities will certainly keep faith with us. Under these situations, then, we have these two approaches to a spiritual code for this confused age. The first of these is acceptance, and the other is immediacy. Let's consider this problem of acceptance in the terms of Zen or in some one of the great mystical systems of the world. If you have known very many people in this world, you have realized that individuals consistently destroy their own lives. They destroy them by building deep negative patterns. That nearly everyone has certain belligerencies in himself, resentments. These can become as habitual as alcohol or narcotics. And by degrees we learn to resent everything. We no longer have any sense of value. We whip ourselves and then blame the universe. We destroy our own health and then blame our relatives. Step by step, we defeat our own characters, becoming in the end whiners, complainers, and open rebels, shaking our fists at heaven as though heaven would deign to notice. This kind of rejection, the rejection of the simple facts of things, will become a serious psychotic problem if we do not control it. Now, many people do not really go off the deep end in this. It just becomes a nagging factor all the way along through life. Something that takes out of life its richness, makes life poor and sloppy and comparatively meaningless. Thus, we defeat the experience of God in ourselves. For the whiner, the nagger, the fusser, and the fumer can never really experience the presence of God in consciousness. The acceptor accepts God with life. He thinks he is accepting a tragedy, but in that tragedy appears the luminous form of divinity. Acceptance is always the short way, the simple path that leads to understanding. As we have said, acceptance is not condoning. It is facing that which is necessary. If we have problems to decide, we use every means at our disposal that can be considered thoughtful, reasonable, and intelligent. We make use of every faculty we possess to bring reason and logic and common sense to bear. When we have done these things, we rest the case, ready to take whatever happens, because there is nothing more we can do about it. When we know there is nothing more that we can do, we generally relax. And the moment we are relaxed, the problem itself may evaporate, because problems are pressed into existence by tension alone. If the pressure of ourselves, of our own attitudes, if the exaggerations which we definitely contribute to a problem are removed, sometimes the problem becomes so insignificant that it appears ridiculous. But a little problem with a great deal of libido behind it can really become a nuisance. And most people have taken small things and fretted them into crises of one proportion or another. Zen, therefore, takes a very simple attitude on all of these problems. Just simply sit down quietly and realize your own identity with space, your own identity with the clear light of heaven, your own identity with the warm softness of the earth, that you are actually a being, that in yourself you are complete to yourself. Everything that you are contributes to your completeness. Everything that you think creates its own worlds. You live in a quietude that is disturbed only by yourself. You might as well get around and realizing that. If there's a lot of noise somewhere, you are making it, although it appears to be coming from elsewhere. If there are a lot of problems, you are making them. If there is confusion, this confusion is arising in yourself and not in facts. You live in a world of facts. You live in a world where black is black and white is white, or at least these are the names we have given these things. But most people are not happy about it. They want all the white things to be black and all the black things to be white. And if this change is not miraculously achieved, they decide to settle down and suffer for the rest of their lives. Some individuals insist that their own way is the right way, and that if nature will not adjust to them, they will declare war on nature. Well, this just worries nature to death. And instead of a great fight, we have another Don Quixote de la Mancha going out lancing windmills. And many people lance windmills all their lives. Actually, the facts of existence are acceptable to the consciousness of man. Man can live with facts. Man can live with them, work with them, and die with them. And come in the end to a pretty good adjustment with all of these facts. But when he begins to deceive himself, he cannot live with anything. When he begins to demand, he is lost. So everything that we face is either a fact or it is nothing. A fact we can always adapt to, but nothing can take on 1,000 mysterious, fantastic forms which still have no substance in any of them. So the great problems of life are the ones which are non-factual. Problems which we invent. Problems which we go out of our way to sustain. Problems for which we will sacrifice years of thought. And when we are through, we have achieved nothing. For we have been chasing a will-o'-the-wisp that never did have any substance in it. So acceptance cuts down wear and tear and enables us to cope without emotionalization. Wars are very largely emotionalization. So is crime. The strange, crooked codes of deceivers have nothing in common with facts. But men have accepted them, and struggled with them and suffered with them and died for them. And when it was all done, nothing was accomplished. For when we give our life to an error, we've wasted that life. Nature has tried to tell us this for a long time, but no one was listening. In this atomic age, we have now to become factual. Factual does not mean cold. It does not mean matter of fact, as we use the term. It does not mean the loss of the warmth and the color of life. It simply means the loss of distortion. The loss of these grimacing ghosts and demons with which we have populated the world in which we live. Facts have the true warmth of a great reality. The great Japanese artist many years ago said that he was convinced that the greatest thing in all the world was the fact in art. And he defined this fact, as he said, the utter humility of art. Humility is its fact. Great art is always humble. Great art and great lives are humble. And humbleness is factual. Humbleness is the common clay molded into the simple cup from which a man drinks. 1,500 years ago, a Korean potter, probably a farmer, certainly a person of no estate, evidently got thirsty. And when you get thirsty, what do you do about it? You get a drink. This is very simple, but it is the highest form of reason. And because evidently he wanted a cup to drink with, he made one. Now the cup he made was just as crude as he could make it, because it was for one purpose only, to provide him with a drink. He didn't try to make a cup. But because he didn't even try, something happened to the cup. It suddenly became a product of internal motion. He simply did it without knowing what he was doing or caring. But because he was himself, he pushed it in a little on this side, and touched it down a little on that side in the clay, to make it, look the way he liked to have it. This cup got buried somewhere in Korea after it had served its purpose, and 1,500 years later it was dug up. And it was taken to a great museum. And the great critics and the connoisseurs looked at this little cup that some Korean farmer had made, who probably could neither read nor write. And one of the critics said to the other, "It is perfection. Never could we improve upon this work of art. It has the most wonderful quality of all, and that is humility. It is simple. It was made only for a purpose. But in making it and in fulfilling its purpose, it's been fashioned a thing of exquisite beauty." This is fact. The simplicity of things is their beauty. And these principles that move inside of us are just destroyed by our own emotional overtones. After we've studied art long enough, we couldn't make that cup. It would be utterly impossible. That cup had to be made by the soul, not by the trained technician. And that is why folk art is the art of God in man, and is sometimes the greatest art of all. This simple thing is the Zen idea of acceptance. There is no problem unless we make a problem. Now the atomic bomb stands there and looks awful like a problem. It has the appearance of one. We read about it. It sounds like one. We wonder how anyone can say this is no problem. It isn't, actually. It will either explode or it will not explode. And about this, there is really no problem. There is the constant need for man's being able to adjust, to accept, and to move on from acceptance without fear. This acceptance means that if he survives, he will be of the greatest help in the restoring of his world. If he does not survive, he will go forth into a better world, perhaps, than he has ever known. These problems are simple acceptances. It has been observed also that where an individual is very sick, that one of the most important things in the world is to get a certain acceptance, a certain conscious understanding, a final acceptance of the fact. Thousands of persons who would otherwise have died have lived because they were able to achieve a state of acceptance. Rebellion would have killed them in a month in the precarious situation they were in. But acceptance released all of nature's energies for reclamation purposes. And almost miraculous recoveries have been reported from such conditions. Because the individual simply got out of his own way. And because he did not have the pressure of his own fear, he recovered. In every walk of life, pressure destroys judgment, limits utility and efficiency, detracts from our peace of mind, destroys the days that we have. Whatever the days may be, long or short, let us use them and not abuse them. Let each day be as full of beauty and of truth and of understanding as possible. It would tell us that, among other things, we must not hate our enemy. And we know from a political standpoint that there probably is nothing more disastrous to the morale of the world today than this psychological warfare between the socialized states and the democratic powers. It isn't really what either side is doing. It's what it might do. It's the long-range fear, the doubts, the uncertainties, the grievances, ever remembered, which are setting these two great groups against each other in a struggle to the death. If both groups could accept, just relax, Mr. Khrushchev could stop pounding desks with his shoe and settle down to the very simple fact that he is perhaps a rather lovable, funny old man. If he could look in the mirror and see himself deprived of his honors and estates, he might look like somebody's grandfather. And he would be much better off if he played the part. Because these things do not mean anything. Khrushchev may be one of these days removed from office by the familiar method. He may last a little while. If nothing else happens to him, nature will ultimately remove him. And he will have a life of shouting and howling, screaming and groaning, when he could have had a very happy time of it, and perhaps brought a lot of happiness to many other people. But all kinds of things that are not so move in. Great grievances that must be paid off. Great races of scientific power find out who can get to the moon first. The little question that we haven't gotten around to yet is the Earth going to be here when they get back from the trip? This doesn't seem to concern anyone. But this quiet process of acceptance simply lets down these tensions. In private life, it is such a very helpful thing, too. There are people who worry the moment their children leave the house, worry if they're not back within 5 minutes after school is out, worry if the husband is 15 minutes late getting home, worrying about this and that, a life of worry. No wonder these people are hard to get along with and hard to understand. These people are having trouble getting along with themselves because everything suddenly becomes tension. Everything becomes fear. There is no acceptance. How we can be a religious people and claim that we believe in a good God that protects us, and how we can affirm the spiritual power of prayer, how we can basically sense that this world is in the hands of an almighty providence, how we can have these feelings and then live from one uncertainty to another with 100 doubts in a single day, and a natural instinct to interpret everything as negatively as possible. How such inconsistencies can exist is hard to understand. It can only mean that our religion hasn't gotten in where it is really taking care of things for us. But by acceptance, we can take most of the power out of the bomb. We can certainly take out of it its power to destroy our lives without ever going off. Under the existing conditions, we will produce a generation of nervous wrecks in which 2/3 of our population will ultimately become psychotic, and no bomb has been fired. In this situation, true, 2 were fired. But in the great problem of things, we are living in a tremendous anxiety. And this anxiety will cost us 100 times the number of deaths caused by the fission of the largest bombs we could possibly create. Furthermore, this type of misery has a terrible chain reaction, far more dangerous to us than the mutations that can result from the bomb. Because we are creating a situation in society today of neurosis, of fear, of panic, of loss of personal integration, of breakdown, ethical and moral, which at the least we can say will require 10 generations of healthy living to remedy. And there is no prospect at the moment of the 10 generations of healthy living. We are actually afflicting the next 300 or 400 years of our existence with the attitudes that we are permitting today. So for those who really want a spiritual consolation, a real spiritual help in this situation, consider the problem of the significance of the factual. How every moment of the day can bring us great experience of beauty, a great enrichment of understanding. If we can just pause from the panic long enough to be quiet and to receive into ourselves something of the ever-present availability of good. If we can only get away from these exaggerations, we can achieve a great deal that is valuable and important. The next thing that naturally arises in connection with this concept is the reconciliation of our concept of God with the concept of the bomb. Somehow the bomb caused us to sort of feel that maybe we were too much even for God to handle. That somehow God couldn't prevent the bomb. That this power in man, which is God, was inadequate to prevent man's own abuse of this power. I think we have to revise this thinking a little bit too. For thousands of years we believed in hell, very literal hell, with nice barbecues in it, with our enemies and the members of other beliefs turning on spits and being basted by assorted demons. Actually, in New England, we were taught in the 17th century that not only this hell was there with all our relatives toasting, but those of the true faith who survived this ordeal and didn't land in hell were on a wonderful sort of promenade deck where they could look down on all this and sing psalms of happy glory while they watched their parents broil. Now, we believe this. It's just how stupid we can be. But we believed it in a good faith. We honestly thought this was true. It never occurred to us to wonder in what part of the nature of God hell was located. How a universe composed and created by God, fashioned by the divine will and sustained by the divine wisdom, just what part of it would be set aside for perdition? We never got around even figuring that out. It came finally to our realization that there was hell. That hell had to be in God. This became less and less attractive as a thought, and we gradually got over it. Now, where in this same picture is the atomic bomb? Is this atomic bomb, or perhaps 100 other things that we will invent in the future, is this great problem that we are presently facing one which actually involves a disillusionment in the nature of God? I don't think that we have any right to assume that such is the case. In the first place, we are dealing only with the most remote extremities of the divine plan. We are dealing only with matter. Actually, atomic fission has occurred by natural causes in space from the beginning. Worlds have exploded and gone to nothing. Universes have come into being. Creatures and creations lived and died. But the universal processes go on. I don't think that the atomic bomb represents a universal or divine emergency at all. It represents nothing more or less than a rare example of human stupidity. If this planet and all that it inhabits were to be blown into space, even modern science would be hesitant to suggest that anything had died or that anything had been destroyed. Things had been changed. Change has a mutation everywhere occurring in nature. It is very doubtful if we can assume that the atomic situation is any more a danger to the spiritual program of life than the most common accidents and occurrences. It is more spectacular, but probably in no sense essentially different. The atomic bomb cannot touch the great universal pattern, for it is only a fragment, a minute fragment in one tiny part of that pattern. Now, it is true that all kinds of consequences might come to man, but these consequences relate only to the external physical existence of things. I believe that we will ultimately demonstrate scientifically that we can destroy man's body with a bomb, but that we cannot destroy his soul. That the moment we escape from the peculiar boundary of matter, a boundary which forms walls, houses, doors, and prisons, but does not create any of the lives in these things, that this bomb cannot touch any essential value that would not also be susceptible to worms and dry rot. It is more spectacular, but it is not essentially different. the body of man ultimately disintegrates. We have never held this to be a great evil. The circumstances of this disintegration have no effect upon the essential fact, and here we have to be factual again. Of course, a wholesale destruction of life by atomic means might work a considerable hardship upon the morticians, but it will not change the essential nature of man. The only thing that can happen to him is to have him blown out of a body. And this is not essentially different from the fact that he may be thrown out of it in any one of 100 ways. His chances of being destroyed by a bomb, according to some modern statistics, are about, we will say, 1 in 100 in comparison to his chances of being killed on a freeway. The freeway is far more dangerous than the bomb. Also, whether we realize it or not, common aspirin is more dangerous than the bomb. Alcohol is 1,000 times more dangerous than the bomb. Because at least a greater part of the victims of the bomb are more or less clear casualties. Some are not. But those that are near the center of the bomb certainly are. But in alcohol, every individual is a continuing casualty. A terrible, gradual destruction. These things, however, have never worried us. It is because we are not factual. We have said this is death and this is death, but death is not death. If you die this way, it's a disaster. If you die that way, it's an achievement. Factually, we move from this condition into another. Whether we are moved by the bomb, or whether we are moved by the neglect of a common cold, is of very little essential difference. We do have a certain inability to plan our future. But in religion, we've abused that kind of planning too long anyway. We have abused the concept of retirement ever since we had it. We have abused the idea of procrastination, of putting things off until some other better day. It never came, but we did have a certain belief in it. These changes will be of considerable use to us. That everything is shortened, intensified, and vitalized. And if we can face each day with a sense of the totality of that day, we can achieve tremendous satisfaction and security and peace. The individual who knows how to live is always ready to die. For it is the end of our religion, whatever our faith may be, that it shall help us to live well and to die with a good hope of the future. Therefore, our religion has to give us the strength to die well. What kind of people die well? Usually the individual whose inner life has been matured and who has a deep and abiding faith in the universal values which underlie existence. Therefore, religion bestows upon us a peace in this transition, even as it sustains us during the years of our sojourn here. In this, the atom bomb brings again a message to us. It tells us that we should live always today. so that by character, by understanding, by insight, we are always ready to leave this world in dignity. That we are ready, whenever the call comes, to leave without regret, without fear, but only with a great hope of the future. This means that to leave here without regret, we've got to sort of put things here in order a little better than we have them. We can't leave things here without regret if all our hope, all our faith, all our confidence is locked into these things which we must leave. Buddha tells us very definitely that the wise person, the truly factual person, delivers himself from the tragedy of his own possessions. Most people who are unable to die well have this terrible confusion in the end because they are bound more to this world than they are to the principles of life and truth. Consequently, this simple fact problem that we have already mentioned has an application here. That we must realize that we never own anything. We must realize that at any point in our career we can safely rest. That nothing that we are doing here is really very important as a thing. A man has a great project. He wishes to build a new city in California. Probably too many men in California have already had this idea. There's towns are springing up like mushrooms. But this is to be his great life work. So in the midst of it, he develops strange symptoms and is told he only has 6 months to live. This is a tragedy. Because he has already plans for 10 years. And perhaps incidentally, $10 million. Here is a horrible disaster that had happened to him. The bottom is out of the universe as far as he is concerned. There is no justice anywhere. But what this man was never able to be was factual. He should have known from the beginning that every day was a day with certain hazards. Every day he rode out to his project. Any one of those rides could well have been his last. He wasn't factual. He didn't realize that the real problem was not that he finished the project. The problem was, what did he learn working with the project? He might have labored for another 10 years on that project and not been a bit better man than he was the day he died. It is not that he would finish the project that nature was interested in. What nature was interested in is how much did he grow from working with the project. What did he learn about human hearts? How did he enrich his own character? How did he stand up against the temptation of corruption? Was he honorable? Was he true? Did he do a job well? Were his motives right? These are the things that nature was interested in. Nature was not at all concerned with whether his dreams came true or not. Nature's problem was, what was the dream? Was the dream itself true? For this was the thing that man took with him into an eternal existence. So by attaching ourselves too positively to the things, we sense the danger of loss. We huddle. We grasp the things we want to hold on to. We go into panic at the possibility of losing them, forgetting entirely that we must all lose all of them. So Zen again sits down and says, we must lose them when we die. Why not lose them while we're alive? And therefore have peace in the last 25 years, instead of a desperate struggle to hold on to something that must slip away. Why cling to these things when we cannot actually win? There is no being known in history that has ever won the fight to hold on to anything. Yet each day we try it, because we're not factual. Factually, we have right usage. The things that make life better for us, the things that make experience richer, we can delight in, we can enjoy them. But they come and they go. With happiness we receive them. With happiness we must release them. If we do that, fear has no longer this hold upon us. Perhaps the atomic age will remind us even more acutely how little we can possess. And perhaps it may go so far as to overthrow this concept that status is possession. The only reason why possession is important is because men think it's important. And if they change their patterns, possession will no longer be a symbol of status, and we will not care nearly so much about it. Perhaps it will take a bomb to remind us that we bring nothing but ourselves into this life, and we can take out of this life nothing but ourselves. Also, perhaps the bomb will give us a new dimension of spiritual integrity about people. Actually, people are very wonderful creatures. They're troublesome at times, but they are still very wonderful people. They are very worth knowing, very worth understanding. And there are tremendous possibilities in human relationships that have never been touched under the strange psychology by which we live. We have set up a pattern by which it is almost impossible for an individual to be himself. We have surrounded him with innumerable artificial factors. We have decreed this and declared that. And we have bound this individual into a series of patterns and defenses which we are almost unable to break through. If we live in a moment in which now is our life, perhaps we will suddenly wake up to the fact that it is no longer necessary or important to play games, to make all kinds of strange and foolish attitudes and try to nurse them. We will no longer be expected to put on appearances and to various ways deceive each other or exploit each other. In hours of great emergency, people truly become people. In those moments, all the little things are forgotten. All the pettiness seems to disappear. I've seen this in areas where some natural disaster struck. People who never spoke to each other were suddenly friends because of need. Something big opens up in the individual in an emergency. Well, we have an emergency, and we hope that something big will open up in all men. That suddenly there won't be any more shamming. There won't be any more make-believe. But that values will be straight. We won't be able to afford subterfuge, because our period of possible association is too uncertain. So, leaving all the sham, the make-believe behind, we can meet as human beings. We can serve each other as human beings. We can give and accept as human beings. We will not have to worry and fuss and fume over the long-range strategies with which we hope to exploit or afflict each other. Now is the only time for that true friendship, for that true understanding, for that immediate meeting of hearts and minds in which we can have honest associations in life. The bomb may make this honesty no longer very helpful or important. There's very little use in stealing from another man if you're going to die yourself with the goods in your hands a few hours later. It makes very little difference about these kind of things. But there are values that are so tremendous that we can live a lifetime in an hour. These values have to come into their own. And they always should have. Man had 60 or 70 years, 80 years perhaps, to learn how to live. Perhaps now he must gain this same experience by what might be termed an intensive course, somewhat shorter in duration. But he can still graduate with honors. He can still do all of the things that were ever important and that he ever could do. But he must do them now, instead of putting off forever this day of attainment. Religion then suggests the motion of belief, perhaps, toward this idea of the one world faith. The one world faith in which we no longer have any time left for who is right and who is wrong. We have no longer any time for the careful consideration of the historical aspects of theology. If a man has only a few years to live, does he want to spend this time debating orthodoxy? He would probably laugh and say, no, he doesn't. If he does want to spend it that way, there's something definitely wrong with the man. If we have all the time in the world, we can waste it in arguing. But if we haven't so much time, there are much more important things that we can do if we must conserve resources. And when we start conserving our time resources, the first thing to do is to stop those things which only waste time. One of them is religious debate, which has never been won by anyone because the simple facts are not available beyond a certain point. And everyone immediately goes beyond that point into a very rarefied atmosphere where no one knows what he's talking about. And the fact that 100 have come to the same conclusion about something none of them understood does not constitute scientific knowledge. So the process is comparatively worthless. Religion becomes, to the individual then, an available instrument of orientation. Religion becomes the only way in which a person can live happily in an uncertain state. Religion becomes the pacifier of the inner life of man, helping him to maintain his values so that they are never shaken by the tempests of outer things. Religion is then reduced to its essential. An essential we've never gotten around to really working with. And that is its immediate power to affect beneficially the life of the believer. Religion must work rapidly, like everything else, if time is short. There are 3 or 4 essential principles of religion which can be disseminated rapidly. They are the ones that we have always held to be the most important, but which we do not always emphasize. For example, if we had the Bible in front of us, and we did not know how long we were going to live, we might not wish to start with Genesis and end with Revelation. We might not quite get to Revelation. We might be caught in the midst of First Thessalonians or something of that nature, and that would be the end of us. But what would we be most likely to do? If we knew or had some plan, we would choose those sections which would be most helpful and consoling and strengthening to us. And if we could only read a few pages of that book, or a very small fragment, I suspect that most Christian people would read the Sermon on the Mount. The rest of it would sort of get lost. We wouldn't have time to fool with it. It would be nice if we had forever. We could even read the begats, which might go on for hours and hours and hours. But certainly, if our lives were uncertain, we would not linger over the begats. In the same way in surveying our religious life, if our problems are real and intense, we wouldn't wander through this endless problem of bickering and differing, of arguing and fighting, of combating and refuting that has disfigured religion for thousands of years. We would go after the facts that we can use. And the facts that we can use are for the most part very simple, things that a child can understand. And having understood them, apply them. Now the difference between a religious or sacred book and an ordinary book is that a sacred book is said to represent, or is held to represent, an affirmation of spiritual fact, either revealed by God to man, or revealed by God through man, through the experience of ages. Therefore, there is a certain solemn assurance in these words that they represent truths, unchanging, timeless, and that these truths constitute a pattern of conduct acceptable to God and space and nature. That is all of religion we need. These simple statements that represent our essential covenant with the spiritual source of life. So our religions will have to be simplified if we're going to live in a space atom age. I think someday we're going to have a new kind of Bible which I think might be very interesting. I think we might have a Bible that contains about 10 short chapters. And each one of these chapters is composed of the noblest, the most sublime, and the most eternally true statement to be found in each of the religions of the world. We can put this in our pocket. It doesn't make any difference whether it's from the Vedas or the Koran. Is it true? Is it a statement made so peculiarly well, with such deep penetration of insight, that it strikes directly into our own heart and into our own need? And in probably 20 or 30 pages, the religion of man can be revealed to man. The rest is darkness. The rest is uncertainty. So religion in an age of constant pressure must be sublimated into its very essence. And that essence must be given to man. We're worried very much about the problems, for instance, of teaching religion in public schools. We don't think we should take a people and indoctrinate them with a religious concept, especially when we have a polyglot culture. This is all right. I don't say we should. I can see many reasons why it might be a good idea if we could, but perhaps the way things are, it is better not to. But if we once can get this concept of a one world faith, a one religion for one humanity, these 20 chapters that I'm mentioning, or dozen chapters, summarizing the wisdom of all men, could very well be a textbook, perhaps for reading in the 4th or 5th grade, by means of which man would be actually educated from the very text of the greatest convictions of his race, and would grow up with these convictions in his heart, perhaps then we might get around to teaching man to read in school, in order that he might be able to understand some of these things. The moment we get past the creeds, we get down to the principles, we're not going to have these unhappy mothers and fathers storming the board of supervisors or the board of parent teachers moving in on something every time a little morality is taught to one of our children. I was present when one mother jumped up at a meeting and said she did not want ethics to be taught to her child in school because she wanted her child to go out in the world and get rich. So this is the situation. Now how are you going to cope with it? But I do believe that if this mother suddenly realizes that the boy might not live long enough to go out in the world and get rich, perhaps she'd be a little more interested in him being a good boy now. But it is this long future. Mother will be gone long before the son, probably, would get to the zenith of his career. She is leaving him as a bit of unfinished business in the universe and going on her own way. She will not live to see, in all probabilities, the tragedy resulting from her own short-sightedness. We don't need this type of situation. We can shorten all these things down, as most of them should be shortened. And we can gradually build into this situation the simple fact of our spiritual need, and this is our religion for the future. We can read our whole sacred book before breakfast, but it'll take us as long as we can live to apply it. The things have got to be shortened down. They've got to be made available to the individual who does not have time. Not because he is too busy making money, but because he is too near to the unknown. All this long-range planning has become meaningless. Years ago, Henry Ford, before he died, said that a generation would arise after him in which the virtue of the long-range plan would disappear. For generations, everyone planned for the future. And in planning for the future, forgot to be anything now. Everyone was reaching beyond himself. He never paused to consider himself. He was out conquering the world. He never stopped long enough to look inside of himself and see what he was trying to conquer with. These problems were not important. But suddenly this vast panorama is foreshortened. Everything must be brought into immediate fulfillment. World peace must come now. It cannot any longer be pushed off to an unborn generation. Juvenile delinquency must be met now. It cannot longer be delayed. Crimes, poverty, these things must be handled now, because now is the only time we have. And our religion must grow in us now. Our philosophy of life must develop in us now. The good things must be done now. This seems to mean we haven't very much time to work with. But now let us take a life for a moment and see just exactly what now means. Supposing we say that without bombs, freeways, or phenobarbital, we would have a 30 or 40 year life expectancy. What would this really actually mean? What does it mean? What does this period of life expectancy mean in the actual achievement of things? How much will we have of real life and thought? With a nice long career of that nature stretching out ahead, we really have a good opportunity to get well absorbed into something. Here we have the chance of rising in the business, which used to be, in the old days, the big thought. Instead of higher pay, as we think now, the thing that was dangled in front of the young employee was that he would rise in the business. To rise in the business meant that if he was faithful and honest for 46 years, he might rise to the degree of being head cashier. And when he retired, if he lived to retire, he would receive a glorious grandfather's clock with large chimes in it that would awake him on the hour for the rest of his life. This was rising in the business. This was something that really was tremendous. In order to do this, you had to be faithful unto death. In fact, you had to be half dead to succeed at it. This would take 2/3 of your waking time for the entire period. And as you got down through this situation and found out how much time your wages actually bought for you, and then considered what you tried to do with that time in order to be able to get back to work the next day, and these little outings which were desperate escapes from the marvelous opportunity of rising in the business, and the responsibilities of family and other duties, I would suspect that a man with, say, 40 years perspective might actually have a year of actual time which he could use to understand himself, to grow, to perfect or develop some instinct in his own consciousness. Perhaps all the time he ever had for that during the 40 years was the hour on Sunday morning when he went to church. Thus this 40 years did not give him any particular advantage. If he had been freed from some of these involvements, he might very well have adjusted internally, awakened internally, grown, unfolded in consciousness, just about as much in 6 months or a year of real application as he could in this entire period of time. It has been proven in public schools that this idea that a child has to have 16 years of schooling before it can graduate is ridiculous. It doesn't have to. With proper methods of instruction, the average child can learn all that it is necessary for it to know in half the time. But we can't get around to making anything practical. In life, this shortening of time in no way essentially means that we are deprived of opportunity. It simply means we've got to recognize opportunity and do something with it. We can live 40 years before we recognize it, or we can recognize it immediately. We have a relativity factor here, which I think will play a very important part as we go on down through time. Evasions, avoidances, procrastinations don't mean much anymore. Also, we have no way to escape the psychological consequences of the intensifying of situations that have already existed. The atomic threat has simply pressed together all of the problems of humanity into one package and dumped it on our doorstep. They're not new problems, they're the same old ones. But they are not spread as they were. They are now brought into a compact mass, and they have to be faced as such. With this basic concept, we have wonderful opportunity to make the adjustments. If we fail to make these adjustments, what is going to happen? We're going to break up now, before the bomb ever does it. We're going to suddenly realize in a comparatively short time that either we have to have religion or we can't make it. The entire processes of abnormal psychology have been speeded up. The neurotic, who might have drifted half sick through a long life, now breaks in 3 months because of pressure. This doesn't mean that he wasn't sick before, but he is now completely sick quickly, whereas otherwise he would be half sick for the rest of his life. He must therefore face this problem and find his remedy now. He also has many more inducements to find a remedy. Many people have gone along through life half sick for 50 years and never known it, because they have never experienced a healthy day. They've considered their own peculiar psychotic state as quite normal. Everyone else was crazy. But this condition will not prevail. The individual under psychic stress is breaking quickly, which is only telling us that he was never strong enough to stand the stress. Also, it is telling us what is wrong with civilization, what is wrong with education, what is wrong with culture. It is telling us beyond any question of doubt the weakness of the entire structure under which we live. And it's bringing this to us fast and hard. The only way we can solve the problem is catch the ball, now and quick. So this is how the entire spiritual problem sums up. That suddenly we are confronted with immediate needs for immediate action, that everything we believe will be tested quickly. It will be found sufficient or not sufficient. If it is not sufficient, we will know it now. And if we have common sense, we will do something about it now. But all the dilly-dallying, all the theological arguments, all the long struggle of the sects to justify their own religious opinion, all the traditions and the precedents and the policies are suddenly brought as to a final judgment. They are weighed in the balance. And all that we have believed, all that we have talked about, all we have read about, either helps now or it will never help. We have put off application, so we haven't realized fallacy. But out of this can come the greatest awakening that the world has ever known. It can transform us from a people without direction, without intention, drifting along a path of least resistance into a dynamic group, suddenly recognizing the magnitude of its own need and the immediacy of its own problem. Out of these things can be fashioned the elements of a new religious conviction. And this is the kind of conviction we have to have if we are going to be well now. If we are going to be able to go to bed and sleep tonight. And if we are able to get up in the morning tomorrow and go and do the good things of the day without first frightening ourselves out of our wits. Also, we are going to free ourselves from those strange dreams that trouble the darkness. We're going to take no part in these squabbles and arguments that can never mean anything, whether they are lost or won. We're going to be quiet. We're going to strengthen our inner conviction. We're going to clarify our own inner faith. We're going to find what help we need quickly, because we have to have it quickly. And we're going to devote our years and our times to the fulfillment of those things most meaningful to us in the largest terms. If we begin to live this way, you know, it's quite possible that the bomb won't fall. Because one of the reasons why it is likely to fall is because we have lived stupidly. If we improve, we may also have the skill, the wisdom, and the insight to escape this hazard, because the bomb will only be used to frighten, or to destroy, or to intimidate, or to bewilder. And if man does not react to these physical temptations to panic, there is very little to be gained. There is no way of breaking the spirit of man. There is no way of intimidating him. There is no way of enslaving him if he lives with a clear internal vision of value. And out of this type of thinking, perhaps we can build a religion that would be pretty useful, and which we have long needed, and now perhaps we'll have the incentive to perfect and apply. Well, time's up, so I guess we have to quit.